Erich Hobsbawm was born in Alexandria in 1917 and was educated in Vienna, Berlin, London, and Cambridge. A Fellow of the British Academy and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, with honorary degrees from universities in several countries, he taught until retirement at Birkbeck College, University of London, and since then at the New School for Social Research in New York. Bandits. Erich Hobsbawm. Preface. Sometime in the early 1950s the present author became struck by the curious fact that exactly the same stories and myths were told about certain types of bandits as bringers of justice and social redistributors all over Europe, indeed, as became increasingly clear, all over the globe. Following Dr. Samuel Johnson's injunction to let observation with extensive view survey mankind from China to Peru. Readers of this book will find them in both countries, and indeed in all inhabited continents. This discovery formed the basis of an essay, The Social Bandit, the first chapter of a book of studies in archaic forms of social movement, Primitive Rebels, Manchester, 1959. 10 years later, on the basis of further studies, especially in Latin America, this was expanded into the first edition of the present book, Bandits, London, 1969. This, in effect, formed the starting point of the rapidly growing contemporary study of bandit history, much of which, certainly since Anton Bloch's critique in 1971, has not accepted the social banditry thesis, at least in its original form. Subsequent editions, for Penguin Books, 1971, and for an American publisher, Pantheon Books, 1981, both now out of print, revised and expanded the original text and took account of the mass of new material and those criticisms which seem to me to be well taken. What lies before the reader now is thus the fourth revised edition of Bandits. There are three major reasons for preparing it, apart from the fact that various publishers still think that the book has not lost its interest. First, and most obviously, a number of the major works on the history of banditry have appeared since 1981, for instance on Chinese, Ottoman Turkish and Balkan bandits, on Latin America, the Mediterranean and a number of more out-of-the-way regions, not forgetting Friedrich Katz's long-awaited biography of Pancho Villa. These have not merely added new material, but greatly widened the way in which we can think of banditry in society. In the present edition I have done my best to take account of these new findings. On the other hand, the critique of the argument of bandits remains more or less where it was. Second, the rapid disintegration of state power and administration in many parts of the world, and the notable decline of the ability of even strong and developed states to maintain the level of law and order they developed in the 19th and 20th centuries, are once again familiarizing readers with the sort of historical conditions in which endemic, and sometimes epidemic, banditry can exist. In the light of contemporary Chechnya we read the Mediterranean bandit explosion of the late 16th century differently from the way we did in the 1960s. The third reason is that the author himself, while proud of being the founding father of an entire branch of history, cannot avoid trying to answer the question suggested by a good historian's review of two books on banditry 10 years ago. Not much of Hobsbawm's thesis still stands undamaged. One, if this really were true, there would be no case for a new edition of Bandits. It would simply be out of date and beyond salvation by mere correction and revision, though perhaps worth reading as a document of its time. In my view, this is not the case with Bandits. The chief criticisms of the original thesis are surveyed in Part I of the postscript to this edition, which modifies and expands the postscript included in the 1981 edition. Nevertheless, 30 years after its first publication, it is clear that both the argument and the structure of the book require some substantial rethinking as well as updating. I have tried to do this here, primarily by placing banditry, including social banditry, more systematically into the political framework, of lords and states, of the structures and strategies of both, in which it operates. Though this dimension of the subject is present in earlier editions of the book, I have now tried more clearly than before to see the political history of the role of banditry as central point to I have also taken account of the most cogent criticism raised against my book, namely my use of bandit song and story both to trace the nature of the social bandit myth and, rather tentatively, to see how far bandits live up the social role they have been assigned in the drama of peasant life. It is now clear that they cannot be reasonably used for the second purpose at all. In any case, the identifiable men around whom such myths formed, were in real life often very unlike their public image, including many of those cited as good bandits in the early versions of this book. It is also now clear that they cannot be used for the first purpose, without a full prior analysis of this genre of literary composition, the transformations of its public, its traditions, topoi, modes of production, reproduction, and distribution. In short, balladry, like the tapes of oral history, is a very slippery source, and, like oral tradition, it is contaminated by the way in which it is passed through the generations. Nevertheless, it can and must still be used for certain purposes. I hope I have, this time, not gone beyond the bounds of common sense in doing so. This is therefore a substantially extended and revised edition, although the text of the original 9 chapters, and of the appendix, Women and Banditry, now Appendix A, while modified where necessary, has not needed to be substantially rewritten. The major additions to the last, 1971, British edition are the following: 1. An introductory portrait of a bandit, originally published as the bulk of the preface to the 1981 American edition. 2. A new chapter entitled Bandits, States, and Power. 3. An Appendix B, the Bandit Tradition, and a 2-part postscript, modified and extended from the 1981 edition, which, as mentioned above, deals with the criticisms of my work and also surveys the survival of activities embodying the classical bandit tradition in the later 20th century. The section on further reading has been rewritten. The prefaces to earlier editions have been omitted. By way of acknowledgement, I need only repeat what I said in the original edition. Most of this book rests on published material, and on information extracted, or more likely volunteered with enthusiasm, by friends and colleagues aware of my interest in the subject, and seminars in various countries which criticized the arguments of the book and put me in the way of further sources. My debts to the growing body of bandit historiography are acknowledged with pleasure and satisfaction, all the more genuine since so much of this literature since 1969 is based on primary research stimulated by the first edition of Bandits. My own direct contact with the subject matter of the book has been limited. Chapter 9 is based on several weeks' intensive research in 1960 into the career of Catalan anarchist outlaws, which I could not have undertaken without the help of, and introductions provided by, M. Antoine Tellez of Paris. The basic argument of Chapter 4 was confirmed by a day in the company of Don José Avalos of Pampa Grande, province of Chaco, Argentina, farmer and formerly sergeant of the rural police. In 1981, following a conference on bandits and outlaws in Sicily, I had the opportunity to meet 2 former members of the band of Salvatore Giuliano and others with direct knowledge of his activities. However, I owe more to several friends and colleagues in Colombia, Italy, and Mexico with considerably more extensive first-hand contacts with the world of armed outlaws. I owe much to Pino Arlaki and, for Colombia, to Carlos Miguel Ortiz, Eduardo Pizarro, and Rocio Londino and her friends, some now dead. My debt to the work of Gonzalo Sanchez and Donny Mertens should be obvious from the text. London, June 1999. E. J. Hobsbawm. Portrait of a Bandit. The best way to enter the complicated subject of social banditry, which is the subject of this book, is through the career of a social bandit. Here is such a case. It was compiled by an unknown student at the University of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, whose paper was made available to me by his teacher. At the time I received this paper, based on local informants and periodical sources in English and Tigrinya, I was not given the name of the author, for reasons connected with the uncertain political state of Ethiopia and Eritrea at the time. If he should chance to see this edition, and wishes to make himself known, I should be more than happy to acknowledge my debt to him. Here, then, in a rather summary form, is the story of Weldy Gabriel, oldest of the Mesajji brothers, 1902/3, 1964. Let it speak for itself. In the days when Eritrea was an Italian colony, Weldy Gabriel's father, a peasant of the village of Barakwit in the district of Meretta Sabine, died in prison, where he had been put as one of the village representatives who opposed the appointment of a new district governor because he was not a native of the district. The widow blamed the unpopular governor, and called for blood vengeance, but her sons were too young. Local opinion was divided about the governor's guilt, and in any case the Italians banned blood feuds. Her 4 sons grew up and settled peacefully as farmers. Weldy Gabriel joined the colonial troops as an askari, served the Italians in Libya during the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935-6 with 2 of his brothers, and in the occupation of Ethiopia, 1936-41. After the British won they went home to farm again, with some cash savings, a little Italian, and a good knowledge of weapons and military skills. Weldy Gabriel was a good soldier, promoted to non-commissioned officer. The Italian colonial order had broken down and the British were temporarily administering the territory. In the disturbed post-war conditions banditry flourished, the large body of disbanded askari forming a natural reservoir of potential recruits. Jobs were scarce and Eritreans continued to suffer discrimination as against the Italians. Immigrant Ethiopians had even fewer chances. Ethnic groups raided one another in the highlands in competition for land and cattle. Blood feuds revived, since the Italian administration no longer stood in the way of the performance of this sacred duty. Moreover, in such conditions banditry seemed to provide reasonable career prospects, at least for a time. The Mesajji brothers entered it via their old family feud, though the hardships of civilian life may have encouraged them to take this quarrel up again. As it happened, the district governor, son of the man who might have been held responsible for their father's death, made himself unpopular for much the same reason as his father, by appointing to village office a member of a minority clan settled in Barakwit village, but strangers by origin. Weldy Gabriel was jailed for opposing him on behalf of the village and, liberated after a year, further threatened. The brothers decided to kill the new governor. This was legitimate under the feuding laws, and for this purpose divorced their wives so that the police would not punish them, incidentally regaining by this means the mobility without which outlaws cannot operate. They shot him and went into a nearby forest, relying on friends and relatives for supplies. The majority of the village supported them as champions of village rights, but they could not in any case have offended their former neighbors by robbing them. The minority clan, as well as the governor's kin, naturally opposed them and helped the British authorities. The Mesajjis avoided massacring them but tried, with fair success, to make life impossible for them locally. Most of them left and the brothers gained further local popularity since the land of the emigrants was now available for other villagers. However, the rest of the district considered them as ordinary bandits, because there was doubt about the legitimacy of the blood feud. They were tolerated because they took care not to harm the local people who left them alone. Since they needed wider support, not least to harass the governor's family, the brothers took to going round the villages urging the peasants not to work the plots of land assigned to the governor, and to share them out. By a mixture of persuasion and suitably judged strong-arm tactics they convinced various villages to denounce these semi-feudal rights and thus brought to an end the lord's right to land and free labor in the district of Meretta Sabine. At this point they came to be regarded not as plain bandits but as special or social bandits. They therefore enjoyed protection against the police, who were sent to the area against them, at the expense of the villagers. As the police cut them off from their sources of supply, the brothers had to go robbing along the regional main road. They were joined by other bandits. But since robbing fellow Eritreans could lead to new feuds, they preferred to rob Italians. One of the brothers was killed, and the remaining 2 therefore took to killing any Italian for vengeance, thus acquiring a reputation as champions of the Eritreans. Though they probably killed no more than 11, their feats were exaggerated by local opinion, which credited them with the usual heroic attributes and invulnerability of the social bandit. They acquired a myth. What is more, since the roads became unsafe for Italian drivers, Eritreans who had previously not been allowed to drive by the Italian administration or the British, were authorized to do so. This was welcomed as a rise in status and for the jobs which now became available. Many people said, "Long live the sons of Mesajji. They enabled us to drive cars." The brothers had entered politics. At this point, 1948, Eritrean politics were complicated by the uncertainty about the future of the ex-colony. Champions of unity with Ethiopia opposed supporters of various formulas for eventual Eritrean independence. Prominent Unionists approached the Bandits for support, and almost all Christian ones accepted because it gave them a sense of identity and security against the predominantly Muslim independence men. However, while the brothers supported the Union, as sensible men they did not kill Eritreans for political reasons in order to avoid feuds, nor did Weldy Gabriel burn houses or crops. Support from Ethiopia gave the Bandits not only arms and money but refuge across the border. However, while Weldy Gabriel took his share in terrorizing Eritrea into federation with Ethiopia and fighting the Muslims, he was careful not to involve himself or his home district of Merete Sabina in fights which did not concern it directly. When the UN had finally voted for federation, the Bandits lost the support of the Unionists and the Ethiopian government. Most of them were amnestied in 1951, but Weldy Gabriel held out until 1952, and was one of the 14 bandits considered too infamous by the British to be allowed to stay in Eritrea. The British therefore arranged for these to be given asylum in Ethiopia, where they received some land from the emperor in Tigray province and a monthly stipend from him. Alas, they were strangers now themselves and the local peasants were hostile. The emperor's promise of less troublesome land, better allowances, and free education for their children never materialized. All of the bandits except Weldy Gabriel drifted back to Eritrea. He himself could have returned to Barakwit, since he was a respected member of the community once he ceased to become an outlaw. He had remarried his wife, since she was no longer at risk nor he forced to rove. The kin of the dead governor, his enemies, were still powerful in Merete Sabine, and he and his family were still in blood with them. So he preferred to live out his life in Tigray. He died at the age of 61 in a hospital in Addis Ababa. A commemoration service was held for him in Barakwit. As an Eritrean newspaper reported, it was attended by many Eritrean notables, and funeral singers sang songs praising his achievements. Eritrean patriots are in two minds about the career of Weldy Gabriel, a people's bandit, but one who was instrumental in making their country into a part of Ethiopia. But his politics were not those of the 20th century. They were the ancient politics of Robin Hood faced with the Sheriff of Nottingham. Western readers in the third millennium of their chronology may find the career of men such as the sons of Mesajji strange and difficult to understand. The chapters which follow will, I hope, help to explain it. 1. Bandits, states, and power. He made them call him Lord. Those traitors in his band. His betters he despised. He wanted to be more. You, the low and unarmed people. Stick to fields and clods of soil. Leave off carrying those pistols. Digging is what suits you best. Back you go to rural labors. Don't disturb the world again. Ballad on the Death of the Bandit Giacomo del Gallo, 16,101. On mountain and in forest, bands of men outside the range of law and authority, traditionally females are rare, violent, and armed, impose their will by extortion, robbery, or otherwise on their victims. In doing so, banditry simultaneously challenges the economic, social, and political order by challenging those who hold or lay claim to power, law and the control of resources. That is the historic significance of banditry in societies with class divisions and states. Social banditry, which is the subject of this book, is an aspect of this challenge. Banditry as a specific phenomenon cannot therefore exist outside socio-economic and political orders which can be so challenged. For instance, and this, as we shall see, is important, in stateless societies where law takes the form of blood feud, or negotiated settlement between the kin of offenders and the kin of victims. Those who kill are not outlaws but, as it were, belligerents. They only become outlaws, and punishable as such, where they are judged by a criterion of public law and order which is not theirs. Most country people since the development of farming, metallurgy, cities, and writing, e.g. bureaucracy, have lived in societies in which they see themselves as separate as a collective group from, and inferior to, the group of the rich and or powerful, though often, as individuals, dependent on one or other of them. Resentment is implicit in this relationship. As the verse of the city poet Astor demonstrates, banditry makes this potential rejection of inferiority explicit, at least in the world of men. By its very existence it implies a challenge to the social order. Nevertheless, before the rise of the modern capitalist economy, social and economic relationships change only slowly, if they change at all. Almost certainly the ballad about Giacomo del Gallo would have meant much the same to listeners in Bologna at any time from the 8th to the 18th century, even though, as we shall see, he would probably not have been known as bandit before the 16th century. Point 2. Socially speaking, the history of banditry therefore falls into three parts: its birth, as pre-bandit societies come to form part of class and state societies; its transformation since the rise of capitalism, local and global, and its long career under states and social regimes in between. The first, which seems in some ways historically the most remote, is really not so, because banditry as a mass phenomenon can appear not only when non-class societies resist the rise or imposition of class societies, but when traditional rural class societies resist the advance of other rural, e.g. settled farming against nomadic or transhumant pastoralists, or urban, or foreign class societies, states, or regimes. In fact, as we shall see, historically banditry as an expression of such collective resistance has been very common, all the more so as, in these circumstances, it enjoys considerable support from all of the elements in its traditional society, even its holders of power. This is what links the semi-nomadic economy of clan herdsmen, who traditionally supplied the major source of bandits in the Balkans and Anatolia, the free gauchos of the 19th century Argentine plains resisting the city and bourgeois property laws jointly with their rural chieftains, and the 20th century Colombian coffee growers protecting their bandits. All resist the encroaching power of outside authority and capital. Point 4. Apart from this special situation, banditry as a social phenomenon in the long second phase of its history, is about class, wealth, and power in peasant societies. As the Sardinian Antonio Gramsci described the situation in his own island in the early 20th century, the class struggle is mixed up with brigandage, blackmail, arson of woodlands, the maiming of livestock, the kidnapping of women and children, attacks on municipal offices. Point 5. Insofar as it survives into an era of fully developed capitalism in the countryside, as we shall see, it expresses, more than anything else, except perhaps dislike of a remote government, a hatred of those who lend money and link farmers to the wider market. There is, however, a major difference between the banditry of the first two phases and the third phase. It is hunger. In the 19th and 20th century regions of capitalist agriculture where banditry is to be found, the USA, Argentina, and Australia come to mind. People in the countryside no longer face death by starvation. In most of the classic bandit regions of the medieval and early modern centuries, e.g. around the Mediterranean, they constantly lived on the edge of famine. The rhythm of hunger determined the basic structure of the rhythm of brigandage. 6. The great age of the Brazilian cangaço begins with the murderous drought of 1877-8 and reached its quantitative peak with that of 1919.7, or, as the old Chinese saying had it, it is better to break the law than to starve to death. 8. Poor regions were bandit regions. The months of the farming year when food was scarce and not much farm work was to be done, were the season for robbing. When floods destroyed the grain, they multiplied brigands. However, what interests the social and economic historian is primarily the structure of banditry, social or otherwise, rather than the effects of bandits' activities on the wider history of events in their times. and indeed, most of the bandits who have become genuinely famous figures in song and story, are persons of purely local range and horizons. Their names and the details of their exploits hardly matter. Indeed, for the bandit myth, the reality of their existence may be secondary. Few, even among archive rats, really care about identifying the original Robin Hood, if there was such a one. We know that Joaquin Murrieta of California is a literary invention, nevertheless he is part of the structural study of banditry as a social phenomenon. Politically, the history of banditry is considerably more dramatic. What happened counts, sometimes very significantly. Kings and emperors have started their lives as bandit chiefs like, I am told, the Emperor Tewodros, Theodore, II who ruled Ethiopia in 1855-8, or the warlord Changtsolin, Zhangziulin, who governed Manchuria between the collapse of the Chinese Empire and the Japanese conquest. For that matter, it has been not implausibly argued that the founder of Uruguay as a republic independent of both Argentina and Brazil, José Antonio Artigas, began his career as a bandit, or rather as a professional rustler and smuggler, which is not all that different. 9 Moreover, the history of banditry is largely the history of its occasional mass explosions, the transformation of a condition modestly endemic in many geographical environments into massive epidemics, or even, as has been argued for China in the 1930s, a pandemic. Indeed, the serious modern history of banditry probably begins with Fernand Braudel's discovery, in his great book on the Mediterranean, of the extraordinary pan-Mediterranean explosion of banditry in the last decades of the 16th century and the first of the 17th. 10. This is because the history of power, that is to say of the capacity to establish control over people and resources by coercion, was subject to far greater variety and mutability than the slow-changing structures of the economic and social order. To understand banditry and its history, we must therefore see it in the context of the history of power, i.e. of the control by governments or other power centers, in the countryside mostly lords of land and cattle, of what goes on in the territories and among the populations over which they claim control. Such control is always limited to particular territories and populations, since up to the present all states or power claimants, even the most powerful empires, have always had to coexist with others outside their scope. Moreover, even within their claimed range, for most of history power was limited in three ways, because the means of control available to authorities were inadequate for their purpose, because their adequacy depends to some extent on the willingness of subjects to obey and their ability to avoid obeying, and because, partly for this reason, authorities tried to control only some parts of their subjects' lives directly. Even today, for instance, the government of Colombia cannot control several areas within its territory except by periodic military incursions, and the Royal Ulster Constabulary knows that within some strongly Catholic districts of Belfast, de facto policing is conducted not by the state but by Republican strong-arm squads. Bandits, by definition, resist obedience, are outside the range of power, are potential exercisers of power themselves, and therefore potential rebels. Indeed, the original, Italian, meaning of bandito is a man placed outside the law for whatever reasons, though it is not surprising that outlaws easily became robbers. Brigands were originally merely members of armed groups not belonging to some regular force. The modern sense appears from the end of the 15th century. Bandoleros, the usual Castilian term for bandits, was derived from the Catalan term for armed partisans in the unrest and civil conflicts which swept through Catalonia from the 15th to the 17th century and in due course degenerated into banditry. 11 Celius was the term for the 16th and 17th century bandits in the Ottoman Empire who, a recent study has argued, served to reinforce rather than undermine the Sultan's power, yet their name derives from the ideological heterodox Islamic rebellion of Saycelal in 1519, which led the government to use the label to justify its repression of bandits, even where these did not have any of the rebellious content or viability of the original Celali. 12 The Shiftas of the Horn of Africa are, I am told, defined by a well-known Amharic dictionary as bandits who, having renounced the authority of king or emperor, live in forests or the wilderness, cause disturbances and refuse to pay taxes or tribute, in short, as robber rebels. And, in traditional China at least, the potential link between banditry and the periodically expected overthrow of dynasties, was a commonplace of political thinking. The history of banditry, including social banditry, cannot therefore be understood or properly studied except as part of the history of political power, which, at its highest levels, is the power of empires and states. In class societies before the era of modern capitalism, the power of, in the last analysis, physical coercion was also the primary foundation of economic power. That is to say, the main mechanism for appropriating the surplus wealth generated by those who actually produced it, overwhelmingly from the land, was force or the threat of force. 13 This is so no longer, although political power, i.e. the possibility of physical coercion, remains the foundation of the revenue extracted by states from the inhabitants of their territories. Refusal to pay taxes is punishable by law, and refusal to obey the law, in the last analysis, by jail. For most of the history of agricultural society, the political power under which the communities of ordinary countrymen lived under normal circumstances was local or regional. They lived under lords, with or without the asset of kin loyalty or supernatural backing, who could mobilize men and build up systems of force and patronage. Kingdoms or empires, where they existed, were occasional visitors rather than permanent residents, even where king or emperor succeeded in replacing, or at least supplementing, local law by their own statewide law and judges, as in medieval England and, among its Sunni Muslim subjects, the Ottoman Empire. Indeed, for the most part such power as king or emperor had, other than his power as a large patron and lord himself, operated through the agency of local and locally rooted patrons, who responded to negotiation more than to command. The strength of lords and states was great, but intermittent. Their weakness was that they lacked the material means, including the forces of coercion and law, to keep constant control over all their populations, even the unarmed part, or any effective control over the more inaccessible parts of their territories. This applied even to local men of power, who were closer to their land and people than remote princes. In any case, in a world of many lords and family rivalries, there was usually some room for evasion. The very institution of formalized outlawry, from which bandits take their name, indicates the shallowness of the power system. Everybody was entitled to kill the outlaw, because no authority was in a position to apply their law to him. If we look at states, the contrast is particularly striking. In the past 2.5 centuries, the power to exercise physical control has been increasingly concentrated in the so-called territorial state or national state, claiming and, through the apparatus of state functionaries or those licensed by the state, exercising a virtually complete monopoly of power over everything that goes on within its borders. The central state apparatus reaches down directly to every single person on the national territory and, in democracies at least, every adult citizen, having the right to vote, reaches up directly to national government by electing it. Its powers are immense, far greater, even in liberal democracies, than those of the greatest and most despotic empires before the 18th century. Indeed, this concentration of power in the modern territorial state is what eventually eliminated rural banditry, endemic or epidemic. At the end of the 20th century, it looks as though this situation might be coming to an end, and the consequences of this regression of state power cannot yet be foreseen. We tend to forget that before the 19th century no state with a territory larger than could be walked across in a day or two, possessed sufficient knowledge, regularly updated, of who lived on its territory, was born and died there. None could even identify individuals outside, or even, as Natalie Davis's study of the case of Martin Guerre suggests, inside their homes. 14 No state, before the railways, and the telegraphs, ancestors of the modern communications revolution, could know what happened in its remoter corners or move its agents rapidly to take action. Hardly any state before the 19th century could pretend to control its borders, or tried to, or indeed had clearly demarcated frontier lines. No state before the 19th century had the ability to maintain an effective rural police force acting as the direct agent of the central government and covering its entire territory. Indeed, outside the Ottoman Empire, no European state before the 17th century had the power to maintain a permanent national army, directly recruited, paid and administered by the central government. Moreover, much as kings and princes would have liked to confine the possession and use of arms to their own servants, it was beyond their power. In settled feudal societies the peasants had been largely disarmed. The situation in unsettled and frontier zones was rather different, but not the nobility and gentry. Only in the 19th century did the effective state monopoly of arms become possible, and indeed effective Western governments, with some notable exceptions like the USA, aimed to remove them almost completely from unofficial life, even of the aristocracy, and what is more, succeeded, at any rate until the 1970s. Before the triumph of the modern national state, power was therefore limited by the central ruler's inability effectively to monopolize armaments, by their inability to maintain in constant being and supply a sufficiently large and effective body of armed and civil servants, and, of course, by the technical inadequacy of information, communication, and transport. In any case, even in the most formidable kingdoms and empires the physical force, whether of rulers or lesser lords or even, as Kurosawa's great film The Seven Samurai shows, of village communities trying to defend themselves, depended on a supply of fighting men who could be mobilized in cases of special need, and a supply of such men who were more or less permanently available. Conversely, the political power was measured by the number of fighting men a chieftain could regularly mobilize. The weakness of power contained the potential for banditry. Indeed, even the strongest empires, the Chinese, the ancient Roman Empire in its heyday 15, regarded some degree of banditry as normal, and thought of it as endemic in pastoral borderlands and other suitable areas. However, where the structure of power was stable, the bulk of potential bandits, unless they lived beyond its range, tended to attach themselves to those who could reward them, as retainers or hired killers and enforcers to lords, as soldiers, guards or policemen to states. Banditry as a mass phenomenon, that is to say independent action by groups of the men of violence and arms, occurred only where power was unstable, absent, or had broken down. Those were the situations when banditry became epidemic, even pandemic, as in China at some times between the fall of the empire and the victory of the communists. At such times freelance chieftains of armed men could enter the world of real power themselves, as clans of nomad riders and raiders by land or sea had once become the conquerors of kingdoms and empires. And, of course, even those who had no great social, political or ideological ambitions, had far greater opportunities for robbery than at other times. The era of 17th-century wars in Germany, like the era of the French Revolutionary Wars, was the golden age of the robber bands, see below, p. 107. With the decline, or even the breakup and dissolution, of state power which we are witnessing at the end of the 20th century, it is possible that large parts of the world are re-entering another such era. Nevertheless, in the past 500 years of bandit history, power has rarely been absent or unstructured for so long that the leaders of autonomous armed groups have seen themselves as major independent actors on the political and social scene. They were rarely strong enough for that. Whatever their own ideas or aims, they had to be political realists. Their best chance was to maintain a degree of autonomy and, without ever committing themselves completely to any side, bargain with those prepared to pay the highest price for their support, i.e. those who could not achieve their ends without it. But in the last analysis they had to come to terms with whatever centers of superior power were prepared to tolerate them, or go under. Hence the constant negotiations between empire and independent armed groups or communities in the Ottoman Empire, the Highland fighters who could be resistors against the state or its agents, or both at the same time. Hence, during the Second World War, the failure of British emissaries to bring about a rising against the German and Italian occupiers among the free, and guaranteed non-communist, martial clans of Highland Albania. They were told, by Winston Churchill's son-in-law, that if they did not, Albania's future after the war would inevitably be in the hands of the communist resistance movement, but though they had nothing against fighting anyone, they were not convinced. The proposal to put the clan future at risk by closing all its political options except one clearly made no sense in their world. As we shall see, below, pages 115 to 16, a similar conflict of strategies and tactics ended the symbiosis of bandits and communists in the Chinese Revolution. For the bandits, the communists were only one of several possible allies or temporary patrons. They were in practice no different from warlords or the Japanese, though in theory perhaps closer than the others to the ideology of the great bandit novel of Imperial China, the Shui Hu Xuan. For the communists a sentimental attachment to the tradition of bandit rebellion, and even the young Red Army's extensive reliance on bandit recruits, could not conceal the fact that in the long run national and social liberation were not to be won that way. So how does the social element in banditry, which champions the weak against the strong, the poor against the rich, the seekers for justice against the rule of the unjust, fit into the political history of banditry, which makes bandits men of power, who are logically drawn into the universe of power? That is what I hope to show in the following chapters. 2. What is social banditry? We are sad, it is true, but that is because we have always been persecuted. The gentry use the pen, we the gun, they are the lords of the land, we of the mountain. An old brigand from Rochkamandolfi 1. If a typical brigand wants a long career he must be or show himself to be a philanthropist, even as he kills and robs to the best of his ability. Otherwise he risks losing popular sympathy and being taken for a common murderer or robber. Point 2. For the law, anyone belonging to a group of men who attack and rob with violence is a bandit, from those who snatch payrolls at an urban street corner to organized insurgents or guerrillas who happen not to be officially recognized as such. They are today apt to be described, equally uncritically, as terrorists, a sign of the historic decline of the bandit image in the second half of the 20th century. Historians and sociologists cannot use so crude a definition. In this book we shall be dealing only with some kinds of robbers, namely those who are not or not only regarded as simple criminals by public opinion. We shall be dealing essentially with a form of individual or minority rebellion within peasant societies. For the sake of convenience we shall omit the urban equivalent of the peasant bandit rebel, and say little about the more numerous rural desperados who are not peasants by origin or allegiance, but impoverished gentlemen robbers. Town and country are too different as human communities to be easily discussed in the same terms, and in any case peasant bandits, like most peasants, distrust and hate townsmen. Bandit gentry, most familiar in the form of the robber knights of late medieval Germany, are much more mixed up with peasants, but the relationship, which will be discussed below, pages 41 to 2, 98 to 101, is obscure and complex. The point about social bandits is that they are peasant outlaws whom the lord and state regard as criminals, but who remain within peasant society, and are considered by their people as heroes, as champions, avengers, fighters for justice, perhaps even leaders of liberation, and in any case as men to be admired, helped, and supported. In the cases where a traditional society resists the encroachments and historical advance of central governments and states, native or foreign, they may be helped and supported even by the local lords. This relation between the ordinary peasant and the rebel, outlaw, and robber is what makes social banditry interesting and significant. It also distinguishes it from two other kinds of rural crime, from the activities of gangs drawn from the professional underworld or of mere freebooters, common robbers, and from communities for whom raiding is part of the normal way of life, such as for instance the Bedouin. In both these cases victims and attackers are strangers and enemies. Underworld robbers and raiders regard the peasants as their prey and know them to be hostile, the robbed in turn regard the attackers as criminals in their sense of the term and not merely by official law. It would be unthinkable for a social bandit to snatch the peasants, though not the lords, harvest in his own territory, or perhaps even elsewhere. Those who do, therefore lack the peculiar relationship which makes banditry social. Of course, in practice such distinctions are often less clear than in theory. A man may be a social bandit on his native mountains, a mere robber on the plains. Nevertheless, analysis requires us to establish the difference. Social banditry of this kind is one of the most universal social phenomena known to history, and one of the most amazingly uniform. Practically all cases belong to 2 or 3 clearly related types, and the variations within these are relatively superficial. What is more, this uniformity is not the consequence of cultural diffusion, but the reflection of similar situations within peasant societies, whether in China, Peru, Sicily, the Ukraine, or Indonesia. Geographically it is found throughout the Americas, Europe, the Islamic world, South and East Asia, and even Australia. Socially it seems to occur in all types of human society which lie between the evolutionary phase of tribal and kinship organization, and modern capitalist and industrial society, but including the phases of disintegrating kinship society and transition to agrarian capitalism. Tribal or kinship societies are familiar with raiding, but lack the internal stratification which creates the bandit as a figure of social protest and rebellion. However, when such communities, especially those familiar with feuding and raiding such as hunters and pastoralists, develop their own systems of class differentiation, or when they are absorbed into larger economies resting on class conflict, they may supply a disproportionately large number of social bandits, as in the 15th to 18th century Ottoman Empire, where some historians have virtually identified brigandage and herdsmen. The best 19th century examples are the Barbage zone of Sardinia and the Hungarian Kuncsag, the region of the Cumans, one of the last groups of Central Asian pastoral nomads to settle in Europe. In studying such regions it is hard to say at precisely what point the practice of raiding and feuding passes into social banditry, whether in the form of resistance to the rich, to foreign conquerors or oppressors, or to other forces destroying the traditional order of things, all of which may be linked in the minds of bandits, and indeed in reality. However, with luck we may be able to fix the transition chronologically to within 1 or 2 generations, e.g. in the Sardinian highlands to the half-century from the 1880s to the 1930s. At the other end of historic development, modern agrarian systems, both capitalist and post-capitalist, are no longer those of traditional peasant society and cease to produce social bandits except in countries of what has been called settler capitalism, the USA, Australia, Argentina. The country which has given the world Robin Hood, the international paradigm of social banditry, has no record of actual social bandits after, say, the early 17th century, though public opinion continued to find a more or less unsuitable substitute in the idealization of other kinds of criminal, such as highwaymen. In a broader sense, modernization, that is to say the combination of economic development, efficient communications, and public administration, deprives any kind of banditry, including the social, of the conditions under which it flourishes. In Tsarist Russia, for instance, where brigandage was endemic or epidemic over most of the country until the middle of the 18th century, by the end of that century it had disappeared from the immediate neighborhood of towns, and by the middle of the 19th it had, speaking generally, retreated to unsettled and unpacified regions, especially those inhabited by minority peoples. The abolition of serfdom in 1861 marked the end of the long series of government decrees against banditry. The last seems to have been promulgated in 1864. Otherwise social banditry is universally found wherever societies are based on agriculture, including pastoral economies, and consist largely of peasants and landless laborers ruled, oppressed, and exploited by someone else, lords, towns, governments, lawyers, or even banks. It is found in one or other of its 3 main forms, each of which will be discussed in a separate chapter: the noble robber or Robin Hood, the primitive resistance fighter or guerrilla unit of what I shall call the Haydukes, and possibly the terror-bringing avenger. How common such banditry is, cannot be easily discovered. Though the sources give us plenty of examples of bandits, we rarely find estimates for the total numbers active at any one time or quantitative comparisons between the amounts of banditry at different times. We must, of course, distinguish between the normal grassroots outlawry and the regions and historical periods when, for one reason or another, large and lasting armed bands can maintain themselves, or those communities which organize their lives by a regular combination of agrarian pursuits and banditry. For instance, the Roman Catholic, Albanian Murdati, were sadly described by their visiting bishop in 1703 as Digenio Bellicosa, Dididi al-Arapan, alias Assinai, of a warlike disposition and given to robbery and homicide, or the bandit villages in the western Henan Mountains in China. In periods of government breakdown, as in the post-imperial warlord era of China, the numbers could be large. Taking a Japanese estimate for the middle 1920s as a base, one might guess that they amounted to between 0.5% and 0.8% of the total population in Manchuria, between 0.7% and 1% in Henan and Shandong, not counting the 1.5 million soldiers, in all China, largely recruited from, or potential, bandits. But this is quite exceptional. In 1962, after the end of the most murderous phase of political conflict in Colombia, the 6 most disturbed departments of that country contained 161 bands with 2,760 members, police estimates. While this is a larger number than given in earlier editions of the book, it can hardly amount to more than 1 in 1,000 of the total population of the regions affected. 3 Macedonia in the early 20th century supported a distinctly larger number of bands among its population of, say, 1 million, but since these were largely financed and organized by various governments, they also represent far more than the spontaneous banditry to be expected in such an area. Even so, it is doubtful whether there were ever more than 1 or 2,000. 4. Quite clearly the normal amount of banditry was modest. In 19th century Corsica the maximum number of fugitives counted or bandits estimated, for 355 villages, was 600. 200 to 300 is a more likely figure. As late as 1933 there were still supposed to be 100 outlaws on the island, 5 in 1847, a moderately disturbed year. There were, according to the authorities, 600 to 700 active brigands in 50-60 small bands in Calabria, traditionally a region given to banditry. 6 Its total, an overwhelmingly rural population at the time was probably about 1 million. If we guess that bandits form no more than 0.1% of the rural population at the outside, we are almost certainly making an ultra-generous estimate. There are, of course, notable regional variations. They are partly due to geography, partly to technology and administration, partly to social and economic structure. It is a commonplace that brigands flourish in remote and inaccessible areas such as mountains, trackless plains, fenland, forest, or estuaries with their labyrinth of creeks and waterways, and are attracted by trade routes and major highways, where pre-industrial travel is naturally both slow and cumbrous. The construction of good and fast modern roads is often enough to diminish banditry notably. Administrative inefficiency and complication favor it. It is no accident that the Habsburg Empire in the 19th century managed its bandit problem more successfully than the ramshackle and effectively decentralized Turkish Empire, or that frontier regions, better still, regions of multiple frontiers like central Germany or the parts of India divided between the British and numerous princely states, were in perpetual difficulties. The ideal situation for robbery is one in which the local authorities are local men, operating in complex local situations, and where a few miles may put the robber beyond the reach or even the knowledge of one set of authorities and into the territory of another, which does not worry about what happens abroad. Lists of areas peculiarly associated with banditry have been drawn up by historians, e.g. for Russia. 7. Nevertheless, such obvious factors do not account entirely for the marked regional disparities in banditry which are usually found, and which led the Imperial Chinese criminal law, for instance, to establish the distinction between brigand areas, such as the provinces of Sichuan, Henan, Anhui, Hubei, Shaanxi, parts of Jiangsu and Shandong, and others. 8 In the Peruvian departments of Tacna and Moquegua, which were otherwise very suitable, there was no banditry. Why? because, argues a historian of the subject, here there are no landlords, truck masters, or labor contractors, no foremen, no full, absolute or irrevocable lordship over the water supplies. 9 In other words, because peasant discontent was less. Conversely, an area like Bantam in North Java was a permanent center of banditry in the 19th century, but it was also a permanent center of rebellion. Only careful regional study can show why banditry was endemic in some parts, weak in other parts of the same country or region. Likewise, only detailed historical study can account for all its diachronic variations. Still, the following generalizations can be made quite safely. Banditry tended to become epidemic in times of pauperization and economic crisis. The striking increase in Mediterranean brigandage during the late 16th century, to which Fernand Braudel has drawn attention, reflected the striking decline in the peasant's condition of life at this period. The Aharia of Uttar Pradesh, India, always a tribe of hunters, fowlers, and thieves, did not take to highway robbery till the Great Famine of 1833. 10 On a much shorter time scale, banditry in the Sardinian highlands in the 1960s reached its peak each year when the shepherd's rent fell due. These observations are so platitudinous that they need merely be set down on paper to explain themselves. From the historian's point of view, it is more illuminating to distinguish between those crises which signify major historical changes and those which do not, though the distinction will only be grasped slowly and retrospectively by the peasants concerned, if it ever becomes clear to them. All rural societies of the past were accustomed to periodic dearth, harvest failure and other natural crises, and to occasional catastrophes, unpredictable in themselves by the villagers, but likely to occur sooner or later, such as wars, conquests, or the breakdown of the administrative system of which they formed a small and remote part. All such catastrophes were likely to multiply banditry of one kind or another. All were likely to pass away, though political breakdowns and wars were also likely to leave behind bands of marauders or other desperadoes for a considerable period, especially if governments were weak or divided. An efficient modern state like France after the Revolution could liquidate the huge epidemic of non-social brigandage which swept the Rhineland during the 1790s, in a few years. On the other hand, the social disruption of the 30 Years' War left behind in Germany a network of robber bands, some of which persisted for at least another century. Nevertheless, so far as rural society is concerned, things tend to return to normal, including the normally expected amount of social and other banditry, after such traditional disturbances of equilibrium. The situation is rather different when the events which precipitate an epidemic of banditry are not, to use geographical similes, comparable to earthquakes in Japan or floods in the Low Countries, but reflect long-term changes like the advance of glaciers in an ice age, or irreversible ones like soil erosion. In such circumstances, epidemics of banditry represent more than the simple multiplication of able-bodied men who take what they need by arms rather than starve. They may reflect the disruption of an entire society, the rise of new classes and social structures, the resistance of entire communities or peoples against the destruction of its way of life. Or they may reflect, as in the history of China, the exhaustion of the mandate of heaven, the social breakdown which is not due to adventitious forces, but marks the approaching end of a relatively long cycle of history, heralding the fall of one dynasty and the rise of another. Banditry at such times may be the precursor or companion of major social movements such as peasant revolutions. Alternatively, it may itself change by adapting to the new social and political situation, though in doing so it will almost certainly cease to be social banditry. In the typical case of the past 2 centuries, the transition from a pre-capitalist to a capitalist economy, the social transformation may entirely destroy the kind of agrarian society which gives birth to bandits, the kind of peasantry which nourishes them, and in doing so conclude the history of what is the subject of this book. The 19th and 20th centuries have been the great age of social banditry in many parts of the world, just as the 16th to 18th probably were in most parts of Europe. Yet it is now largely extinct, except in a few areas. In Europe it persists on any scale only in the Sardinian highlands, though the aftermath of two bouts of World War and Revolution revived it in several regions. Yet in southern Italy, the classic country of the banditti, it reached its peak only a century ago, in the Great Peasant Rebellion and Guerrilla War of the Brigands, 1861-5. In Spain, the other classic country of bandits, it was familiar to every 19th-century traveler. It still occurs as an expected hazard of tourism in the Edwardian era in Bernard Shaw's Man and Superman. However, it was already drawing to an end there. Francisco Rios, El Pernals, who operated at this time, is the last really legendary brigand of Andalusia. In Greece and the Balkans it is an even more recent memory. In northeast Brazil, where it entered its epidemic phase after 1870, and reached its peak in the first third of the 20th century, it ended in 1940 and has not revived since. There are certainly regions, perhaps mainly in South and East Asia and one or two parts of Latin America, where old-style social banditry may still be found here and there, and it may arise in sub-Saharan Africa on a more significant scale than we have had record of in the past. But on the whole, social banditry is a phenomenon of the past, though often of the very recent past. The modern world has killed it, though it has substituted its own forms of primitive rebellion and crime. What part, if any, do bandits play in these transformations of society? As individuals, they are not so much political or social rebels, let alone revolutionaries, as peasants who refuse to submit, and in doing so stand out from their fellows, or even more simply, men who find themselves excluded from the usual career of their kind, and therefore forced into outlawry and crime. En masse, they are little more than symptoms of crisis and tension in their society, of famine, pestilence, war, or anything else that disrupts it. Banditry itself is therefore not a program for peasant society but a form of self-help to escape it in particular circumstances. Bandits, except for their willingness or capacity to refuse individual submission, have no ideas other than those of the peasantry, or the section of the peasantry, of which they form a part. They are activists and not ideologists or prophets from whom novel visions or plans of social and political organization are to be expected. They are leaders, in so far as tough and self-reliant men often with strong personalities and military talents are likely to play such a role, but even then their function is to hack out the way and not to discover it. Several of the brigand chiefs of southern Italy in the 1860s, such as Crocco and Ninco Nanco, showed gifts of generalship which won the admiration of the officers who fought them, but though the years of the brigands are one of the rare examples of a major peasant rising captained by social banditry, at no stage did the brigand leaders appear to ask their followers to occupy the land, and sometimes they even appeared incapable of conceiving of what would today be called agrarian reform. Insofar as bandits have a program, it is the defense or restoration of the traditional order of things as it should be, which in traditional societies means as it is believed to have been in some real or mythical past. They right wrongs, they correct and avenge cases of injustice, and in doing so apply a more general criterion of just and fair relations between men in general, and especially between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak. This is a modest aim, which leaves the rich to exploit the poor, but no more than is traditionally accepted as fair, the strong to oppress the weak, but within the limits of what is equitable, and mindful of their social and moral duties. It demands not that there should be no more lords, or even that lords should not be expected to take their serfs' women, but only that when they did, they should not shirk the obligation to give their bastards an education. In this sense social bandits are reformers, not revolutionaries. However, reformist or revolutionary, banditry itself does not constitute a social movement. It may be a surrogate for it, as when peasants admire Robin Hoods as their champions, for want of any more positive activity by themselves. It may even be a substitute for it, as when banditry becomes institutionalized among some tough and combative section of the peasantry and actually inhibits the development of other means of struggle. Whether such cases occur has not been clearly established, but there is some evidence that they may. Thus in Peru, the pressure of the peasantry for land reform was, and in 1971 still remained, notably weaker in the departments of Huánuco and Apurimac, where agrarian problems were by no means less acute, but where there was, and is, a very deeply rooted tradition of cattle rustling and brigandage. However, the question awaits serious investigation, like so many other aspects of banditry. Two things may, however, turn this modest, if violent, social objective of bandits, and the peasantry to whom they belong, into genuine revolutionary movements. The first is, when it becomes the symbol, even the spearhead, of resistance by the whole of the traditional order against the forces which disrupt and destroy it. A social revolution is no less revolutionary because it takes place in the name of what the outside world considers reaction against what it considers progress. The bandits of the Kingdom of Naples, like its peasantry, who rose against the Jacobins and the foreigners in the name of Pope, King, and the Holy Faith were revolutionaries, as Pope and King were not. As an unusually sophisticated brigand leader in the 1860s told a captive lawyer, who claimed that he too was for the Bourbons, "You're an educated man and a lawyer, do you really believe we're breaking our bones for Francis II?" 11 They rose not for the reality of the Bourbon kingdom, many of them had indeed helped to overthrow it a few months previously under Garibaldi, but for the ideal of the good old society naturally symbolized by the ideal of the good old church and good old king. Bandits in politics tend to be such revolutionary traditionalists. The second reason why bandits become revolutionaries is inherent in peasant society. Even those who accept exploitation, oppression, and subjection as the norm of human life dream of a world without them, a world of equality, brotherhood, and freedom, a totally new world without evil. Rarely is this more than a dream. Rarely is it more than an apocalyptic expectation, though in many societies the millennial dream persists: the just emperor will one day appear, the queen of the South Seas will one day land, as in the Javanese version of this submerged hope, and all will be changed and perfect. Yet there are moments when the apocalypse seems imminent, when the entire structure of the state and existing society whose total end the apocalypse symbolizes and predicts, actually looks about to collapse in ruins, and the tiny light of hope turns into the light of a possible sunrise. At such moments bandits are also swept away, like everyone else. Are they not blood of the people's blood? Are they not men who, in their own limited way, have shown that the wild life in the greenwood can bring liberty, equality, and fraternity to those who pay the price of homelessness, danger, and almost certain death? The Brazilian Cangaceiro bandit bands have been seriously compared by a modern sociologist to a sort of brotherhood or lay confraternity, and observers were struck by the unparalleled honesty of personal relations within the bands. 12 Do they not, consciously or unconsciously, recognize the superiority of the millennial or revolutionary movement to their own activities? Indeed, nothing is more striking than this subordinate coexistence of banditry with major peasant revolution, of which it thus often serves as a precursor. The area of Andalusia traditionally associated with bandoleros, noble or otherwise, became the area traditionally associated with rural anarchism a decade or two after their decline. The Sertão of northeastern Brazil, which was the classical home of the Cangaceiros, was also that of the Santos, the rural messianic leaders. Both flourished together, but the saints were greater. The great bandit Lampião, in one of the innumerable ballads which celebrate his exploits, swore to be avenged on all, saying, "In this world I'll respect Father Cicero and no one else." 13. And it was, as we shall see, from Father Cicero, the Messiah of Juazeiro, that public opinion derived Lampião's official credentials. Social banditry and millenarianism, the most primitive forms of reform and revolution, go together historically. And when the great apocalyptic moments come, the brigand bands, their numbers swollen by the time of tribulation and expectation, may insensibly turn into something else. They may, as in Java, merge with the vast mobilizations of villagers who abandon field and house to rove the countryside in exalted hope. They may, as in southern Italy in 1861, find themselves expanding into peasant armies. They may, like Krakow in 1860, cease to be bandits and become soldiers of the revolution. When banditry thus merges into a large movement, it becomes part of a force which can and does change society. Since the horizons of social bandits are narrow and circumscribed, like those of the peasantry itself, the results of their interventions into history may not be those they expected. They may be the opposite of what they expected. But this does not make banditry any less of a historical force. And in any case, how many of those who made the great social revolutions of the world foresaw the actual results of their endeavors? 3. Who becomes a bandit? In Bulgaria only shepherds, cowmen and hayduks are free. Pana Yadhitov 1. Banditry is freedom, but in a peasant society few can be free. Most are shackled by the double chains of lordship and labor, the one reinforcing the other. For what makes peasants the victims of authority and coercion is not so much their economic vulnerability, they are indeed as often as not virtually self-sufficient, as their immobility. Their roots are in the land and the homestead, and there they must stay like trees, or rather like sea anemones or other sessile aquatic animals which settle down after a phase of youthful mobility. Once a man is married and on his holding, he is tied. The fields must be sown and harvested, even peasant rebellions must stop for the getting in of crops. The fences cannot be left too long unmended. Wife and children anchor a man to an identifiable spot. Only catastrophe, the approach of the millennium, or the grave decision to emigrate, can interrupt the fixed cycle of farming life, but even the emigrant must soon settle down again on some other holding, unless he ceases to be a peasant. The peasant's back is bent socially, because it must generally be bent in physical labor on his field. This seriously limits the recruitment of bandits. It does not make it impossible for an adult peasant to turn bandit, but nevertheless it is very difficult, all the more so as the annual cycle of robbery follows the same rhythm as that of agriculture, being at its height in spring and summer, in recess during the bare and snowy seasons. However, communities for whom raiding provides a regular part of their income must combine it with agriculture or pastoralism, and hence their banditry occurs during the off-season, as with the tribal Chuars off Midnapur Bengal in the early 19th century, or else it is carried out by special raiding parties, who leave behind enough people to carry out the agricultural work. If we want to understand the social composition of banditry, we must therefore look primarily at the mobile margin of peasant society. The first and probably the most important source of bandits is in those forms of rural economy or rural environment which have relatively small labor demands, or which are too poor to employ all their able-bodied men, in other words, in the rural surplus population. Pastoral economies and areas of mountain and poor soil, which often go together, provide a permanent surplus of this kind, which tends to develop its own institutionalized outlets in traditional societies, seasonal emigration, as from the Alps or the Kabyle Mountains in Algeria, the supply of soldiers, as in Switzerland, Albania, Corsica, and Nepal, raiding or banditry. Minifundism, i.e. the prevalence of holdings too small to maintain a family, may have the same effect. So, for even more obvious reasons, may landlessness. The rural proletarian, unemployed for a large part of the year, is mobilizable as the peasant is not. Of the 328 brigands, or rather, rural insurgents and guerrillas, whose cases were up for review in 1863 by the Court of Appeal in Catanzaro, Calabria, Italy, 201 were described as farmhands or day laborers, only 51 as peasants, 4 as farmers, 24 as artisans. It is obvious that in such environments there are not only plenty of men who can cut loose, at least for a period, from the rural economy, but who must look for other sources of income. Nothing is more natural than that some of them should become bandits, or that mountain and pastoral regions in particular should be the classical zones for such outlawry. Even so, not everyone in such regions is equally likely to become an outlaw. However, there are always groups whose social position gives them the necessary freedom of action. The most important of them is the age group of male youth between puberty and marriage, i.e. before the weight of full family responsibilities has begun to bend men's backs. I am told that in countries which permit easy unilateral divorce, the time between the casting off of one wife and remarriage may be another such episode of relative freedom, but, as with the analogous situation of widowers, this can only be so where there are no small children to be looked after, or where kinsfolk can be got to take care of them. Even in peasant societies, youth is a phase of independence and potential rebellion. Young men, often united in formal or informal age bands, can move from job to job, fight and rove. The Zigany Legeny, poor lads, of the Hungarian plains were such potential brigands, harmless enough in isolation, though not disinclined to rustle a head of horse or two, but when united in bands of 20 to 30 with their headquarters in some secluded spot, easily passing over into banditry. The vast majority of Chinese bandit recruits were young men because the short period before they assumed the burdens of marriage and family was the time when they were freer than they had ever been or ever would be again. Hence also 30 was the crucial age when bandits were urged to leave the trade and settle down, and non-bandits who had failed to marry and settle down had little option but living on the margins of society. 3 One might add that their number was swollen by the selective infanticide of girl babies which might, as in some Chinese regions, produce a 20% surplus of males over females. At all events there is no doubt whatever that the typical bandit was a young man and his equivalent, e.g. the Colombian guerrillas of the 1990s, almost all between 15 and 30, still is. 4 2/3 of the bandits in the Basilicata of the 1860s were under 25 years old. 49 out of 59 bandits in Lambayeque, Peru, were bachelors. 5 Diego Corrientes, the classical bandit legend of Andalusia, died at 24, Jano Sik, his Slovak equivalent, at 25, Lampayo, the great cangaceiro of the Brazilian Northeast, started his career between the ages of 17 and 20, the real-life Don Jose of Carmen at the age of 18. The average age of Manchurian bandit chiefs in the 1920s was 25 to 26 years. Writers can be good observers. Slim Mehmed, the hero of a Turkish bandit novel, went into the Taurus Mountains as a teenager. The second most important source of free men are those who, for one reason or another, are not integrated into rural society and are therefore also forced into marginality or outlawry. The bands of Razboiniki, bandits, who flourished in the trackless and thinly populated spaces of old Russia were composed of such marginal men, often migrants making for the open spaces of the south and east, where lordship, serfdom, and government had not yet arrived, in search of what was later to become the consciously revolutionary prospect of Zemlya I Volya, land and freedom. Some of them did not get there at all, and they all had to live while moving along. So the escaped serfs, ruined freemen, runaways from state or seigneurial factories, from jail, seminary, army, or navy, men with no determined place in society such as priests' sons, formed or joined brigand bands, which might merge with the raiding of former frontier communities of free peasants such as the Cossacks and national or tribal minorities. For Cossacks, see Chapter 8 below. Among such marginals, soldiers, deserters, and ex-servicemen played a significant part. There was good reason for the Tsar to conscript his soldiers for life, or what amounted to life, so that their kinsfolk read the funeral service over them as they bade them farewell at the end of the village. Men who come back from afar, masterless and landless, are a danger to the stability of the social hierarchy. Ex-servicemen like deserters are natural material for banditry. Time and again the leaders of the brigands in southern Italy after 1860 are described as ex-soldier of the Bourbon army or landless laborer, ex-soldier. Indeed, in some areas this transformation was normal. Why, asked a progressive Bolivian in 1929, do the ex-servicemen who return to their settlements among the Aymara Indians not act as educators and agents of civilization instead of turning into loafers and degenerates who become leaders of the bandits of this region? 6. The question was just, but rhetorical. Ex-servicemen can act as leaders, educators, and village cotters, and all socially revolutionary regimes use their armies as training schools for this purpose, but who would have really expected this in feudal Bolivia? Few except returned ex-soldiers are entirely if temporarily outside the village economy, though still part of peasant society, as gypsies, and other Veronsvolk or vagrants normally are not. However, the rural economy provides for a number of jobs which are outside the common routine of labor and the immediate range of social control, whether by the rulers or the public opinion of the ruled. There are, once again, the herdsmen, alone or with others of their kind, a special, sometimes a secret group, on the high pastures during the season of summer pasture, or roving as semi-nomads across the wide plains. There are the armed men and field guards, whose job is not to labor, the drovers, carters and smugglers, bards and others of the kind. They are not watched, but rather watchers themselves. Indeed, as often as not the mountains provide their common world, into which landlords and plough men do not enter, and where men do not talk much about what they see and do. Here bandits meet shepherds, and shepherds consider whether to become bandits. The sources of potential bandits we have considered so far are all collectives, that is to say social categories of men, any one of whom is more likely to become a bandit than any one of the members of some other category. They are clearly very important. For instance, they enable us to make brief, approximate, but not fundamentally misleading generalizations such as, the characteristic bandit unit in a highland area is likely to consist of young herdsmen, landless laborers, and ex-soldiers, and unlikely to contain married men with children or artisans. Such formulae do not exhaust the question, but they do cover a surprisingly large part of the field. For instance, of the South Italian band leaders in the 1860s, those for whom we have occupational descriptions include 28 shepherds, cowherds, ex-servicemen, landless laborers and field guards, or combinations of these occupations, and only 5 others. 7 However, it must be noted that bandit leaders, as distinct from the other ranks, are more likely to come from among these others, that is to say from strata of rural society above the proletarian and property-less. Nevertheless, there is another category of potential bandits, in some ways the most important, membership of which is, as it were, individual and voluntary, though it may well overlap with the others. This consists of the men who are unwilling to accept the meek and passive social role of the subject peasant, the stiff-necked and recalcitrant, the individual rebels. They are, in the classic familiar peasant phrase, the men who make themselves respected. There may not be many of them in ordinary peasant society, but there are always some. These are the men who, when faced with some act of injustice or persecution, do not yield meekly to force or social superiority, but take the path of resistance and outlawry. For we must remember that, if resistance to such acts of oppression is the characteristic start of a noble robber's career, for every resistor there must be scores who accept injustice. A Pancho Villa who claims to defend the honor of a raped sister is the exception in societies in which lords and their henchmen do as they will with peasant girls. These are the men who establish their right to be respected against all comers, including other peasants, by standing up and fighting, and in so doing automatically usurp the social role of their betters who, as in the classic medieval ranking system, have the monopoly of fighting. They may be the toughs, who advertise their toughness by their swagger, their carrying of arms, sticks or clubs, even when peasants are not supposed to go armed, by the casual and rakish costume and manner which symbolize toughness. The bear stick of the old Chinese village, commonly translated as village bully by old China hands, wore his pigtail loose, its end coiled round head and neck, his shoes deliberately down at heel, his leggings open to allow the expensive lining to show. He was often said to provoke the magistrate out of sheer bravado. 8 The vaquero, or cowpuncher, outfit of the Mexican herd riders, which has become the classic cowboy costume of the westerns, and the more or less equivalent styles of gauchos and llaneros on the South American plains, Bitayars on the Hungarian puszta, majos and flamencos in Spain, are examples of similar symbols of unsubmissiveness in the Western world. Such symbolism reached perhaps its most elaborate expression in the gold and steel festooned costume of the Balkan hajduk or kleft. For, as in all traditional and slow-changing societies, even the loose group of the nonconformist poor becomes formalized and recognized by outward signs. The rural tough's outfit is a code which reads, "This man is not tame." Those who make themselves respected do not automatically become bandits, or at least not social bandits. They may fight their way out of the peasant's lot by becoming village guards, lords' retainers, or soldiers, which means official bandits of various kinds. They may look after themselves and become a strong-arm rural bourgeoisie, like the mafiosi of Sicily. They may also become the kind of outlaws about whom men sing ballads, champions, heroes, and avengers. Theirs is an individual rebellion, which is socially and politically undetermined, and which under normal, i.e. non-revolutionary, conditions is not a vanguard of mass revolt, but rather the product and counterpart of the general passivity of the poor. They are the exception which proves the rule. These categories more or less exhaust the sources which supply peasant bandits. However, we must briefly consider two other reservoirs of rural violence and robbery, which are sometimes rightly, but in most cases quite mistakenly, confused with peasant banditry, robber barons and criminals. It stands to reason that impoverished country gentlemen provide an endless supply of toughs. Arms are their privilege, fighting their vocation and the basis of their system of values. A good deal of this violence is institutionalized in such pursuits as hunting, the defense of personal and family honor by duels and vengeance and such like, or channeled by careful governments into politically useful or at least harmless outlets such as military service and colonial adventure. Dumas's musketeers, the products of that well-known nursery of impecunious gentlemen, Gascony, were plainly little more than officially licensed bullies with a pedigree, analogous to the peasant or shepherd roughnecks hired as guards by Italian or Iberian latifundists. So were many of the Spanish conquistadores. There are, however, situations in which such pauper squires become actual outlaws and robbers, see chapter 7 below. We may guess that the outlaw gentleman is most likely to enter the realm of popular myth and ballad, a. when he can form part of a general movement of resistance by some archaic society against outsiders or foreign conquest, or, b. when there is only a feeble tradition of active peasant rebellion against seigneurial injustice. He is least likely to enter it where the element of class struggle is most pronounced, though of course in countries with a high proportion of gentlemen, such as Poland, Hungary, and Spain, where they formed perhaps 10% of the total population, they provided a large public for ballads and romances about themselves. There is an even sharper division between peasant bandits and the criminal underworld of urban or vagrant elements, which existed in the interstices of rural society but clearly did not belong to it. In traditional societies, criminals are almost by definition outsiders, who form their own separate society, if not actually an anti-society of the bent which mirrors that of the straight. They normally speak their own special language, argot, cant, callo, rote Welsh. Their associations are with other outcast occupations or communities, like the gypsies, who supplied so much of the argot of the French and Spanish underworld, the Jews who provided even more vocabulary to the German. The bulk of peasant bandits speak no kind of argot, but simply a version of the local peasant dialect. They are nonconformists, or rather anti-conformists in practice and by ideology, on the devil's side rather than God's, or if religious, then on the side of heresy against orthodoxy. In the 17th century, Christian villains in Germany petitioned to join the religious services of the Jews in jail, and there is quite strong evidence, echoed in Schiller's play The Robbers, that 18th century German bands provided a refuge for libertinist or antinomian sectarians, such as survivors of Central German Anabaptism. 10 Peasant bandits are in no sense heterodox, but share the value system of ordinary peasants, including their piety, and their suspicion of outgroups. Thus, except in the Balkans, most Central and East European social bandits were anti-Semitic. Where bands of criminal robbers roam the countryside, as in parts of Central Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries, or in India, they can therefore normally be distinguished from social bandits both by their composition and their mode of operation. They are likely to consist of members of criminal tribes and castes, or individuals from outcast groups. Thus the Krefeld and Neuss gang of the 1790s, like Kiel's gang, was composed largely of knife grinders, while in Hesse-Waldeck there was a gang composed mainly of rag and bone men. About half of the Salem beer gang which made the Pas-de-Calais unsafe in the same period were hawkers, dealers in second-hand goods, fairground people, and the like. The formidable Low Countries gang, with most of its various subunits, was largely Jewish. And so on. Criminal vocations were often hereditary. The Bavarian woman robber Schittinger had a family tradition of 200 years to look back upon, and more than 20 of her kin, including her father and sister, were in jail or had been executed. 11 It is not surprising that they did not seek the sympathy of the peasantry, since they, like all the straight people, were their enemies, oppressors, and victims. Criminal bands thus lacked the local roots of social bandits or at least concealed them, but at the same time they were not confined by the limits of the territory beyond which social bandits could rarely venture in safety. They formed part of large, if loose, networks of an underworld which might stretch over half a continent, and would certainly extend into the cities which were terra incognita for peasant bandits who feared and hated them. For vagrants, nomads, criminals, and their like, the kind of area within which most social bandits lived out their lives was merely a location for so many markets or fairs a year, a place for occasional raids, or at most, for instance, if strategically placed near several frontiers, a suitable headquarters for wider operations. Nevertheless, criminal robbers cannot be simply excluded from the study of social banditry. In the first place, where for one reason or another social banditry did not flourish or had died out, suitable criminal robbers might well be idealized and given the attributes of Robin Hood, especially when they concentrated on holding up merchants, rich travelers, and others who enjoyed no great sympathy among the poor. Thus in 18th century France, England, and Germany celebrated underworld characters like Dick Turpin, Cartouche and Skinderhands substituted for the genuine Robin Hoods who had disappeared from these countries by that time. In the second place, involuntary outcasts from the peasantry, such as the ex-soldiers, deserters, and marauders who abounded in periods of disorder, war or its aftermath, provided a link between social and antisocial banditry. Such men would have fitted easily into social bands, but attached themselves with equal ease to the others, bringing to them some of the values and assumptions of their native environment. In the third place, old established and permanent pre-industrial empires had long developed a double underworld, not only that of the outcast, but also that of unofficial mutual defense and opposition, as typified by the great and long-lasting secret societies of Imperial China or Vietnam, or perhaps by bodies like the Sicilian Mafia. Such unofficial political systems and networks, which are still very poorly understood and known, might reach out to all who were outside and against the official structure of power, including both social bandits and the outsider groups. They might, for instance, provide both with the alliances and resources which, under certain circumstances, turned banditry into a nucleus of effective political rebellion. However, though in practice social banditry cannot always be clearly separated from other kinds of banditry, this does not affect the fundamental analysis of the social bandit as a special type of peasant protest and rebellion. This is what forms the main subject of the present book. 4. The Noble Robber. On that night the moon was dim and the light of the stars filled the sky. They had gone but a little more than 3 miles when they saw the crowd of carts, and upon the banners over them was written clearly the grain of the righteous and loyal robber's lair. The Shui Hu's Wan. Wicked, a man who kills Christians without a deep reason. From a word association test given to the famous Calabrian bandit Musolino II. Robin Hood, the noble robber, is the most famous and universally popular type of bandit, the most common hero of ballad and song in theory, though scarcely in practice. There is no mystery in this disproportion between legend and fact, any more than there is in the divergence between the realities of medieval knighthood and the dream of chivalry. Robin Hood is what all peasant bandits should be, but in the nature of things, few of them have the idealism, the unselfishness, or the social consciousness to live up to their role, and perhaps even fewer can afford to. Still, the rare ones who live up to expectations or seem to, and genuine Robin Hoods have been known, enjoy the veneration due to heroes, even to saints. Diego Corrientes, 1757–81, the noble robber of Andalusia, was, according to popular opinion, similar to Christ. He was betrayed, delivered to Seville on a Sunday, tried on a Friday in March, and yet had killed nobody. 3 The real Juro Jano Sikh, 1688–1713, was, like most social bandits, a provincial robber in some lost corner of the Carpathians whose existence would barely attract the attention of the authorities in the capital. But literally hundreds of songs about him survive to the present day. On the other hand, such is the need for heroes and champions, that if there are no real ones, unsuitable candidates are pressed into service. In real life most Robin Hoods were far from noble. It is therefore as well to begin with the image of the noble robber, which defines both his social role and his relationship with the common peasants. His role is that of the champion, the righter of wrongs, the bringer of justice and social equity. His relation with the peasants is that of total solidarity and identity. The image reflects both. It may be summarized in 9 points. First, the noble robber begins his career of outlawry not by crime, but as the victim of injustice, or through being persecuted by the authorities for some act which they, but not the custom of his people, consider as criminal. Second, he rights wrongs. Third, he takes from the rich to give to the poor. Fourth, he never kills but in self-defense or just revenge. Fifth, if he survives, he returns to his people as an honorable citizen and member of the community. Indeed, he never actually leaves the community. Sixth, he is admired, helped, and supported by his people. Seventh, he dies invariably and only through treason, since no decent member of the community would help the authorities against him. Eighth, he is, at least in theory, invisible and invulnerable. Ninth, he is not the enemy of the king or emperor, who is the fount of justice, but only of the local gentry, clergy or other oppressors. Indeed, the facts largely confirm the image, insofar as it represents reality and not wish fulfillment. Social bandits do, in the great majority of recorded cases, begin their career with some non-criminal dispute, affair of honor, or as victims of what they and their neighbors feel to be injustice, which may be no more than the automatic consequence of a dispute between one of the poor and one of the rich and influential. Angelo Duca or Angiolillo, 1760–84, a Neapolitan bandit of the 18th century, became an outlaw over some dispute about strayed cattle with a field guard of the Duke of Martina, Pancho Villa in Mexico, revenging the honor of his sister against a landowner, Labareda, like practically all Brazilian cangaceiros, over an affair of family honor. Giuliano, as a young smuggler, as honorable a trade as any in the mountains, for resisting a revenue man whom he was too poor to bribe. And so on. And indeed it is essential for the Robin Hood to start in this way, for if he were to be a real criminal, by the moral standards of his community, how could he enjoy its unqualified support? To begin as the victim of injustice is to be imbued with the need to right at least one wrong, the bandit's own. It is natural enough that real bandits often demonstrate that savage spirit of justice which observers noted in José María el Tempranillo, the original Don José of Carmen, who operated in the Andalusian hills. In the legend, this righting of wrongs often takes the form of a literal transfer of wealth. Jesse James, 1847–82, is supposed to have lent a poor widow $800 to meet her debt to a banker, then to have held up the banker and taken the money back, an improbable story from all we know of the James brothers. In extreme cases, as in Schiller's drama The Robbers, the noble bandit offers his own life in exchange for justice for some poor man. Just so in real life, or was it in contemporary legend? Selim Khan, the Robin Hood of early 20th century Dagestan, cornered in a mountain cave, sent word through a shepherd to the opposing commander. Go tell the chief of the district that I shall give myself up to him when he shows me a telegram on a paper from the Tsar saying he will withdraw all fines imposed on innocents, and furthermore that a free pardon will be issued to all detained and exiled on account of me. But if not, Then tell Prince Karaflub that this very night, before midnight, I shall escape from this cave, in spite of everything and everyone. Till then I await his answer. In practice, rough justice is more likely to take the form of vengeance and retribution. Zalim Khan, to quote him again, wrote to a Muslim officer, a certain Donugayev. Take note that I kill the representatives of authority because they have illegally exiled my poor people to Siberia. When Col. Popov was head of Grozny district, there was an uprising, and the representatives of authority and the army felt they had to assert themselves by massacring several poor unfortunates. When I heard this, I assembled my band and looted a train at Kutty Yurt. There I killed Russians for vengeance. For whatever the actual practice, there is no doubt that the bandit is considered an agent of justice, indeed a restorer of morality, and often considers himself as such. Whether he takes from the rich to give to the poor is a much debated question, though it is evident that he cannot afford to take from the local poor if he is to retain their support against the authorities. There is no question that noble bandits have the reputation of redistributing wealth. Banditry in Lambayeque has always been distinguished, writes Colonel of the Guardia Civil Victor Zapata, by its gallantry, valor, finesse, and the disinterestedness of the brigands. Neither bloodthirsty nor cruel, these used, in most cases, to distribute their booty among the poor and hungry, thus showing that they were not lost to feelings of charity and had not hardened their hearts. 5. The distinction between bandits who have this reputation and those who have not is very clear in the mind of the local population, including, as the above quotation suggests, the police itself. There is also no question that some bandits do sometimes give to the poor, whether in the form of individual beneficence or indiscriminate largesse. Pancho Villa distributed the proceeds of his first major coup as follows: 5,000 pesos to his mother, 4,000 to the families of relatives, and I bought a tailor's shop for a man named Antonio Ratana who had very poor eyesight and a large and needy family. I hired a man to run it and gave him the same amount of money. And so it went on. By the end of 8 or 10 months all that I had left of the 50,000 pesos went to help people in need. 6. On the other hand, Luis Pardo, the Robin Hood of Peruvian banditry, 1874 to 1909, seems to have preferred scattering handfuls of silver among the crowds at fiestas, as in his native town of Chiquian, or sheets, soap, biscuits, tins of food, candles, etc., bought in the local shops, as in Lacla. 7. No doubt, many bandits may have gained their reputation for generosity simply through paying generously for the services, food, and shelter of the local population. This, at least, is the view of Esteban Montejo, an unromantic ancient Cuban disinclined to sentimentalize the bandits of his youth. 8. Still, even he admits that when they robbed a good big sum, they went and shared it out. Naturally, in pre-industrial societies, liberality and charity are a moral obligation for the good man of power and wealth. Sometimes, as among the dacoits of India, they are formally institutionalized. The Badhuks, most famous of robber communities in northern India, set aside 4,500 rupees out of a haul of 40,000 for sacrifice to the gods and charity. The Minas were celebrated for their charity. 9. Conversely, there are no ballads about the rather insolvent bandits of Pyra, a fact which the student of Peruvian banditry explains by their being too poor to distribute their loot to the other poor. In other words, taking from the rich and giving to the poor is a familiar and established custom, or at least an ideal moral obligation, whether in the greenwood of Sherwood Forest or in the American Southwest of Billy the Kid who, the story goes, was good to Mexicans. He was like Robin Hood. He'd steal from white people and give it to the Mexicans, so they thought he was all right. 10. Brishan. Dick Turpin as he concealed himself in a cave in Epping Forest. Engraving by J. Smith, 1739. Robin Hood transformed I, a ballad sheet probably dating from the last third of the 17th century. Robin Hood transformed 2, the great outlaw portrayed in c. 1700. Robin Hood transformed 3, chapbook published in 1769. Hood and his mother, entertained by Squire Gamwell at Gamwell Hall, has been absorbed by 18th century England. Robin Hood transformed for Errol Flynn in the role of the noble outlaw, as assimilated by Hollywood. France and Germany. Louis Dominique Cartouche, born Paris, 1693, executed 1721, the most famous French gangster of his time, much celebrated in popular literature and iconography. Skinderhands, J. Buckler 1783-1803, a criminal robber who acquired the halo of social bandit among the Rhineland peasantry, shown robbing a Jew. The execution of Johannes Buckler, alias Skinderhands, from a German popular biography. Note the traditional dying declaration pose. The Bandit in High Literature. Title page of the first edition of Schiller's drama The Robbers. Modern Corsican Bandits. En Romanity, 1884-1926, of Visanova, successor of Bellicosia as leading bandit of the island, who was killed fighting. Photographed with his elegant son, right. Top right, an earlier bandit wearing traditional stocking cap, Phrygian bonnet. Spain and Italy. The Bandolero Romanticist by John Haynes Williams, 1836-1908, whose every picture told a Victorian story, often about Spanish bandits and bullfighters. Sicilian theatre puppets, on the right, the famous bandit Pascal Bruno, subject of a novel by Dumas Sr. Bandits supplemented the paladins of France in the puppet repertoire of the 19th century, but fell out of favor in the mid-20th century. Popular view of banditry in Catalonia. Ex voto from Ripoll, Girona province, showing the habitual armed men in the habitual mountains. Moderation in the use of violence is an equally important part of the Robin Hood image. He robs the rich, helps the poor and kills nobody, ran the phrase about Diego Corrientes of Andalusia. Chao Kai, one of the bandit leaders in the classic Chinese water margin novel, asks after a raid, was no man killed, and when told that nobody was hurt, Chao Kai, hearing this, was mightily pleased and said, "From this day on we are not to injure people." 11 Melnikov, an ex-Cossack operating near Orenburg, killed but rarely. The Catalan brigands of the 16th and 17th centuries, at least in the ballads, must kill only in defense of their honor. Even Jesse James and Billy the Kid were required by their legend to kill only in self-defense or for other just causes. This abstention from wanton violence is all the more astonishing, since the sort of environment in which bandits operate is often one in which all men go armed, where killing is normal, and where in any case the safest maxim is to shoot first and ask questions later. In any case, it is hard to suppose that any of their contemporaries who knew them seriously believed that the James brothers or Billy the Kid thought twice about killing anyone in their way. Whether any real bandit was ever in a position to live consistently up to this moral requirement of his status is therefore very doubtful. Whether he was ever really expected to, is also by no means clear, for though the moral imperatives of a peasant society are sharp and defined, men used to poverty and helplessness usually make an equally sharp distinction between those commandments which are genuinely binding in virtually all circumstances, e.g. not talking to the police, and those which, from necessity or destitution, can be dispensed with. And yet, the very familiarity of killing and violence makes men extremely sensitive to moral distinctions which escape more pacific societies. There is just or legitimate killing and unjust, unnecessary, and wanton murder. There are honorable and shameful acts. This distinction applies both to the judgment of those who are the potential victims of armed violence, the peaceable submissive peasantry, and to the fighters themselves, whose code may well be a rough chivalry, which frowns on the killing of the helpless, and even on the unfair attacks on recognized and open adversaries such as the local police, with whom the bandit may be linked in mutual respect. The rules which apply to outsiders are rather different. Whatever the definition of just killing, the noble bandit must at least seek to remain within it, and it is probable that the true social bandit does. We shall have occasion later to consider the type of bandit to whom this limitation does not apply. Since the social bandit is not a criminal, he has no difficulty in rejoining his community as a respected member when he ceases to be an outlaw. The documents are unanimous on this point. Indeed, he may never actually leave it. In most cases he is likely to operate within the territory of his village or kinsfolk, being maintained by them as a matter of family duty as well as common sense, for if they did not feed him, would he not be obliged to become a common robber? The point is made with equal conviction by a Habsburg student of Bosnia and a Corsican official of the French Republic: better to feed them than that they should steal. 14 In remote and inaccessible areas, where the agents of authority enter only on occasional forays, the bandit may actually live in the village, unless word should come that the police are on the way, thus in the wilds of Calabria or Sicily. Indeed, in the real back country, where law and government leave only the faintest trace, the bandit may be not only tolerated and protected, but a leading member of the community, as often in the Balkans. Consider the case of a certain Kota Christoph of Rulia, in the depths of late 19th century Macedonia. He was the most feared band leader of the region, but at the same time the recognized leading citizen of his village, its headman, shopkeeper, innkeeper, and jack of all trades. On behalf of his village he resisted the local, mostly Albanian, landowners and defied the Turkish officials who came to requisition food for soldiers and gendarmes, with whom he always passed the time of day and who never attempted to disturb him. A devout Christian, he knelt before the shrine at the Byzantine monastery of the Holy Trinity after every one of his exploits, and deplored the wanton killing of Christians, though not, we may suppose, Albanians of any religion. Kota was unquestionably not a simple robber, and though extremely shaky by modern ideological standards, he fought first for the Turks, then for the internal Macedonian revolutionary organization, later still for the Greeks, a systematic defender of his people's rights against injustice and oppression. Moreover, he seems to have made a clear distinction between permissible and impermissible attacks, which may reflect either a sense of justice or of local politics. At all events he expelled 2 of his band for killing a certain Abdin Bey, though he had himself dispatched a number of other local tyrants. The only reason why such a man cannot be simply classified as a social bandit is that in the political conditions of Turkish Macedonia, he was hardly an outlaw at all, at least for most of the time. Where the bonds of government and lordship were loose, Robin Hood was a recognized community leader. It is only natural that the people's champion should not only be, by local standards, honest and respectable, but entirely admirable. As we have seen, the Robin Hood image insists on morally positive actions such as robbing the rich and not killing too much, but more than this, it insists on the standard attributes of the morally approved citizen. Peasant societies make very clear distinctions between the social bandits who deserve, or are believed to deserve, such approval, and those who, though sometimes celebrated, feared, and even admired, do not. Several languages indeed have separate words for these different types of robbers. There are plenty of ballads which end with the famous robber confessing his sins on his deathbed, or atoning for his awful deeds, like the Hajduk Voivode Inj, whom the earth vomited forth 3 times before he found rest in his grave when a dead dog was placed in it with him. 16 That is not the fate of the noble robber, for he has committed no sin. On the contrary, the people pray for his safety, like the women of San Stefano in Aspromonte, Calabria, for the great Musolino. 17 Musolino is innocent. They have condemned him unjustly. O Madonna, O Saint Joseph! Let him always be under your protection. O Jesus, O my Madonna! Keep him from all harm. Now and forever, so let it be. For the noble bandit is good. To take a case where reality and image are in some conflict, Jesse James was supposed never to have robbed preachers, widows, orphans or ex-Confederates. What is more, he was supposed to have been a devout Baptist who taught in a church singing school. The dirt farmers of Missouri could hardly go further in establishing his moral bona fides. Indeed, the good bandit can, after death, acquire the most ultimate moral standing, that of the intermediary between humans and divinity. A substantial number of the cults formed round the graves of gaucho toughs have been found in Argentina, mostly former fighters in the political civil wars of the 19th century turned brigands, their miracle-working graves often bearing the colors of their party. A man of this sort would naturally be helped by one and all, and since nobody would help the law against him, and he would be virtually beyond discovery by clumsy soldiers and gendarmes in the country he knew so well, only treason could lead to his capture. As the Spanish ballad has it, 2,000 escudos of silver they will give for his head alone. Many would win the prize, but nobody can succeed. Only a comrade could point 18. In practice as well as in theory, bandits perish by treason, though the police may claim the credit, as with Giuliano. There is even a Corsican proverb about this: killed after death, like a bandit by the police. The ballads and tales are full of these execrated traitors, from the time of Robin Hood himself to the 20th century, Robert Ford, who betrayed Jesse James, Pat Garrett, the Judas of Billy the Kid, or Jim Murphy who gave away Sam Bass. Oh, what a scorching Jim will get when Gabriel blows his horn. But so are the documented stories of the death of bandits. Oleksy Dowbus, the Carpathian bandit of the 18th century, did not die through the betrayal of his mistress Ertika, as the songs have it, but was killed by the peasant Stepan Jvinka, whom he had aided, shot in the back. Salvatore Giuliano was betrayed, and so were Angiolillo and Diego Corrientes. For how else could such men die? Were they not invisible and invulnerable? People's bandits are always believed to be, probably unlike other desperados, and the belief reflects their identification with the peasantry. They are always going about the countryside in impenetrable disguises, or in the dress of an ordinary man, unrecognized by the forces of authority until they reveal themselves. For since nobody will give them away and they are indistinguishable from common men, they are as good as invisible. The anecdotes merely give a symbolic expression to this relationship. Their invulnerability seems to be a somewhat more complex phenomenon. To some extent it also reflects the security which bandits have among their people and on their own ground. To some extent it expresses the wish that the people's champion cannot be defeated, the same sort of wish that produces the perennial myths of the good king, and the good bandit, who has not really died, but will come back one day to restore justice. Refusal to believe in a robber's death is a certain criterion of his nobility. Thus Sergeant Romano was not really killed, but may still be seen roaming the countryside secretly and in solitude. Pernals, one of several Andalusian bandits about whom such stories are told, really got away to Mexico, Jesse James to California. For the bandit's defeat and death is the defeat of his people, and what is worse, of hope. Men can live without justice, and generally must, but they cannot live without hope. However, the bandit's invulnerability is not only symbolic. It is almost invariably due to magic, which reflects the beneficent interest of the divinities in his affairs. South Italian brigands had amulets blessed by pope or king, and regarded themselves as being under the protection of the Virgin. Those of southern Peru appealed to Our Lady of Lurin, those of northeastern Brazil to the local holy men. In certain societies with strongly institutionalized brigandage, such as South and Southeast Asia, the magical element is even more highly developed and its significance is perhaps clearer. Thus the traditional Javanese Rampok band is essentially a group formation of a magical, mystical nature, and its members are united, in addition to other bonds, by the ilmo, elmuo, a magical charm which may consist of a word, an amulet, an adage, but sometimes simply personal conviction, and which is in turn acquired by spiritual exercises, meditation, and the like, by gift or purchase, or which comes to a man at birth, designating him for his vocation. It is this which makes robbers invisible and invulnerable, paralyzes their victims or sends them to sleep, and allows them to fix, by divination, the place, day and hour of their exploits, but also forbids them to vary the plan once it has been divinely determined. The interesting point about this Indonesian bandit magic is that it can under certain circumstances be generalized. At moments of high millennial excitement, when the masses themselves rise in expectation, they also believe themselves to be magically invulnerable. Magic therefore may express the spiritual legitimacy of the bandit's action, the function of leadership in the band, the compelling force of the cause. but perhaps it may also be seen as a sort of double insurance policy, one which supplements human skill, but which also explains human failure. For if the omens have been read wrongly, or one or other of the magical conditions have not been fulfilled, the defeat of the invulnerable hero does not imply the defeat of the ideal which he represents. And, alas, the poor and weak know that their champions and defenders are not really invulnerable. They may always rise again, but they will also be defeated and killed. Finally, since the noble robber is just, he cannot be in real conflict with the fount of justice, whether divine or human. There are a number of versions of the story of conflict and reconciliation between bandit and king. The Robin Hood cycle alone contains several. The king, on the advice of evil counselors such as the Sheriff of Nottingham, pursues the noble outlaw. They fight, but the king cannot vanquish him. They meet and the ruler, who naturally recognizes the outlaw's virtue, allows him to continue his good work, or even takes him into his own service. The symbolic meaning of these anecdotes is clear. It is less evident that, if not actually true, they may still rest on experiences which make them plausible enough to people in the kind of environments in which banditry abounds. Where the state is remote, ineffective, and weak, it will indeed be tempted to come to terms with any local power group it cannot defeat. If robbers are successful enough, they have to be conciliated just like any other center of armed force. Every person who lives in times when banditry has got out of hand knows that local officials have to establish a working relationship with robber chiefs, just as every citizen of New York knows that the police has such relationships with the mobs, see below p. 96. It is neither incredible nor unprecedented that famous bandits should be pardoned and given official posts by the king, e.g. El Tempranillo, Don Jose, in Andalusia. Nor is it incredible that Robin Hoods, whose ideology is precisely the same as that of the surrounding peasantry, should think of themselves as loyal and righteous. The only difficulty is that the closer a bandit comes to the people's ideal of a noble robber, i.e. to being the socially conscious champion of the rights of the poor, the less likely is it that the authorities will open their arms to him. They are much more apt to treat him as a social revolutionary and hunt him down. This should normally take them not more than 2 or 3 years, the average span of a Robin Hood's career, unless he operates in some very remote region or enjoys a very great deal of political protection. For if the authorities really bring in enough troops, the effect of which is not so much to frighten the bandit but to make the life of the peasants who support him miserable, and if a sufficiently large reward is offered, then his days are counted. Only modern, organized guerrilla war can resist under such conditions, but Robin Hoods are very far from modern guerrillas, partly because they operate as leaders of small bands, helpless outside their native territory, partly because they are organizationally and ideologically too archaic. Indeed, they are not even social or any kind of revolutionaries, though the true Robin Hood sympathizes with the revolutionary aspirations of his people and joins revolutions when he can. We shall consider this aspect of banditry in a later chapter. However, his object is comparatively modest. He protests not against the fact that peasants are poor and oppressed. He seeks to establish or to re-establish justice or the old ways, that is to say, fair dealing in a society of oppression. He rights wrongs. He does not seek to establish a society of freedom and equality. The stories that are told about him record modest triumphs, a widow's farm saved, a local tyrant killed, an imprisoned man set free, an unjust death avenged. At most, and the case is rare enough, he may, like Vardarelli in Apulia, order bailiffs to give bread to their laborers, to permit the poor to glean, or he may distribute salt free, i.e. to cancel taxes. This is an important function, which is why professional smugglers like Mandrin, the hero of 18th century French bandit myth, may acquire the Robin Hood halo without difficulty. The ordinary Robin Hood can do little more, though, as we shall see, there are societies in which banditry appears not simply in the form of the occasional hero who gathers about him the usual 6 to 20 men, but as a permanently established institution. In such countries the revolutionary potential of robbers is considerably greater, See Chapter 6. The traditional noble robber represents an extremely primitive form of social protest, perhaps the most primitive there is. He is an individual who refuses to bend his back, that is all. Most men of his kind will, in non-revolutionary conditions, be sooner or later tempted to take the easy road of turning into a simple robber who preys on the poor as well as the rich, except perhaps in his native village, a retainer of the lords, a member of some strong-arm squad which comes to terms with the structures of official power. That is why the few who do not, or who are believed to have remained uncontaminated, have so great and passionate a burden of admiration and longing laid upon them. They cannot abolish oppression. But they do prove that justice is possible, that poor men need not be humble, helpless, and meek. That is why Robin Hood cannot die, and why he is invented even when he does not really exist. Poor men have need of him, for he represents justice, without which, as Saint Augustine observed, kingdoms are nothing but great robbery. That is why they need him most, perhaps, when they cannot hope to overthrow oppression, but merely seek its alleviation, even when they half accept the law which condemns the brigand, who yet represents divine justice and a higher form of society which is powerless to be born. The scriptures have fulfilled. Though a wicked life I led, when the naked I beheld, I've clothed them and fed. Sometime in a coat of winter's pride, sometime in russet grey. The naked I've clothed and the hungry I've fed, and the rich I've sent empty away. 21. 5. The Avengers. God himself almost repents, having made the human race. For all is injustice, affliction and vanity. And man, however pious, cannot but regard as cruel the supreme majesty. Brazilian Bandit Romance. 1. Gentlemen, if I had been able to read and write, I'd have destroyed the human race. Michel Caruso, Shepherd and Bandit, captured at Benevento 1863. Moderation in killing and violence belongs to the image of the social bandits. We need not expect them as a group to live up to the moral standards they accept and their public expects from them, any more than the ordinary citizen. Nevertheless, it is at first sight strange to encounter bandits who not only practice terror and cruelty to an extent which cannot possibly be explained as mere backsliding, but whose terror actually forms part of their public image. They are heroes not in spite of the fear and horror their actions inspire, but in some ways because of them. They are not so much men who right wrongs, but avengers, and exerters of power. Their appeal is not that of the agents of justice, but revenge and retaliation are inseparable from justice in societies where blood calls for blood, but of men who prove that even the poor and weak can be terrible. Whether we ought to regard these public monsters as a special subvariety of social banditry, is not easy to say. The moral world to which they belong, i.e. which finds expression in the songs, poems, and chapbooks about them, contains the values of the noble robber as well as those of the monster. As the bush poet wrote of the great Lampayo, he killed for play, out of pure perversity, and gave food to the hungry, with love and charity. Among the cangaceiros of the Brazilian Northeast there are those, like the great Antonio Silvino, 1875–1944, fluid as bandit chief 1896–1914, who are mainly remembered for their good deeds, and others, like Rio Preto, mainly for their cruelty. However, broadly speaking, the image of the cangaceiro combines both. Let us illustrate this by following the account of one of the backwoods bards of the most celebrated cangaceiro, Virgilino Ferreira da Silva, 1898–1938, universally known as the Captain or Lampayo. He was born, so the legend goes, and it is the image rather than the reality which interests us for the moment, of respectable cattle raising and farming parents at the foot of the mountains in the dry backlands of Pernambuco state in that time of the past when the back country was pretty prosperous, an intellectual, and therefore in the legend not a particularly powerful, boy. The weak must be able to identify with the great bandit. As the poet Zabili wrote, "Where Lampayo lives, worms become brave. The monkey fights the jaguar. The sheep stands his ground. His uncle, Manuel Lopez, said this boy must become a doctor, which made people smile, for never was seen a doctor in that immense surtao. Their men knew only cowhands, bands of cangaceros, or ballad singers. Anyway, young Virgiliano did not want to be a doctor but a vaquero or cowpuncher, though he learned his letters and the Roman algorithm after only 3 months at school and was an expert poet. The Ferreras were expelled by the Nogueras from their farm when he was 17, being falsely accused of theft. That is how the feud began, which was to make him into an outlaw. Virgiliano, someone said, trust in the divine judge, but he answered, the good book says honor your father and mother, and if I did not defend our name, I would lose my manhood. So he bought a rifle and dagger in the town of São Francisco, and formed a band with his brothers and 27 other fighters, known to the poet as to their neighbors by nicknames, often traditional to those who took up the career of the bandit, to attack the Nogueras in the Serra Vermelha. From blood feud to outlawry was illogical, in view of the superior power of the Nogueras, a necessary step. Lampaio became a roving bandit, more famous even than Antonio Silvino, whose capture in 1914 had left a void in the backwoods pantheon. He spared the skin, neither of soldier nor civilian. His darling was the dagger. His gift was the gun. He left the rich as beggars. The brave fell at his feet, while others fled the country. But during all the years, in fact c. 1920 to 38, when he was the terror of the Northeast, he never ceased to deplore his fate, says the poet, which had made him a robber instead of an honest laborer, and destined him for certain death, tolerable only if he had the luck to die in a fair fight. He was and is a hero to the people, but an ambiguous one. Normal caution might explain why the poet makes his bow to formal morality and records the joy of the North at the death of the great bandit. By no means all ballads take this view. The reaction of a backwoodsman in the township of Mosquito is probably more typical. When the soldiers came by with their victims' heads in jars of kerosene, so as to convince all that Lampaio was really dead, he said, they have killed the captain, because strong prayer is no good in water. 2 For his last refuge was in the dried bed of a stream, and how else except by the failure of his magic could his fall be explained? Nevertheless, though a hero, he was not a good hero. It is true that he had made a pilgrimage to the famous Messiah of Juazeiro, Padre Cicero, asking his blessing before turning bandit, and that the saint, though exhorting him vainly to give up the outlaw's life, had given him a document appointing him captain, and his 2 brothers lieutenants. However, the ballad from which I have taken most of this account does not mention any righting of wrongs, except those done to the bandit self, no taking from the rich to give to the poor, no bringing of justice. It records battles, and wounds, raids on towns, or what passed for towns in the Brazilian backwoods, kidnappings, hold ups of the rich, adventures with the soldiers, with women, with hunger and thirst, but nothing that recalls the Robin Hoods. On the contrary, it records horrors, how Lampaio murdered a prisoner though his wife had ransomed him, how he massacred laborers, tortured an old woman who cursed him, not knowing whom she entertained, by making her dance naked with a cactus bush until she died, how he sadistically killed one of his men who had offended him by making him eat a liter of salt, and similar incidents. To be terrifying and pitiless is a more important attribute of this bandit than to be the friend of the poor. And curiously enough, though the real-life Lampaio was undoubtedly capricious and sometimes cruel, he saw himself as the upholder of right in at least one important respect, sexual morality. Seducers were castrated, bandits forbidden to rape women, given the attractions of their calling, they would rarely need to, and public opinion in the band was shocked at the order to shave off a woman's hair and drive her naked away, even though she was being punished for treason. At least one member of the band, Angelo Roque, nicknamed Labaretta, who retired to become doorkeeper at the law courts in Bahia, seems to have had the genuine instincts of a Robin Hood. Yet these characteristics do not dominate in the myth. Terror is indeed part of the image of numerous bandits. All the plain of Vish trembles as I pass, says the hero of one of the numerous ballads celebrating the Catalan bandoleros of the 16th and 17th centuries, in which episodes of generosity do not abound, in the words of their excellent historian Fuster, though the popular heroes among them are in most other respects noble. They become bandoleros through some non-criminal action, rob the rich and not the poor, must remain honorable as they were at the outset, e.g. kill only in the discharge of honor. Terror, as we shall see, is an integral part of the image of the heyduks, who do not give much to the poor either. Once again it is mixed with some characteristics of the noble robber. Terror and cruelty, again, are combined with nobility in the character of an entirely fictional desperado, Joaquin Murrieta, who championed Mexicans against Yankees in early California, a literary invention, but one credible enough to have entered Californian folklore and even historiography. In all these cases the bandit is essentially a symbol of power and vengeance. The examples of genuinely unqualified cruelty, on the other hand, are not normally those of characteristic bandits. It is perhaps a mistake to classify as banditry the epidemic of bloodlust which swept the Peruvian department of Huánuco from about 1917 to the late 1920s, for though robbery formed part of it, its motive is described as not exactly this, but rather hatred and blood feud. It was indeed, according to the evidence, a blood feud situation which got out of hand, and produced that fever of death among men, which led them to burn, rape, kill, sack and destroy coldly everywhere except in their native community or village. Even more obviously the ghastly phenomenon of the Colombian violencia of the years after 1948 goes far beyond ordinary social banditry. Nowhere is the element of pathological violence for its own sake more startling than in this peasant revolution aborted into anarchy, though some of the most terrible practices, such as that of chopping prisoners into tiny fragments in front of and for the entertainment of the fighting men crazed by barbarity, later to be known as picaratamal, are alleged to have occurred in earlier guerrilla campaigns in that bloodthirsty country. 3 The point to note about these epidemics of cruelty and massacre is that they are immoral even by the standards of those who participate in them. If the massacre of entire busloads of harmless passengers or villagers is comprehensible in the context of savage civil warfare, such, well-attested, incidents as ripping the foetus out of a pregnant woman and substituting a cock can only be conscious sins. And yet, some of the men who perpetrate these monstrosities are and remain heroes to the local population. Excessive violence and cruelty are thus phenomena which only overlap banditry at certain points. Nevertheless, it is sufficiently significant to require some explanation as a social phenomenon. That this or that individual bandit may be a psychopath is irrelevant. In fact, it is rather improbable that many peasant bandits are psychologically deranged. Two possible reasons can be accepted, but are not sufficient to account for the whole of ultraviolence. The first is that, in the words of the Turkish author Yaşar Kemal, brigands live by love and fear. When they inspire only love, it is a weakness. When they inspire only fear, they are hated and have no supporters, for in other words, even the best of bandits must demonstrate that he can be terrible. The second is that cruelty is inseparable from vengeance, and vengeance is an entirely legitimate activity for the noblest of bandits. To make the oppressor pay for the humiliation inflicted on the victim in his own coin is impossible, for the oppressor acts within a framework of accepted wealth, power, and social superiority which the victim cannot use, unless there has been a social revolution which unseats the mighty as a class and elevates the humble. He has only his private resources, and among them violence and cruelty are the most visibly effective. Thus in the well-known Bulgarian ballad of cruel banditry, Stoyan and Nedelya, Stoyan and the bandits raid the village in which he was once mistreated as Nedelya's hired servant. He kidnaps her and makes her the bandit's serving maid, but the humiliation is not enough, he cuts off her head for revenge. Clearly, however, there is more to the outbursts of apparently gratuitous cruelty than this. Two possible explanations may be suggested with some hesitation, for social psychology is a jungle into which only a fool ventures carelessly. Several of the best-known examples of ultraviolence are associated with particularly humiliated and inferior groups, e.g. the colored in societies of white racialism, or with the even more galling situation of minorities oppressed by majorities. It is perhaps no accident that the creator of the noble but also notably cruel band of Joaquin Murrieta, avenger of the Californian Mexicans against the conquering gringos, was himself a Cherokee Indian, that is to say a member of an even more hopelessly dominated minority group. López Albujar, who has described the storm of blood which swept the Indian peasants of Huánuco, Peru, has seen the connection admirably. These bandits robbed, burned, and murdered, at bottom in retaliation against the insatiable rapacity of all men who did not belong to their race, i.e. the whites. The occasional savage jacqueries of the Indian serfs against their white masters in Bolivia, before the Revolution of 1952, show similar, temporary, shifts from the normal stolid passivity of the peasant to cruel fury. A wild and indiscriminate retaliation, yes, but perhaps also, and especially among the weak, the permanent victims who have no hope of real victory even in their dreams, a more general revolution of destruction, which tumbles the whole world in ruins, since no good world seems possible. Stigoli, the mythical hero of the Negro ballad, destroys the entire city like an earthquake, another Samson. Brecht's pirate Jenny, the lowest kitchen maid in the sleaziest hotel, the victim of all who meet her, dreams of the pirates who will come in their eight-sailed ship, capture the city, and ask her who shall be spared. None shall be spared, they must all die, and Pirate Jenny will joke as their heads fall. Thus in the romances of the oppressed laborers of the Italian South the heroes of legend, such as the Calabrian bandit Nino Martino, dreamed of universal ruin. In such circumstances to assert power, any power, is itself a triumph. Killing and torture is the most primitive and personal assertion of ultimate power, and the weaker the rebel feels himself to be at bottom, the greater, we may suppose, the temptation to assert it. But even when such rebels triumph, victory brings its own temptation to destroy, for primitive peasant insurgents have no positive program, only the negative program of getting rid of the superstructure which prevents men from living well and dealing fairly, as in the good old days. To kill, to slash, to burn away everything that is not necessary and useful to the man at the plow or with the herdsman's crook, is to abolish corruption and leave only what is good, pure, and natural. Thus the brigand guerrillas of the Italian South destroyed not only their enemies and the legal documents of bondage, but unnecessary riches. Their social justice was destruction. There is, however, another situation in which violence passes the bounds of what is conventionally accepted even in habitually violent societies. This occurs during periods of rapid social change, which destroy the traditional mechanisms of social control holding destructive anarchy at bay. The phenomenon of feuds getting out of hand is familiar to observers of societies regulated by blood vengeance. This is normally a social device containing its own automatic break. Once the score between two feuding families is evened, by another death or some other compensation, a settlement is negotiated, guaranteed by third parties, by intermarriage or in other well-understood ways, so that killing shall not proceed without end. Yet if for some reason, such as, most obviously, the intervention of the newfangled state in some way incomprehensible to local custom, or by lending support to the more politically influential of the contending families, the break ceases to function, feuds develop into those protracted mutual massacres which end either with the extirpation of one family or, after years of warfare, the return to the negotiated settlement which ought to have been made at the outset. As we have seen in the example of Lampayo, such breakdowns in the customary mechanism of feud settlement can among other things multiply outlaws and bandits, and indeed feud is the almost invariable starting point of a Brazilian cangaceiro's career. We have some excellent examples of more general breakdowns in such customary devices of social control. In his admirable autobiography Land Without Justice, Milovan describes the ruin of the system of values which governed the behavior of men in his native Montenegro, after the First World War. And he records a strange episode. The Orthodox Montenegrins had always been accustomed, in addition to their internal feuding, to raid or be raided by their neighbors, the Catholic Albanians and the Muslim Bosnians. In the early 1920s a party set out to raid the Bosnian villages as men had done from time immemorial. To their own horror they discovered themselves to be doing things which raiders had never done before and which they knew to be wrong, torturing, raping, murdering children. And they could not help themselves. The rules men lived by had once been clearly understood, their rights and obligations, like the scope, the limits, the times and the objects of their actions, were established by custom and precedent. They were compelling not only for this reason but because they were part of a system, and one whose elements did not conflict too obviously with reality. One part of the system had broken down, they could no longer regard themselves as heroes since, if we follow Gillas's argument, they had not fought to the death against the Austrian conquest. Hence the other part ceased also to operate. When going out to fight they could no longer behave as heroes. Not until the heroic system of values was restored on a new and more viable basis, paradoxically enough by the mass adhesion of the Montenegrins to the Communist Party, did the society recover its mental balance. When the call for a rising against the Germans went out in 1941, thousands of men with rifles went into the Montenegrin hills to fight, kill, and die honorably once again. Banditry, we have seen, grows and becomes epidemic in times of social tension and upheaval. These are also the times when the conditions for such explosions of cruelty are most favorable. They do not belong to the central image of brigandage, except insofar as the bandit is at all times an avenger of the poor. But at such times they will no doubt occur more frequently and systematically. Nowhere more so than in those peasant insurrections and rebellions which have failed to turn into social revolutions, and whose militants are forced to fall back into the life of outlaws and robbers, hungry, embittered and resentful even against the poor who have left them to fight alone. Or, what is even worse, among that second generation of children of violence who graduate from the ashes of their homes, the corpses of their fathers and the raped bodies of their mothers and sisters to the life of outlawry. What has impressed you most? Seeing the houses burn. What made you suffer most? My mother and my little brothers weeping for hunger on the mountain. Have you been wounded? 5 times, all rifle shots. What would you like most? Let them leave me in peace and I shall work. I want to learn to read. But all they want is to kill me. I'm not one they will leave alive. 5. The speaker is the Colombian band chieftain Teofilo Rojas, Chispas, aged 22 and at the time of this interview charged with about 400 crimes, 37 massacred in Rome Rales, 18 in Altamira, 18 in Chile, 30 in San Juan de la China and again in El Salado, 25 in Tosh and again in Guajuel, 14 in Los Naranjos and so on. Monsignor German Guzman, who knows the violencia of his native Colombia better than most, has described these lost and murderous children of anarchy. For them, in the first place man and land, so essentially tied together in the peasant's life, have been torn apart. They do not till the soil nor care for the trees. They are men, or rather adolescents, without hope. Uncertainty surrounds their lives, which find expression in adventure, self-realization in mortal undertakings, which have no transcendental meaning. Second, they have lost the sense of the farm as an anchor, a place to love, from which to draw tranquility, a feeling of security and permanence. They are forever itinerant adventurers and vagabonds. Instability and the loosening of bonds come with outlawry. For them to halt, to grow fond of a place, would be the equivalent of giving themselves up, it would be the end. Thirdly, their rootless lives take these young enemies of society into temporary, precarious, and insecure environments very different from those of the lost home. Their nomadic life implies a disordered search for the occasions of emotional satisfaction, for which they no longer have a stable framework. Here lies the key to their sexual anxiety and the pathological frequency of their aberrant crimes. For them love means most commonly rape or casual concubinage. When they think the girls want to leave them for any reason, they kill them. Fourthly, they lose the sense of the path as an element that integrates peasant life. The Highlander cares for the paths along which men carry their countless loads, until in a sense they become his own intimate possession. It is a sort of love which makes men invariably come and go along them. But the antisocial bandit of our day leaves the known footpath, because the soldiers pursue him, or because guerrilla tactics compel him to seek places for unsuspected ambush or secret tracks to the surprise assault. 6. Only a firm ideology and discipline can prevent men from degenerating into wolves under such circumstances, but neither are characteristics of the grassroots rebel. Still, though we must mention the pathological aberrations of banditry, the violence and cruelty which is most permanent and characteristic is the one which is inseparable from revenge. Revenge for personal humiliation, but also revenge on those who have oppressed others. In May 1744 the bandit captain Oleksy Dovbus attacked the seat of Konstantin Zlotnicki, gentleman. He held his hands in the fire and let them burn, poured glowing coals on his skin and refused any ransom. I have not come for ransom but for your soul, for you have tortured the people long enough, so the Cistercian monks of Ilau report him. He also killed Zlotnicki's wife and half-grown son. The Chronicle of the Monks concludes its entry with the observation that Zlotnicki had been a cruel lord, who had in his time caused many to be killed. Where men become bandits, cruelty breeds cruelty, blood calls for blood. 7. 6. Haydukes. Nemcho has become an orphan. Without father, without mother. And on earth he has no person to give counsel, to direct him how to till and how to harvest. On the land his father left him. But instead he is a Hayduk, standard bearer of the Haydukes, and the keeper of their treasure. Hayduk Ballad 1. In the mountains and empty plains of southeastern Europe the advance of Christian landlords and Turkish conquerors made life increasingly burdensome for the peasants from the 15th century on, but, unlike more densely settled or firmly administered regions, left a broad margin of potential freedom. Groups and communities of free, armed, and combative men therefore emerged among those expelled from their lands or escaping from serfdom, at first almost spontaneously, later in organized forms. What a scholar has called military strata sprung from the free peasantry therefore became characteristic of this large zone, groups called Cossacks in Russia, Klefts in Greece, Haidamaks in Ukraine, but in Hungary and the Balkan Peninsula north of Greece mainly Hayduks, Hajdu, Hajdat, Hajjatan, a word probably of Magyar origin, originally signifying cattle drover. They were a collective form of that individual peasant dissidence which, as we have seen, produced the classical bandits. As with the men among whom Robin Hoods and Avengers were recruited, Hayduks were not automatically committed to rebellion against all authority. They could, as in some parts of Hungary, become attached to lords whom they provided with fighters against a recognition of their status as free men. By a natural development of reality and language the term Hajduk describing the free robber liberator par excellence could thus also become the term for one of the numerous types of flunky of the German nobility. More commonly, as in Russia and Hungary, they accepted land from the emperor or Tsar or other prince against the obligation to maintain arms and horses, and to fight the Turk under chieftains of their own choosing, and thus became the guardians of the military frontier, a sort of rank and file knighthood. Nevertheless, they were essentially free, as such, superior to and contemptuous of servile peasants, but constant magnets to rebel and runaway elements, and with a far from unconditional loyalty. The great peasant revolts of 17th and 18th century Russia all began on the Cossack frontier. There was, however, a third type of Haydukdom, which refused to attach itself to any Christian noble or ruler, if only because in the area in which it flourished most nobles and rulers were unbelieving Turks. Neither royal nor seigneurial, these free Hayduks were robbers by trade, enemies of the Turks and popular avengers by social role, primitive movements of guerrilla resistance and liberation. As such they appear in the 15th century, possibly first in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but later all over the Balkans and Hungary, most notably in Bulgaria, where a Hayduk chieftain is recorded as early as 1454. These are the men whose name I have chosen to typify the highest form of primitive banditry, the one which comes closest to being a permanent and conscious focus of peasant insurrection. Such hayduks existed not only in southeastern Europe, but under other names in various other parts of the world, e.g. Indonesia and, most notably, Imperial China. For obvious reasons they were most common among peoples oppressed by conquerors of foreign language or religion, but not only there. Ideology or class consciousness was not normally the motive which drove men to become hayduks, and even the sort of non-criminal troubles which drove individual bandits into outlawry were not particularly common. We have examples of this kind, such as the Bulgarian hayduk chieftain Pana Yathitov, who has left us an invaluable autobiography, who took to the mountains at the age of 25 after a fight with a Turkish law official, arising out of some obscure legal trouble, in the 1850s. In general, however, if we are to believe the innumerable hayduk songs and ballads which are one of the chief sources for our knowledge of this type of banditry, the motive to become a hayduk was strictly economic. The winter was bad, says one such song, the summer was parched, the sheep died. So Stoyan became a hayduk. Whoever wants to become a free hayduk, step this way, stand up beside me. 20 lads thus came together. And we'd nothing, not a thing between us. No sharp swords, but only sticks point two. Conversely, Tachenko the hayduk returned to the family holding because his mother pleaded with him, and anyway she said a robber could not feed his family. But the Sultan sent his soldiers to capture him. He killed them all and brought the money in their belts back. There's the money, mother, who will say that a bandit does not feed his mother? In fact, with luck brigandage was a better financial proposition than peasant life. Under the circumstances, pure social banditry was rare. Pana Yathitov singles out one such rarity in his proud survey of the celebrated practitioners of the calling which he himself adorned, a certain Doncho Vadic, who flourished in the 1840s, only persecuted Turkish evildoers, helped the Bulgarian poor and distributed money. The classical noble robber of Bulgaria, observed the British authors of A Residence in Bulgaria, 1869, as so often inclined to sympathize with Islamic heroism, were the Kelibi, normally well-born Turks, as distinct from the Kirsis or ordinary robbers, who enjoyed the sympathy of their villages, and the hayduks, who were murdering outlaws, cruel by nature and unsupported except in their own band. This may be an exaggeration, but certainly the hayduks were not Robin Hoods, and their victims were anyone they could catch. The ballads are full of variations on the phrase. We have made many mothers weep. We have widowed many wives. Many more have we made orphans. For we are childless men ourselves. Hayduk cruelty is a familiar theme. Unquestionably the hayduk was far more permanently cut off from the peasantry than the classical social bandit, not only masterless but also, at least during their bandit career, often kinless men, without mothers all, and without sisters, living with the peasantry not so much like Mao's proverbial fish in water, but rather like soldiers who leave their village for the semi-permanent exile of army life. A rather high proportion of them were in any case herdsmen and drovers, i.e. semi-migratory men whose links with the settlements are intermittent or tenuous. It is significant that the Greek klefts, and perhaps the Slav hayduks also, had their special language or argot. The distinction between robber and hero, between what the peasant would accept as good and condemn as bad, was therefore exceptionally difficult, and hayduk songs insist on their sins as often as on their virtues, as the famous Chinese water margin novel insists on the inhumanity, expressed in the familiar anecdotes of several who eventually join the large and variegated company of the heroic outlaws. The definition of the hayduk hero is fundamentally political. In the Balkans he was a national bandit, according to certain traditional rules, i.e. a defender or avenger of Christians against Turks. Insofar as he fought against the oppressor, his image was positive, though his actions might be black and his sins might lead him to eventual repentance as a monk, or punish him with 9 years' illness. Unlike the noble robber, the hayduk does not depend on personal moral approval, unlike the Avenger, his cruelty is not his essential characteristic, but tolerated because of his services to the people. What made this collection of the socially marginal, the men who chose not so much freedom as against serfdom, but robbery as against poverty, into a quasi-political movement, was a powerful tradition, a recognized collective social function. As we have seen, their motives for going into the mountains were mainly economic, but the technical term for becoming a Hayduk was to rebel, and the Hayduk was by definition an insurrectionary. He joined a recognized social group. Without Robin Hood, the merry men in Sherwood Forest are insignificant, but the Hayduks in the Balkans, like the bandits on the Chinese mountain beyond the lake, are always there to receive the dissident or the outlaw. Their chieftains change, and some of them are more celebrated or nobler than others, but neither the existence nor the fame of the Hayduks depends on the reputation of any single man. To this extent they are a socially recognized collection of heroes, and indeed, so far as I can tell, the protagonists of the Hayduk ballad cycles are not the men who became famous chieftains in real life, but the anonymous, or rather those called simply Stoyan or Ivancho, like any peasant, not even necessarily the leaders of bands. The kleptic ballads of Greece are both less anonymous and less socially informative, belonging as they do to the literature of the praise, and self-praise, of professional fighting men. Their heroes are almost by definition celebrated figures, known to one and all. Permanent existence went with formal structure and organization. The organization and hierarchy of the Great Brigand Republic, which is the subject of the Chinese Water Margin novel, is extremely elaborate, and not only because it has, unlike the illiterate lands of Europe, an honored place for the ex-civil servant and the displaced intellectual. In fact, one of its main themes is the replacement of a low-grade intellectual bandit chief, one of those failed examination candidates who were so obvious a source of political dissidence in the Heavenly Empire, by a successful intellectual one, as it were the triumph of the first-class mind. Hayduk bands were led by, elected, voivodes or dukes, whose duty was to supply arms assisted by a standard-bearer or baraktar, who carried the red or green banner and also acted as treasurer and quartermaster. We find a similar military structure and terminology among the Russian razboiniki and in some of the Indian dacoit communities, as among the Sansia, whose bands of sipahis, sepoys, spahis equals soldiers, were led by jemadars, who received 2 shares of loot for every one distributed to the ranker, but also 10% of the total for the provision of torches, spears and other tools of the trade. Hayduk banditry was therefore in every respect a more serious, a more ambitious, permanent and institutionalized challenge to official authority than the scattering of Robin Hoods or other robber rebels which emerged from any normal peasant society. It is not easy to say whether this was so because certain geographical or political conditions made possible such permanent and formalized banditry, and therefore automatically made it potentially more political, or whether it was certain political situations, e.g. foreign conquest or certain types of social conflict, which encouraged unusually conscious forms of banditry and thus structured it more firmly and permanently. Both, we may say, begging the question, though it still requires an answer. I do not think that the individual Hayduk would have been able to give it, for he would rarely if ever be able to step outside the social and cultural frame which enclosed him and his people. Let us try and draw a brief portrait sketch of him. He would see himself, above all, as a free man, and as such as good as a lord or king, a man who had in this sense won personal emancipation and therefore superiority. The Clefs on Mount Olympus who captured the respectable Herr Richter, prided themselves on their equality to kings, and rejected certain kinds of behavior as unroyal, and therefore improper. Just so the North Indian Badhuks claimed that our profession has been a king's trade, and, at least in theory, accepted the obligations of chivalry, such as not insulting females, and killing only in fair fight, though we may regard it as certain that few Hayduks could actually afford to fight in this noble manner. Freedom implied equality among Hayduks, and there are some impressive examples of it. For instance, when the king of Oudh tried to form a regiment of Badhuks, much as the Russian and Austrian emperors formed Hayduk and Cossack units, they mutinied because the officers had refused to perform the same duties as the men. Such behavior is unusual enough, but in a society so imbued with caste inequality as the Indian, it almost passes belief. Hayduks were always free men, but in the typical case of the Balkan Hayduks they were not free communities. For the ETA or band, being essentially a voluntary union of individuals who cut themselves off from their kin, was automatically an abnormal social unit, since it lacked wives, children, and land. It was doubly unnatural, for often the Hayduks' road back to ordinary civilian life in his own native village was barred by the Turks. The Hayduk ballads sing of the men whose swords were their only sisters, whose rifles their wives, and who would shake hands silently and sadly as the ETA broke up, to disperse as lost individuals to the four corners of the earth. Death was their equivalent of marriage, and the ballads constantly speak of it as such. Normal forms of social organization were therefore not available to them, any more than to soldiers on campaigns, and unlike the great bands of marauding Krajali of the late 18th and early 19th century, who carried with them male and female harems in the usual Turkish manner, the Hayduks made no attempts to establish families while they were Hayduks, perhaps because their units were too small to defend them. If they had any model of social organization, it was the male brotherhood or society, of which the famous Zaporozhye Cossacks are the best known example. This anomaly comes out clearly in their relation to women. Hayduks, like all bandits, had nothing whatever against them. Quite the contrary, for as a confidential report on a Macedonian Komitaji chief observed in 1908, like almost all voivodes, he is a great lover of women. 3 Girls, curiously enough in the ballads some seem to have been Bulgarian Jewesses, sometimes joined the Hayduks, and occasionally some Boyana, Yelenka, or Tatarka even became a voivode. Some returned, after a ceremonial farewell, to ordinary life and marriage. Penka went on to the mountains. On the mountain to the Hayduks. For she wanted to bring gifts. For her time had come to marry. To each soldier she gave a handkerchief. In each cloth a piece of gold. That the Hayduks should remember. When their Penka had got Wednesday for. But it seems that for the time of their Hayduk life, these runaway girls were men, dressed in men's clothes, and fighting like men. The ballad tells of the girl who returned home to the woman's role, because her mother urged her, but could not stand it, put away her spindle and took up her rifle again to be a Hayduk man. Just as freedom meant noble status for a man, it meant male status for a woman. Conversely, in theory at least, on the mountains Hayduks avoided sex with women. The Kleptic ballads insist on the enormity of touching women prisoners held for ransom or other purposes, and both they and the Bulgarian outlaws held the belief that one who attacked a woman was inevitably caught, that is to say tortured and killed by the Turks. The belief is significant, even if, as we may well suspect, the outlaws fell short of it in practice. 5 In non-Hayduk bands, women are known, but not common. Lampião seems to have been the only Brazilian leader who let them share the roving life, probably after he fell in love with the beautiful Maria Bonita, an affair much celebrated in the ballads. This was noted as exceptional. Of course it might not limit them excessively, for, like the usual robber's life, the Hayduks was seasonal. They have a proverb, wrote an 18th century German of the Dalmatian Merlax, Jerwa dance, Aitaki sas dance, come St. George's Day, up Hayduks, and gather round, for then robberies are made easier by the green leaves and the abundance of travelers. 6 The Bulgarian Hayduks buried their arms on the day of the cross on 27 September until St. George's Day next spring. Indeed, what could Hayduks do in winter when there was nobody to rob except villagers? The hardiest might take supplies into their mountain caves, but it would be more convenient to winter in some friendly village, singing heroic songs and drinking, and if the season had been poor, for how much was there to rob on the byroads of Macedonia or Herzegovina at the best of times? They might take service with rich peasants. Or else they might return to their kin, for in some highland areas there were few large families which did not send some of their members among the Hayduks. 7 If the outlaws lived as strict male brotherhoods, Recognizing no bonds except those of the true and united band of comrades, it was only for the campaigning season. Thus they lived their wild, free lives in the forest, the mountain caves, or on the wide steppes, armed with the rifle as tall as a man, the pair of pistols at the belt, the yataghan, and sharp Frankish sword, their tunics laced, gilded, and criss-crossed by bandoliers, their mustaches bristling, conscious that fame was their reward among enemies and friends. The mythology of heroism, the ritualization of the ballad, turned them into type figures. We know little or nothing about Novak and his sons Grujo and Radova, about Mihate the herdsman, Rado of Sokol, Bujaden, Ivan Visnik, and Luka Galoran, except that they were celebrated Bosnian Hayduks of the 19th century, because those who sang about them, including themselves, did not have to tell their public what the lives of Bosnian peasants and herdsmen were like. Only occasionally does the cloud of heroic anonymity lift, and a Hajduk career emerge at least partly into the light of history. Such a one is that of the voivode Koro, the son of a shepherd from near Strumica, in Macedonia, who served a Turkish beg. An epidemic killed the flock, and the beg imprisoned the father. The son went into the mountains to threaten the Turk, but in vain, the old man died in jail. At the head of a Hajduk band, Koro then captured a young Turkish nobleman, broke his arms and legs, cut off his head and paraded it through the Christian villages on a lance. After that he was a Hajduk for 10 years, until he bought some mules, exchanged Hajduk costume for the merchants and vanished, at least from the world of heroic memories, for another 10. At the end of this time he appeared at the head of 300 men. Let us not inquire too closely into the rounded numbers of epochs, and took service with the redoubtable Pasvan, Osman Pasvanoglu, a Mohammedan Bosnian who became Pasha of Vidin, who was in opposition to the Sublime Porte and led the savage formations of Krajali against the Sultan's more loyal servants. Koro did not stay long in the service of Pasvan. Setting off on his own again, he attacked and captured the town of Strumica, not only because peasant Hayduks hated and distrusted cities, but because it sheltered the beg who had caused his father's death. He killed the beg and massacred the population. Then he returned to Vidin and history or legend loses track of him. His end is unknown. Since the era of the Krajali raids was, approximately, the 1790s and 1800s, his career can be roughly dated. His story is told by Pana Yadhitov. Their existence was its own justification. It proved that oppression was not universal, and vengeance for oppression was possible. Hence the peasants and herdsmen in the Hajduk's own home region identified with them. We need not suppose that they spent all their time fighting, let alone trying to overthrow, the oppressors. The very existence of bands of free men, or of those small patches of rock or reed beyond the reach of any administration, was sufficient achievement. Those Greek mountains proudly called Agrapha, the unwritten, because nobody had ever succeeded in enrolling their population for taxes, were independent in practice if not in law. So Hayduks would raid. In the nature of their trade they would have to fight Turks, or whoever else represented authority, because it was authority's business to protect traveling goods and treasure. They would no doubt kill Turks with a special satisfaction, since they were unbelieving dogs and oppressors of good Christians, and perhaps also because fighting men are more heroic when they fight dangerous adversaries, whose bravery enhances their own. However, left to themselves there is no evidence that, say, the Balkan Hayduks set out to liberate their land from the Turkish yoke, or would have been capable of doing so. Of course, in times of trouble for the people and crisis for authority, the number of Hayduks and Hajduk bands would grow, their actions multiply and become more daring. At such times the government orders to stamp out banditry would grow more peremptory, the excuses of local administrators more shrill and heartfelt, and the mood of the people tense. For, unlike the epidemics of ordinary banditry which we retrospectively discover to be forerunners of revolution only because in fact they have preceded it, Hayduks were not merely symptoms of unrest but nuclei of potential liberators, recognized by the people as such. If the times were ripe, the liberated area of the Chinese bandits on some mountain of Liangshan Pio, locus of their lair in the well-known Water Margin novel, would expand to become a region, a province, the nucleus of a force to topple the throne of heaven. The roving bands of outlaws, raiders and Cossacks on the turbulent frontier between state and serfdom on one hand, the open spaces and freedom on the other, would coalesce to inspire and lead the gigantic peasant rising surging upwards along the Volga, headed by a Cossack people's pretender, or champion of the true Tsar against the false. Javanese peasants would listen with heightened interest to the story of Ken Angrok, the robber who became the founder of the princely house of Motjopate. If the signs are auspicious, the 100 days during which the maize ripens are past, the time is right, perhaps the millennium of freedom, always latent, always expected, is about to begin. Banditry merges with peasant revolt or revolution. The heyduks, brilliant in their tunics, formidable in their arms and accoutrements, may be its soldiers. However, before we can consider the bandits' role in peasant revolution, we must look at the economic and political factors which maintain him within the framework of existing society. 7. The economics and politics of banditry. Curious enough, results of a continuous observation and inquiry coincide in this fact, that all bandits are propertyless and they are unemployed. What they may possess is personal and comes only with the success of their reckless adventure. An economic interpretation of the increase of bandits in China. 1. The robber band is outside the social order which fetters the poor, a brotherhood of the free, not a community of the subject. Nevertheless, it cannot opt out of society. Its needs and activities, its very existence, bring it into relations with the ordinary economic, social, and political system. This aspect of brigandage is normally neglected by observers, but it is sufficiently important to require a little discussion. Let us consider first the economics of banditry. Robbers must eat, and supply themselves with arms and ammunition. They must spend the money they rob, or sell their booty. It is true that in the simplest of cases they require very little other than what the local peasantry or herdsmen consume, locally produced food, drink, and clothing, and may be content if they can get it in ample quantities without the ordinary man's labor. Nobody ever refuses them anything, said a Brazilian landowner. It would be stupid to. People give them food, clothes, cigarettes, alcohol. What would they need money for? What would they do with it? Bribe the police, that's all too. However, most bandits we know of live in a monetary economy, even if the surrounding peasantry does not. Where and how do they get their coats with the 5 rows of gold-plated buttons, their guns, pistols, and bandoliers, the legendary Damascene swords with the gilded handle about which Servian heyduks and Greek clefs bragged, not always with considerable exaggeration? What do they do with the rustled cattle, the traveling merchants' goods? They buy and sell. Indeed, since they normally possess far more cash than ordinary local peasantry, their expenditures may form an important element in the modern sector of the local economy, being redistributed, through local shopkeepers, innkeepers, and others, to the commercial middle strata of rural society, all the more effectively redistributed since bandits, unlike the gentry, spend most of their cash locally, and are in any case too proud and too freehanded to bargain. The trader sells his goods to Lampayo at 3 times the usual price, it was said in 1930. All this means that bandits need middlemen, who link them not only to the rest of the local economy but to the larger networks of commerce. Like Pancho Villa, they must have at least one friendly hacienda across the mountain which will take, or arrange to sell, livestock without asking awkward questions. Like the semi-nomads of Tunisia, they may institutionalize arrangements to return stolen cattle against a reward, through sedentary middlemen, village innkeepers, or dealers who approach the victim to explain, in terms perfectly understood by all concerned, with the news that they know someone who has found the strayed beasts and only wishes their owner to have them back again. Like so many of the Indian dacoit groups, they may raise the money to finance their more ambitious expeditions from money lenders and traders in their home base, or even rob some rich caravan virtually on commission for the entrepreneurs who have indicated it to them. For where bandits specialize in robbing transient traffic, as all sensible ones do if they have the luck to live within reach of major routes of trade and communication. They need information about forthcoming shipments or convoys, and they cannot possibly do without some mechanism for selling the loot, which may well consist of commodities for which there is no local demand. Intermediaries are evidently also necessary for kidnappers who demand ransom, which has long been, and remains, the most lucrative source of income for bandits. Ransom is likely to be paid in cash or its equivalent, that is to say it forms part of the wider monetary economy. In China it was so common that it could be described as a sort of unofficial wealth tax on local property owners, and as such socially justified in the eyes of the poor, at least so long as it was confined to the rich. As for these, since it is in the program of every wealthy Chinese to be kidnapped sooner or later, there is always a certain sum of money laid aside to be used for ransom for. It is therefore a mistake to think of bandits as mere children of nature roasting stags in the greenwood. A successful brigand chief is at least as closely in touch with the market and the wider economic universe as a small landowner or prosperous farmer. Indeed, in economically backward regions his trade may draw him close to that of others who travel, buy, and sell. The Balkan cattle or pig dealers may well have doubled as bandit leaders, just as merchant captains in pre-industrial days might well dabble in a little piracy, or the other way round, even when not using the good offices of governments to turn themselves into privateers, i.e. legitimate pirates. The history of Balkan liberation is familiar with heroic livestock dealers with a reputation as band leaders, such as Black George in Serbia or Kolokotronis in Greece, and the history of Balkan banditry is, as we have seen, not unfamiliar with hayduks who put on merchant's garb for a spell and engage in trade. We tend to be amazed at the transformation of rural toughs in Corsica or inland Sicily into the mafiosi businessmen and entrepreneurs who can recognize the economic opportunities of the international drug traffic or the construction of luxury hotels as well as the next man, but the cattle rustling on which so many of them cut their teeth is an activity which widens a peasant's economic horizon. At the very least it tends to put men in touch with those whose horizons are wider than his. Still, economically speaking, the bandit is not a very interesting figure, and though he might well deserve a footnote or two in textbooks of economic development, he probably deserves no more than this. He contributes to the accumulation of local capital, almost certainly in the hands of his parasites rather than in his own free-spending ones. Where he robs transit trade, his economic effect may be analogous to tourist travel, which also extracts income from foreigners. In this sense the brigands of the Sardinian mountains and the developers of the Aegean Costa Smeralda may be economically analogous phenomena. And that is about all. The real significance of the bandits' economic relationships is therefore different. It lies in the illumination it sheds on his situation within the rural society. For the crucial fact about the bandit's social situation is its ambiguity. He is an outsider and a rebel, a poor man who refuses to accept the normal roles of poverty, and establishes his freedom by means of the only resources within reach of the poor: strength, bravery, cunning, and determination. This draws him close to the poor. He is one of them. It sets him in opposition to the hierarchy of power, wealth, and influence. He is not one of them. Nothing will make a peasant brigand into a gentleman, for in the societies in which bandits flourish the nobility and gentry are not recruited from the ranks. At the same time the bandit is, inevitably, drawn into the web of wealth and power, because, unlike other peasants, he acquires wealth and exerts power. He is one of us who is constantly in the process of becoming associated with them. The more successful he is as a bandit, the more he is both a representative and champion of the poor and a part of the system of the rich. It is true that the isolation of rural society, the slenderness and intermittency of its relationships, the distances over which they operate, and the general primitivism of rural life, allow the bandit to keep his roles apart with some success. His equivalent in the tightly packed immigrant city slums, the local gangster or political boss, who also, in a sense, stands for the poor against the rich, and sometimes gives to the poor some of his loot from the rich, is much less the rebel and outlaw, much more the boss. His connection with the centers of official wealth and power, e.g. City Hall, are much more evident. They may indeed be the most evident thing about him. The rural bandit may be ostensibly quite outside the system. His personal connection with the non-bandit world may be simply that of kinship, of membership in his local village community, that is to say, he may apparently belong entirely to the independent subworld in which peasants live, and into which the gentry, the government, the police, the tax collectors, the foreign occupiers, only make periodic incursions. Alternatively, as the leader of a free and mobile armed band which depends on nobody, his relations with the centers of wealth and power may appear to be simply those of one sovereign body with others which affect his standing no more than trade negotiations with Britain affect the revolutionary status of Castro's Cuba. And yet, the bandit cannot escape the logic of living in a society of rule and exploitation so easily. For the basic fact of banditry is that, quite apart from the bandit's need of business contacts, he forms a nucleus of armed strength, and therefore a political force. In the first place, a band is something with which the local system has to come to terms. Where there is no regular or effective machinery for the maintenance of public order, and this is almost by definition the case where banditry flourishes, there is not much point in appealing to the authorities for protection, all the less so as such an appeal will quite likely bring along an expeditionary force of troops, who will lay waste the countryside far more surely than the local bandits. "I much prefer dealing with bandits than with the police," said a Brazilian landowner around 1930. "The police are a bunch of dog killers who come from the capital with the idea that all the backwoodsmen protect bandits. They think we know all their escape routes. So their chief object is to get confessions at all costs. If we say we don't know, they beat us. If we tell them, they still beat us, because that proves that we have been tied up with the bandits. The backwoodsmen can't win. And the bandits? Ah, the bandits behave like bandits. Mind you, you have to know how to handle them so that they don't cause trouble. Still, leaving aside a few of the lads who really are cruel, they cause no harm except when the police is on their tails." 5. Isolated estates in such regions have long learned how to establish diplomatic relations with brigands. Ladies of good birth recall in their memoirs how, when still children, they were hustled out of the way as some troop of armed men arrived at the hacienda at nightfall, to be welcomed politely and with offers of hospitality by the head of the house, and to be sent on its mysterious way with equal politeness and assurances of mutual respect. What else could he be expected to do? Everybody has to come to terms with large and well-established bandits. This means that they are to some extent integrated into established society. The ideal is of course the formal conversion of poachers into gamekeepers, which is by no means uncommon. Cossacks are given land and privileges by lords or Tsar, in order to exchange freebooting for the protection of their lord's territory and interests. Gujraj, a chief of the Badhak dacoits, risen from the profession of a monkey showman to be the Robin Hood of Gwalior in the 1830s, had made himself so formidable that the Durbar appointed him to keep the ghauts or ferries over the Shambal, which he did in a very profitable manner to them. The Minas, another famous robber tribe in central India, were the terror of all war, but in Jaipur they received lands rent-free in return for the duty of escorting convoys of treasure, and were celebrated for their loyalty to the Raja. In India as in Sicily the professions of village and field, or cattle watchman, were often interchangeable with that of bandit. The Ramosi, a small dacoit community in Bombay Presidency, were given land, various other perquisites and the right to charge a fee from all travellers in return for guarding the villages. What better safeguard against uncontrolled brigandage than such arrangements? 6. Whether such arrangements are formalized or not, the inhabitants of bandit-ridden areas often have no other option. Local officials who want to carry out their jobs quietly and without fuss, as which of them do not, will keep in touch and on reasonable terms with them, or else risk those painful local incidents which give such unwelcome publicity to a district, and cause superior officials to take a poor view of their subordinates. This explains why in really bandit-infested areas campaigns against banditry are so often carried out by special forces brought in from the outside. Local merchants make their own arrangements to safeguard their businesses against constant disruption. Even the locally stationed soldiery and police may merely prefer to keep crime, by tacit or overt agreement with the bandits, below the threshold which will attract the attention of the capital, which leaves plenty of room for banditry, for in the pre-industrial period the eye of central governments does not penetrate too deeply into the undergrowth of rural society, unless its own special interests are involved. However, not only must local men of wealth or authority come to terms with bandits, but in many rural societies they also have a distinct interest in doing so. The politics of areas ruled by pre-capitalist landowners turn on the rivalries and relationships of the leading landed families and their respective followers and clients. The power and influence of the head of such a family rests, in the last analysis, on the number of men to whom he is patron, offering protection and receiving in turn those services of loyalty and dependence which are the measure of his prestige, and consequently of his capacity to make alliances, fighting, voting, or whatever else determines local power. The more backward the area, the more remote, weak, or uninterested the higher authorities, the more vital in local politics, or for that matter as regards local influence in national politics, is this capacity of a magnate or gentleman to mobilize his people. If he counts enough swords, guns, or votes in the calculus of local politics, he need not even be very rich, as wealth is reckoned in prosperous and economically advanced regions. Of course wealth helps to gain a larger clientele, though only wealth freely, indeed ostentatiously, distributed to demonstrate a nobleman's status and power of patronage. On the other hand, a large and formidable following will do more to get a man estates and money than a sound head for figures, though of course the object of such politics is to accumulate not capital but family influence. Indeed, once the pursuit of wealth becomes separable from that of family interest and is superior to it, this kind of politics breaks down. This is a situation which is ideally suited to banditry. It provides a natural demand and political role for bandits, a local reservoir of uncommitted armed men who, if they can be induced to accept the patronage of some gentleman or magnate, will greatly add to his prestige and may well on a suitable occasion add to his fighting or vote-getting force. What is more, the establishments of retainers kept by noblemen provide convenient employment for individual bandits, potential or actual. A wise brigand chief will take care to attach himself only to the dominant local faction, which can guarantee real protection, but even if he does not accept patronage, he can be fairly certain that most local bosses will treat him as a potential ally, and consequently a man to stay on good terms with. This is why in areas remote from effective central authority, like the back country of northeast Brazil until 1940, celebrated bands can flourish for surprisingly long periods. Lampião lasted nearly 20 years. But then Lampião had used such a political situation to build up so strong a force as to constitute not merely a potential reinforcement for any great colonel of the backwoods, but a power in his own right. In 1926 the press column, a flying guerrilla formation led by a rebellious army officer who was in the process of turning himself into the leader of the Brazilian Communist Party, reached the northeast after 2 years of mobile operations in other parts of the interior. The federal government appealed for help to the Messiah of Juazeiro, Padre Cicero, whose influence had made him the effective political boss of the state of Ceará, partly because a Messiah might help to keep the faithful immune to the social revolutionary appeals of Prestes and his men. Padre Cicero, who was far from enthusiastic about the presence of federal troops in his fief, he pointed out that his flock was unprepared to oppose anyone whom the government chose to call bandits, and the press column did not strike the faithful as antisocial at all, accepted the suggested solution. Lampião was invited to the Father's Jerusalem, the town of Juazeiro, received with all honors, given an official rank as captain by the most senior federal official in residence, an inspector of the Ministry of Agriculture, together with a rifle and 300 rounds for each of his men, and told to harry the rebels. The great bandit was immensely excited about this sudden conversion to legitimate status. However, he was advised by a friendly colonel that he was merely making himself a catspaw of the government, which would certainly claim, once Prestes had gone, that his commission was invalid, and would equally certainly refuse to honor the promise of indemnity for past crimes. This reasoning seems to have convinced Lampaio, who promptly gave up his pursuit of Prests. No doubt he shared the general feeling of all in the backwoods that roving bands of armed men were something one knew how to deal with, but the government was both more incalculable and more dangerous. The only bandits unable to benefit from so favorable a political situation were those with a reputation for social rebelliousness so marked that any landowner and nobleman would prefer to see them dead. There were never more than a handful of such bands, and their number was kept tiny by the very ease with which peasant bandits could establish relations with men of substance and standing. Furthermore, the structure of politics in such rural societies provided another, and perhaps an even more formidable, reinforcement to banditry. For if the dominant families or faction protected them, the defeated or opposition groups had no recourse except to arms, which meant in extreme cases, to become band leaders. There are innumerable examples of this. Sleeman in his journey through the kingdom of Uday in 1849-50 gives a list of several, such as Imam Bukshir, who still kept up his band and his plundering though restored to his estate on his own terms. The practice was usual, if not inevitable, in Java. A good example of such a situation was that of the department of Cajamarca in Peru in the early 20th century, which produced a number of opposition bandits, notably Elidoro Benel Zaloida, against whom some rather elaborate military campaigns were mounted in the middle 1920s. 8 In 1914 Benel, a landowner, had leased the Hacienda Locan, making himself rather unpopular with the local Indian peasantry whose discontent was mobilized against him by the brothers Ramos, who already held the sub-lease of the estate. Benel appealed to the authorities, who massacred the Indians in the usual manner of the times, thus confirming those left in their hostility. The Ramos then felt in a position to finish off Benel, but only managed to kill his son. Unfortunately, justice failed to act and the crime remained unpunished, as the historian tactfully puts it, adding that the assassins happened to enjoy the support of some other personal enemies of Benel, e.g. Alvarado of Santa Cruz. Thereupon Benel realized his assets to finance a formidable legion of his dependents, trabajadores, determined to give their lives in the service of their chief, and moved against Alvarado and the Ramos. This time justice did act, but Benel had fortified his own hacienda and defied it. This naturally helped him to win further sympathizers whom he supplied with all the necessities of life. He was merely the most formidable of a large number of band leaders who emerged with the virtual breakdown of government authority, in a complex combination of political and personal rivalries, vengeance, political and economic ambition, and social rebellion. As the military historian of the campaign puts it, the peasantry of those settlements was humble and sluggish, incapable of standing up against the little local tyrants. However, to feel alive is to feel rage against injustice. Hence persons of local power and authorities who lacked the intellectual preparation for their difficult duties, managed to unite a now emboldened and determined people against them. The history of all peoples shows that in such situations armed bands are formed. In Chota they went with Benel, in Cutervo with the Vasquez and others. These men exercised their kind of justice, punishing those who usurped other men's land, formalizing marriages, pursuing criminals, and imposing order on the local lords. At times of elections, congressional deputies made use of these fighters, supplying them with arms and instructing them to take action against their political adversaries. The armed hosts grew stronger and banditry reached the point at which it caused panic among the peaceful citizenry. 10. Benel flourished until in 1923 he made the mistake of allying with some local potentates who planned to overthrow the formidable President Leguia, after which substantial forces were brought into the field and the Cajamarca situation was cleared up, not without considerable efforts. He was finally killed in 1927. The Ramos and Alvarado also disappeared from the scene, together with various other band leaders. Such local rivalries are inseparable from banditry. The case of the clan MacGregor in the 16th to 18th centuries, and in particular of their most famous member, Rob Roy, is very much in point. For the MacGregors remained a clan of robbers because their enemies left them no other choice but extirpation. They were indeed formally dissolved and their name forbidden. Rob Roy's own reputation as a Scottish Robin Hood derives mainly from the fact that he attacked the Duke of Montrose, the successful magnate who had, he felt, done him an injustice. In this way the armed resistance of the outs to the ins of local aristocratic or family politics, may, at least locally and temporarily, satisfy the resentments of the poor against their exploiters, a situation not unknown in other kinds of politics. In any case, where landowning families fight and feud, make and break family alliances, dispute heritages with arms, the stronger accumulating wealth and influence over the broken bones of the weaker, the scope for bands of fighting men led by the disgruntled losers is naturally very large. The structure of rural politics in the conditions which breed banditry therefore has two effects. On the one hand it fosters, protects, and multiplies bandits, on the other it integrates them into the political system. Admittedly both these effects are probably more powerful where the central state apparatus is absent or ineffective and the regional centers of power are balanced or unstable, as in conditions of feudal anarchy, in frontier zones, among a shifting mosaic of petty principalities, in the wild back country. A strong emperor, king, or even baron establishes his own law on his own lands and hangs freelance bands of armed robbers instead of patronizing them, whether they threaten the social order or merely disrupt trade and disturb property. The British Raj scarcely needed to recruit dacoits as escorts for its treasure transports like the Rajas of Jaipur. And men whose power is based on the generation of wealth by wealth, and who do not need, or no longer need, to accumulate wealth by the knife or gun, hire policemen to protect it rather than gangsters. The robber barons of the wild era in American capitalism made the fortunes of the Pinkertons, not of freelance gunmen. It was small and weak business, labor, or municipal politics which had to negotiate with the mobs, not big business. What is more, with economic development the rich and powerful are increasingly likely to see bandits as threats to property to be stamped out, rather than as one factor among others in the power game. Under such circumstances bandits become permanent outcasts, their hand against every respectable man. Perhaps at this stage the anti-mythology of banditry makes its appearance, in which the robber appears as the opposite of the hero, as, to use the terminology of Russian nobles at the end of the 18th century, a beast in human form, ready to profane all that is holy, to kill, to pillage, to burn, to violate the will of God and the laws of the state. 11. It seems certain that, in Russia at least, this myth of the bandit as the negation of humanity arose considerably later than the heroic myth of folk song and folk epic. The mechanism for integrating banditry into normal political life disappears. The robber now belongs only to one part of society, the poor and oppressed. He can either merge with the rebellion of peasant against lord, of traditional society against modernity, of marginal or minority communities against their integration into a wider polity, or with that permanent pendant to the straight or respectable world, the bent or underworld. But even this now provides less scope for the life of the mountain, the greenwood, and the open highway. Bonnie and Clyde, the heirs of Jesse James, were not typical criminals of the American 1930s, but historical throwbacks. The nearest the really modern strong-arm man gets to the rural life is a barbecue on a country estate gained by urban crime. 8. Bandits and Revolutions. Flagellum deit commissarius missus adeo contra usurarios et detenens pecunias ociosas. Scourge of God and envoy of God against usurers and the possessors of unproductive wealth. Self-description by Marco Sciarra, Neapolitan brigand chief of the 1590s. At this point the bandit has to choose between becoming a criminal or a revolutionary. As we have seen, social banditry by its nature challenges the established order of class society and political role in principle, whatever its accommodations with both in practice. Insofar as it is a phenomenon of social protest, it can be seen as a precursor or potential incubator of revolt. In this it differs sharply from the ordinary underworld of crime, with which we have already had occasion to contrast it. The underworld, as its name implies, is an anti-society, which exists by reversing the values of the straight world. It is, in its own phrase, bent, but is otherwise parasitic on it. A revolutionary world is also a straight world, except perhaps at especially apocalyptic moments when even the antisocial criminals have their access of patriotism or revolutionary exaltation. Hence, for the genuine underworld, revolutions are little more than unusually good occasions for crime. There is no evidence that the flourishing underworld of Paris provided revolutionary militants or sympathizers in the French revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries, though in 1871 the prostitutes were strongly communard, but as a class they were victims of exploitation rather than criminals. The criminal bandit gangs which infested the French and Rhineland countryside in the 1790s were not revolutionary phenomena, but symptoms of social disorder. The underworld enters the history of revolutions only insofar as the classes dangerouses are mixed up with the classes laboriouses, mainly in certain quarters of the cities, and because rebels and insurgents are often treated by the authorities as criminals and outlaws, but in principle the distinction is clear. Spain and Italy. Giuseppe Mussolino. Born in 1875 in San Stefano, Aspromonte, he was wrongly imprisoned in 1897, escaped in 1899, and was recaptured in 1901. He was in jail for 45 years, where he went mad, and died in 1956. He was immensely popular and famous far beyond his native Calabria. Bandit territory, the Barbigia in Sardinia. From De Sitta's film Banditti ad Argo Solo, 1961, which reconstructs the making of a bandit from this legendary center for outlaws. The Brigand Romanticist by Charles Alphonse Paul Belli, 1826–1900, a copious exhibitor at the Paris Salon, with a penchant for picturesque Italian popular types. Salvatore Giuliano, 1922–50, alive. The most celebrated bandit of the Italian Republic was much, and flatteringly photographed by journalists. Salvatore Giuliano dead, July 5, 1950, in a courtyard at Castelvetrano. The police, improbably, claimed credit for the killing. Note the pistol and the Breyer gun. Salvatore Giuliano. An ambush by the gang reconstructed in Francesco de Rossi's magnificent film. The locations are actual. Sardinia in the 1960s. Posters of bandits wanted by the police, with rewards ranging from 2 to 10 million lire a head. Banditry is still endemic in the Barbigia Highlands. The Americas. The James Boys as heroes of popular fiction, Chicago, 1892. Perhaps their habit of holding up trains helped to spread their fame. Jesse James, 1847–82, with his brother Frank, 1843–1915, the most famous actor of the social bandit role in U.S. history. He was born and died in Missouri. He formed his band after the Civil War, 1866. Jesse James as part of the Western legend. Henry Fonda in the film Jesse James, 1939, Henry. Lampião, I-898–1938, the great bandit hero of Brazil. Title page of Part 1 of a three-part verse romance by a northeastern balladeer, published in the giant industrial city of São Paulo, 1962. The bandit as national myth, propagated by intellectuals, a still from the Brazilian film O Cangaceiro, 1953. The decorated leather hats with upturned brim are the local equivalent of the sombrero or Stetson. Pancho Villa, born in 1877 in Durango, died in 1923 in Chihuahua. The famous brigand as revolutionary general, December 1913. Bandits, on the other hand, share the values and aspirations of the peasant world, and as outlaws and rebels are usually sensitive to its revolutionary surges. As men who have already won their freedom they may normally be contemptuous of the inert and passive mass, but in epochs of revolution this passivity disappears. Large numbers of peasants become bandits. In the Ukrainian risings of the 16th and 17th centuries they would declare themselves Cossacks. In 1861 the peasant guerrilla units were formed around, and like, brigand bands, local leaders would find themselves attracting a massive influx of disbanded Bourbon soldiers, deserters or evaders of military service, escaped prisoners, men who feared persecution for acts of social protest during Garibaldi's liberation, peasants and mountain men seeking freedom, vengeance, loot, or a combination of all these. Like the usual outlaw band, these units would initially tend to form in the neighborhood of the settlements from which they drew their recruits, establish a base in the nearby mountains or forests, and begin their operations by activities hard to distinguish from those of ordinary bandits. Only the social setting was now different. The minority of the unsubmissive were now joined in mobilization by the majority. In short, to quote a Dutch student of Indonesia, at such times the robber band associates itself with other groups and expresses itself under that guise, whilst the groups which originated with more honest ideals take on the character of bandits. Point 2. An Austrian official in the Turkish service has given an excellent description of the early stages of such a peasant mobilization in Bosnia. At first it only looked like an unusually stubborn dispute about tithes. Then the Christian peasants of Lakovac and other villages gathered, left their houses and went on to the mountain of the Trusina Planina, while those of Gabela and Ravno stopped work and held meetings. While negotiations went on, a band of armed Christians attacked a caravan from Mostar near Nevesinje, killing 7 Muslim carters. The Turks thereupon broke off talks. At this point the peasants of Nevesinje all took arms, went onto the mountain and lit alarm fires. Those of Ravno and Gabela also took arms. It was evident that a major uprising was about to break out, in fact the rising which was to initiate the Balkan Wars of the 1870s, to detach Bosnia and Herzegovina from the Ottoman Empire, and to have a variety of important international consequences, which do not concern us here. Point 3. What does concern us is the characteristic combination of mass mobilization and expanded bandit activity in such a peasant revolution. Where there is a strong Hajduk tradition or powerful independent communities of armed outlaws, free and armed peasant raiders, banditry may impose an even more distinct pattern on such revolts, since it may have already been recognized, in a vague sense, as the relic of ancient or the nucleus of future freedom. Thus in Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, India, the Gujars, an important minority of the population, had a strong tradition of independence or turbulence and lawlessness, to use the phraseology of the British officials. The great Lundara estate of the Gujars was broken up in 1813. 11 years later, when times in the countryside were hard, the bolder spirits in Saharanpur sooner than starve, banded themselves together under a brigand chief named Kalwa, a local Gujar, and engaged in banditry on either side of the Ganges, robbing banias, the trading and money-lending caste, travelers and inhabitants of Dehradun. The motives of the dacoits, observes the gazetteer, were perhaps not so much mere plunder as the desire of the return to the old lawless way of living, unencumbered by the regulations of superior authority. In short, the presence of armed bands implied rebellion rather than mere law-breaking. For Kalwa, allying with an important talukdar who controlled 40 villages and other disgruntled gentry, soon extended his revolt by attacking police posts, capturing some treasure from 200 police guards and sacking the town of Bhagwanpur. Thereupon he declared himself to be the Raja Kalyan Singh and dispatched messengers in royal fashion to exact tribute. He now had 1,000 men, and announced that he would overthrow the foreign yoke. He was defeated by a force of 200 Gurkhas, having had the incredible presumption to await the attack outside the fort. The rebellion lasted into the next year. Another hard season had given them an accession of new recruits, and then petered out. The bandit chief who is regarded as a royal pretender or seeks to legitimize revolution by adopting the formal status of a ruler, is familiar enough. The most formidable examples are perhaps the bandit and Cossack chieftains of Russia, where the great Razboyniki always tended to be regarded as miraculous heroes, akin to the champions of the Holy Russian land against the Tatars, if not actually as possible avatars of the Begars Tsar, the good Tsar who knew the people and would replace the evil Tsar of the boyars and the gentry. The great peasant rebels of the 17th and 18th centuries along the lower Volga were Cossacks, Bulavin, Bolotnikov, Stenkarazin, the hero of folk song, and Yemlian Pugashev, and Cossacks were in those days communities of free peasant raiders. Like Raja Kalyan Singh, we find them issuing imperial proclamations. Like the brigands of southern Italy in the 1860s, we find their men killing, burning, pillaging, destroying the written documents which signify serfdom and subjection, but lacking any program except that of sweeping away the machinery of oppression. For banditry itself thus to become the revolutionary movement and to dominate it, is unusual. As we have seen, above, pages 28 to 30, limitations, both technical and ideological, are such as to make it unsuitable for more than momentary operations of more than a few dozen men, and its internal organization provides no model which can be generalized to be that of an entire society. Even the Cossacks, who developed quite large and structured permanent communities of their own, and very substantial mobilizations for their raiding campaigns, provided only leaders and not models for the great peasant insurrections. It was as people's tsars and not as atamans that they mobilized these. Banditry is therefore more likely to come into peasant revolutions as one aspect of a multiple mobilization, and knowing itself to be a subordinate aspect, except in one sense, it provides fighting men and fighting leaders. Before the revolution it may be, to use the phrase of an able historian of Indonesian peasant unrest, a crucible out of which emerged a religious revival on one hand, and revolt on the other. 5 As the revolution breaks out, they may merge with the vast millennial outburst. Rampant bands sprang from the ground like mushrooms, speedily followed by roving groups of the populace, possessed with the expectation of a Mahdi or a millennium. This is a description of the Javanese movement after the defeat of the Japanese in 1945, 6 yet without the expected messiah, charismatic leader, just king, or whoever pretends to his crown, or, to continue our Indonesian illustration, the nationalist intellectuals headed by Sukarno who grafted themselves upon this movement. Such phenomena are likely to subside, leaving behind them at best rearguard actions by backwoods guerrillas. Still, when banditry and its companion, millennial exaltation, have reached such a peak of mobilization, the forces which turn revolt into a state-building or society-transforming movement do as often as not appear. In traditional societies accustomed to the rise and fall of political regimes which leave the basic social structure unaffected, gentry, noblemen, even officials and magistrates, may recognize the signs of impending change and consider the time ripe for a judicious transfer of loyalties to what will no doubt turn out to end with a new set of authorities, while expeditionary forces will think of changing sides. A new dynasty may arise, strong in the mandate of heaven, and peaceable men will settle down to their lives again, with hope, doubtless eventually with disillusion, reducing the bandits to the minimum of expected outlawry and sending the prophets back to their hedge preaching. More rarely, a messianic leader will appear to build a temporary New Jerusalem. In modern situations, revolutionary movements or organizations will take over. They too may well, after their triumph, find bandit activists drifting back into marginal outlawry, to join the last champions of the old way of life and other counter-revolutionaries in increasingly hopeless resistance. How indeed do social bandits come to terms with modern revolutionary movements, so remote from the ancient moral world in which they exist? The problem is comparatively easy in the case of national independence movements, since their aspirations can be readily expressed in terms comprehensible to archaic politics, however little they have in common with these in fact. This is why banditry fits into such movements with little trouble. Giuliano turned with equal ease into the hammer of the godless communists and the champion of Sicilian separatism. Primitive movements of tribal or national resistance to conquest may develop the characteristic interplay of bandit guerrillas and populist or millennial sectarianism. In the Caucasus, where the resistance of the Great Shamal to the Russian conquest was based on the development of Muridism among the native Muslims, Muridism and other similar sects were said even in the early 20th century to provide the celebrated bandit patriot Zelim Khan, cp 49 above, with aid, immunity, and ideology. He always carried a portrait of Shamil. In return, two new sects which sprang up among the Ingush mountaineers in that period, one of militants for holy war, the other of unarmed quietists, both equally ecstatic and possibly derived from the Betashi, regarded Selim Khan as a saint. 7. It does not take much sophistication to recognize the conflict between our people and foreigners, between the colonized and the colonizers. The peasants of the Hungarian plains who formed the bandit guerrillas of the famous Sandor Rasa after the defeat of the revolution of 1848-9 may have been moved to rebellion by adventitious acts of the victorious Austrian regime, such as military conscription. Reluctance to become or remain a soldier is a familiar source of outlaws. But they were nevertheless national bandits, though their interpretation of nationalism might have been very different from the politicians. The famous Manuel Garcia, king of the Cuban countryside, who was reputed single-handed to keep 10,000 soldiers occupied, naturally sent money to the father of Cuban independence, Martí, which the apostle refused, with the habitual dislike of most revolutionaries for criminals. Garcia was killed by treason in 1895, because, so Cuban opinion still holds, he was about to throw in his lot with the revolution. National liberation bandits are therefore common enough, though commoner in situations where the national liberation movement can be derived from traditional social organization or resistance to foreigners than when it is a novel importation by schoolmasters and journalists. In the mountains of Greece, barely occupied, never effectively administered, the Klefts played a larger part in liberation than in Bulgaria, where the conversion to the national cause of eminent hayduks such as Pana Yathitov was notable news. But then, the Greek mountains were allowed a fair measure of autonomy, through the formations of armatols, technically policing them for the Turkish overlords, in practice doing so only when it suited them. Today's armatol captain might be tomorrow's Kleftic chief, and the other way round. What part they play in national liberation is another question. It is harder for bandits to be integrated into modern movements of social and political revolution which are not primarily against foreigners. Not because they have any more difficulty in understanding, at least in principle, the slogans of liberty, equality, and fraternity, of land and freedom, of democracy and communism, if expressed in language with which they are familiar. On the contrary, these are no more than evident truth, the marvel being that men can find the right words for it. Truth tickles everyone's nostrils, says Surovkov, the savage Cossack, listening to Isaac Babel reading Lenin's speech from Pravda. The question is how it's to be pulled from the heap. But he goes and strikes at it straight off, like a hen pecking at a grain. It is that these evident truths are associated with townsmen, educated men, gentry, with opposition to God and Tsar, i.e. with forces normally hostile or incomprehensible to backward peasants. Still, the junction can be made. The great Pancho Villa was recruited by Madero's men in the Mexican Revolution, and became a formidable general of the revolutionary armies. Perhaps of all professional bandits in the Western world, he was the one with the most distinguished revolutionary career. When the emissaries of Madero visited him, he was readily convinced, especially as he was the only local bandit they wanted to recruit to the cause, though he had shown no previous interest in politics. Madero was a rich and educated man. If he was on the side of the people, this proved that he was selfless and the cause therefore untarnished. A man of the people himself, a man of honor, and whose standing in banditry was itself honored by such an invitation, how could he hesitate to put his men and guns at the disposal of the revolution? 8. Less eminent bandits may have joined the cause of revolution for very similar reasons. Not because they understood the complexities of democratic, socialist, or even anarchist theory, though the last of these contains few complexities, but because the cause of the people and the poor was self-evidently just, and the revolutionaries demonstrated their trustworthiness by unselfishness, self-sacrifice, and devotion, in other words, by their personal behavior. That is why military service and jail, the places where bandits and modern revolutionaries are most likely to meet in conditions of equality and mutual trust, have seen many political conversions. The annals of modern Sardinian banditry contain several examples. That is also why the men who became the Bourbonist brigand leaders in 1861 were often the same men who had flocked to the standard of Garibaldi, who looked, spoke and acted like a true liberator of the people. Hence, where the ideological or personal junction between them and the militants of modern revolution can be made, the bandits may join the newfangled movements as bandits or as individual peasants as they would have joined archaic ones. The Macedonian ones became the fighters of the Komitagi movement, the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization or IMRO, in the early 20th century, and the village schoolmasters who organized them in turn copied the traditional pattern of Hajduk guerrillas in their military structure. Just as the brigands of Bantam joined the communist rising of 1926, the generality of Javanese followed the secular nationalism of Sukarno or the secular socialism of the Communist Party, the Chinese ones Mao Zedong, who was in turn powerfully influenced by the native tradition of popular resistance. How could China be saved? The young Mao's answer was, imitate the heroes of Liangshan Pio, i.e. the free bandit guerrillas of the water margin novel. 9 What is more, he systematically recruited them. Were they not fighters, and in their way socially conscious fighters? Did not the Red Beards, a formidable organization of horse thieves which still flourished in Manchuria in the 1920s, forbid its members to attack women, old people, and children, but obliged them to attack all civil servants and official personages? But if a man has a good reputation we shall leave him one half of his property, if he is corrupt we shall take all his possessions and baggage. In 1929 the bulk of Mao's Red Army seems to have been composed of such déclassé elements, to use his own classification, soldiers, bandits, robbers, beggars, and prostitutes. Who was likely to run the risk of joining an outlaw formation in those days except outlaws? These people fight most courageously, Mao had observed a few years earlier. When led in a just manner, they can become a revolutionary force. Did they? They certainly gave the young Red Army something of the mentality of roving insurgents, though Mao hoped that intensified education might remedy this. We now know that the situation was more complicated than that. 10 Bandits and revolutionaries respected each other as outlaws with common enemies, and for much of the time roving Red Armies were not in a position to do more than what was expected of classic social bandits. However, both distrusted each other. Bandits were unreliable. The Communist Party continued to think of He Long, a bandit chief who became a general, and his men as bandits who might defect at any moment, until he actually joined the party. That may be partly because the lifestyle of a prosperous bandit chief hardly fitted in with the Puritan expectations of the comrades. Still, while individual bandits and the occasional chief might be converted, unlike the revolutionaries, institutionalized banditry can work with the prevailing power structure as easily as it can reject it. Traditionally, Chinese banditry formed the rudimentary stage in a process that could lead, under the right conditions, to the formation of a rebel movement whose objective was to gain the mandate of heaven. In itself, though, it was not a rebellion and certainly not revolution. Banditry and communists met, but their ways diverged. Undoubtedly political consciousness can do much to change the character of bandits. The communist peasant guerrillas of Colombia contain some fighters, but almost certainly not more than a modest minority, who have transferred to them from the former freebooting brigand guerrillas of the Violencia. Cuando bandaliba, when I was a bandit, is a phrase that may be heard in the conversations and reminiscences that fill so much of a guerrilla's time. The phrase itself indicates the awareness of the difference between a man's past and his present. However, probably Mao was too sanguine. Individual bandits may be easily integrated into political units, but collectively, in Colombia at least, they have proved rather unassimilable into left-wing guerrilla groups. In any case, as bandits their military potential was limited, their political potential even more so, as the brigand wars in southern Italy demonstrate. Their ideal unit was less than 20 men. Hajduk voivodes leading more than this were singled out in song and story, and in the Colombian Violencia after 1948 the very large insurgent units were almost invariably communist rather than grassroots rebels. Pena Yodhitov reports that the voivode Ilyo, faced with 200 to 300 potential recruits, said this was far too many for a single band and they had better form several. He himself chose 15. Large forces were, as in Lampayo's band, broken up into such subunits, or temporary coalitions of separate formations. Tactically this made sense, but it indicated a basic incapacity of most grassroots chiefs to equip and supply large units or to handle bodies of men beyond the direct control of a powerful personality. What is more, each chieftain jealously protected his sovereignty. Even Lampayo's most loyal lieutenant, the blonde devil Korysko, though remaining sentimentally attached to his old chief, quarreled with him and took his friends and followers away to form a separate band. The various emissaries and secret agents of the Bourbons who tried to introduce effective discipline and coordination into the brigand movement in the 1860s were as frustrated as all others who have attempted similar operations. Politically, bandits were, as we have seen, incapable of offering a real alternative to the peasants. Moreover, their traditionally ambiguous position between the men of power and the poor, as men of the people but contemptuous of the weak and the passive, as a force which in normal times operated within the existing social and political structure or on its margins, rather than against it, limited their revolutionary potential. They might dream of a free society of brothers, but the most obvious prospect of a successful bandit revolutionary was to become a landowner, like the gentry. Pancho Villa ended as a hacendado, the natural reward of a Latin American aspirant caudillo, though no doubt his background and manner made him more popular than the fine-skinned Creole aristocrats. And in any case, the heroic and undisciplined robber life did not fit a man much for either the hard, dun-colored organization world of the revolutionary fighters or the legality of post-revolutionary life. Few successful bandit insurgents seem to have played much of a role in Balkan countries they had helped to liberate. Often enough the heroic memories of freedom in the pre-revolutionary mountains, and national insurrection, merely lent an increasingly ironic glitter to strong-arm gangs in the new state, at the disposal of rival political bosses when they did not do a little freelance kidnapping and robbery for their private purposes. 19th-century Greece, nourished on the kleptic mystique, became a gigantic spoils system, whose prizes were thus competed for. The Romantic poets, folklorists, and Philhellens had given the Highland brigands a European reputation. M. Edmund About, in the 1850s, was more struck by the shoddy reality of the Roi de Montagnes than by the high-flown phrases of kleptic glory. The bandits' contribution to modern revolutions was thus ambiguous, doubtful and short. That was their tragedy. As bandits they could at best, like Moses, discern the promised land. They could not reach it. The Algerian War of Liberation began, characteristically enough, in the wild mountains of the Ours, traditional brigand territory, but it was the very unbandit-like army of national liberation which finally won independence. The Chinese Red Army soon ceased to be a bandit-like formation. More than this, the Mexican Revolution contained two major peasant components, the typical bandit-based movement of Pancho Villa in the north, the mainly unbandit-like agrarian agitation of Zapata in Morelos. In military terms, Villa played an immeasurably more important part on the national scene, but neither the shape of Mexico nor even of Villa's own northwest was changed by it. Zapata's movement was entirely regional, its leader was killed in 1919, its military forces were of no great consequence. Yet this was the movement which injected the element of agrarian reform into the Mexican Revolution. The brigands produced a potential caudillo and a legend, not least, a legend of the only Mexican leader who tried to invade the land of the gringos in this century. The peasant movement of Morelos produced a social revolution, one of the three which deserve the name in the history of Latin America. 9. The expropriators. Finally we must glance at what may be called quasi-banditry, that is to say at revolutionaries who do not themselves belong to the original world of Robin Hood, but who in one way or another adopt his methods and perhaps even his myth. The reasons for this may be partly ideological, as among the Bakuninist anarchists who idealized the bandit as the genuine and sole revolutionary, a revolutionary without fine phrases, without learned rhetoric, irreconcilable, indefatigable and indomitable, a popular and social revolutionary, non-political and independent of any estate, Bakunin. They may be a reflection of the immaturity of revolutionaries who, though their ideologies are new, are steeped in the traditions of an ancient world, like the Andalusian anarchist guerrillas after the Civil War of 1936-9 who fell naturally into the ways of the old noble bandoleros, or the German journeymen of the early 19th century, who, equally naturally, called their secret revolutionary brotherhood, which eventually became Karl Marx's Communist League, the League of the Outlaws. The Christian communist Taylor Whiteling actually at one stage planned a revolutionary war waged by an army of outlaws. Or else the reasons may be technical, as in guerrilla movements which are obliged to follow substantially similar tactics as social bandits, and on the cloak and dagger fringe of illegal revolutionary movements where the smugglers, terrorists, forgers, spies, and expropriators operate. In this chapter we shall deal primarily with expropriation, the long-established and tactful name for robberies designed to supply revolutionaries with funds. Some observations about contemporary phenomena of this kind will be found in the postscript, CP 189-99. The history of this tactic remains to be written. Probably it appeared at the point where the libertarian and authoritarian lines of the modern revolutionary movement, the Sansculottes and the Jacobins, crossed, by Blanky out of Bakunin. The place of birth was almost certainly the anarchist-cum-terrorist milieu of Tsarist Russia in the 1860s and 1870s. The bomb, which was the standard equipment of Russian expropriators in the early 20th century, points to their terrorist derivation. In the Western tradition of bank robbery, whether political or ideologically neutral, the gun has always prevailed. The term expropriation itself was originally not so much a euphemism for hold-up jobs, as a reflection on a characteristically anarchist confusion between riot and revolt, between crime and revolution, which regarded not only the gangster as a truly libertarian insurrectionary, but such simple activities as looting as a step towards the spontaneous expropriation of the bourgeoisie by the oppressed. We need not blame serious anarchists for the excesses of the lunatic fringe of déclassé intellectuals which indulged in such fancies. Even among them expropriation gradually settled down as a technical term for robbing money for the good of the cause, normally, and significantly, from those symbols of the impersonal power of money, the banks. Ironically enough, it was not so much the local and scattered forms of direct action by anarchists or Narodnik terrorists which made expropriation a public scandal in the international revolutionary movement, as the activities of the Bolsheviks during and after the 1905 revolution, and more particularly the famous Tiflis, Tbilisi, hold-up of 1907, which netted the party over 200,000 rubles, unfortunately mainly in large and readily traced denominations which got the devoted exiles like Litvinov, subsequently Commissar for Foreign Affairs of the USSR, and L.B. Krasin, subsequently in charge of Soviet foreign trade, into trouble with Western policemen, when they tried to change them. It was a good stick with which to beat Lenin, always suspect to other Russian sectors of social democracy for his alleged Blanquist tendencies, just as later it was a good stick with which to beat Stalin, who, as a leading Bolshevik in Transcaucasia, was deeply involved in it. The accusations were unfair. Lenin's Bolsheviks differed from other social democrats merely in not condemning any form of revolutionary activity, including expropriations a priori, or rather, in lacking the cant which officially condemned operations which, as we now know, not only illegal revolutionaries but also governments of all complexions practice whenever they think them essential. Lenin did his best to fence off expropriations from ordinary crime and unorganized freebooting with an elaborate system of defenses. They were to be conducted only under organized party auspices, and in a framework of socialist ideology and education. In order not to degenerate into crime and prostitution, they were to be undertaken only against state property, etc. Stalin, though no doubt he went into these activities with his usual lack of humanitarian scruple, was doing no more than applying party policy. Indeed, the expropriations in turbulent and gun-happy Transcaucasia were neither the largest, the record was probably held by the Moscow hold-up of 1906, which netted 875,000 rubles, nor the most frequent. If anything, Latvia, in which the Bolshevik papers publicly acknowledged at least some of the income from expropriations, as socialist journals usually record donations, was most given to this form of selfless robbery. The study of the Bolshevik expropriations is therefore not the best way to grasp the nature of such quasi-bandit activity. All that the whole UPS of official Marxists demonstrate is the obvious fact that such activities tend to attract a certain type of militant, the sort of man who, though often longing for the really high-status work such as drafting theoretical statements and addressing Congress, feels happier with a gun and a lot of presence of mind. The late Kumo, Semeno Arjakovich Terpetrosian, 1882–1922, a remarkably brave and tough Armenian terrorist who threw in his lot with the Bolsheviks, was a splendid example of such a political gunfighter. He was the chief organizer of the Tiflis expropriation, though as a matter of principle never spending more than 50 kopecks a day on his personal needs. The end of the Civil War left him free to realize his long-cherished ambition to educate himself properly in Marxist theory, but after a brief interval he yearned once again for the excitements of direct action. He was probably lucky to die in a bicycle accident when he did. Neither his age nor the atmosphere of the Soviet Union in subsequent years would have been congenial to his type of old Bolshevism. The best way to bring the phenomenon of expropriation before readers who have no great acquaintance with ideological gunfighters, is to sketch the portrait of one of them. I choose the case of Francisco Sabate Lapart, 1913–60, one of the group of anarchist guerrillas who raided Catalonia from bases in France after the Second World War, and almost all of whom are now dead or in jail, the Sabate brothers, José Luis Face Rios, the waiter from the Barrio Chino in Barcelona, probably the ablest and most intelligent, Ramon Capdevila, named Burnt Face or Cara Quemada, the boxer, probably the toughest, and one of the longest lived, he lasted until 1963, Jaime Pérez El Abiseño, the factory operative José López Pindo, Julio Rodríguez El Cubano, Paco Martínez, Santiago Amir Gruena El Sheriff, Pedro Adrover Font El Yeo, the young and always hungry José Pedres Pedrero Tragapans, Victor Espalargas whose pacifist principles allowed him to take part in bank raids but only unarmed, and all the others whose names now live only in police records and the memories of their families and a few anarchist militants. Barcelona, that hill-compressed, hard-edged, and passionate capital of proletarian insurrection, was their maquis, though they knew enough about the mountains to make their way there and back. Commandeered taxis and stolen cars were their transport, bus queues or the gates of football stadia their rendezvous. Their accoutrements were the raincoat so dear to urban gunmen from Dublin to the Mediterranean, and the shopping bag or briefcase to hide guns or bombs. The idea of anarchism was their motive, that totally uncompromising and lunatic dream which a great many of us share, but which few except Spaniards have ever tried to act upon, at the cost of total defeat and impotence for their labor movement. Theirs was the world in which men are governed by pure morality as dictated by conscience, where there is no poverty, no government, no jails, no policemen, no compulsion and discipline except that of the inner light, no social bond except fraternity and love, no lies, no property, no bureaucracy. In this world men are pure like Sabate, who never smoked or drank, except, of course, a little wine with meals, and ate like a shepherd even when he had just robbed a bank. In this world, reason and enlightenment bring men out of darkness. Nothing stands between us and this ideal except the forces of the devil, bourgeois, fascists, Stalinists, even backsliding anarchists, forces which must be swept away, though of course without our falling into the diabolical pitfalls of discipline and bureaucracy. It is a world in which the moralists are also gunfighters, both because guns kill enemies and because they are the means of expression of men who cannot write the pamphlets or make the great speeches of which they dream. Propaganda by action replaces that by word. Francisco Sabate Lapart Quico discovered the idea, in common with an entire generation of Barcelona working-class youths aged between 13 and 18, in the great moral awakening which followed the proclamation of the Spanish Republic in 1931. He was one of 5 children of an unpolitical municipal watchman in Hospitalet de Llobregat, just outside Barcelona, and became a plumber. Except for Juan, a highly strung boy who wanted to become a priest, the boys looked to the left, following Pepe the fitter, the eldest of the family. Francisco himself was not a great man for books, though later he was to make heroic efforts to read, in order to be able to discuss Rousseau, Herbert Spencer, and Bakunin as a good anarchist should, and took even greater pride in his 2 daughters at the Lycée in Toulouse, who merely read Express and France Observateur. He was not semi-literate, and the Franco accusation that he was rankled bitterly. He was 17 when he joined the Libertarian Youth Organization, and began to absorb the marvelous truth in the Libertarian Athenaeums in which the young militants met for education and inspiration, for to be politically conscious in those days in Barcelona meant to become an anarchist as certainly as in Aberavon it meant to join the Labour Party. But no man can escape his fate. Sabate was designed by nature for his subsequent career. Just as there are some women who are only fully themselves in bed, so there are men who only realize themselves in action. Big-jawed, thick-browed, looking smaller than his size because of his stockiness, though he was actually a little less muscular than he appeared, Sabate was one of these. In repose he was nervous and awkward. He could barely sit in comfort in an armchair, let alone in a cafe in which, like a good gunfighter, he automatically chose the seat with cover, a view of the door and in reach of the back exit. As soon as he stood with a gun on a street corner he became relaxed, and in a gruff way, radiant. Muy sereno, his comrades described him at such moments, sure of his reflexes and instincts, those hunches which can be perfected but not created by experience, sure above all of his courage and his luck. No man without remarkable natural aptitudes would have lasted nearly 22 years of unbroken outlawry, interrupted only by jail. It seems that almost from the start he found himself in the grupos específicos or action groups of young libertarians, which fought duels with the police, assassinated reactionaries, rescued prisoners, and expropriated banks for the purpose of financing some small journal, the distaste of anarchists for organization making regular fundraising difficult. His activities were local. In 1936, by that time married, or rather demonstratively not married, to a servant girl from Valencia, whose character had the same classic simplicity as his, he was still merely a member of the Revolutionary Committee in Hospitalet. He went to the front with the Los Aguilicos, the Young Eagles, column, commanded by Garcia Oliver, as a centurion, responsible as the name implies, for a centuria of 100 men. As his gifts for orthodox leadership were clearly small, he was soon sidetracked into an armorous job, for which his familiarity with guns and explosives fitted him. Also, he had a natural bent for machinery, as for combat. He was the kind of man who builds himself a motorbike from scrap. He never became an officer. Sabate fought quietly with his column, later merged into the 28th Escaso Division, commanded by Gregorio Jover, until the Battle of Teruel. He was not used for the special guerrilla units of the army, which suggests that his gifts were unrecognized. Then, during the battle, he deserted. The official explanation is that he quarreled with the communists, which is more than likely. He returned to lead a clandestine existence in Barcelona, and for practical purposes he never abandoned it for the rest of his life. His first activity in Barcelona against the Stalino-Bourgeois coalition was to liberate a comrade wounded in a brush with the Republican police. His second, still under orders from the Anarchist Youth Committee of Defense, to liberate 4 men imprisoned after the Rising of May 1937, who were being transported between those 2 poles of the anarchist militants' globe, the model prison and the fortress of Montjuic. Then he was himself imprisoned in Montjuic and tried to escape. His wife smuggled a gun to him in his next jail at Vichy and he fought his way out. By now he was a marked man. His comrades therefore found a cover for him by sending him to the front with another anarchist unit, the 26th Durruti Division, with which he stayed to the end. It should perhaps be added for the benefit of non-anarchist readers that Sabates' attachment to the Republican cause and hatred of Franco never wavered throughout these surprising proceedings. The war ended. After the usual spell in a French concentration camp, Sabate found himself working as a fitter near Angoulême. His brother Pepe, an officer, had been caught and jailed in Valencia. Young Manolo was barely 12 years old. There the German occupation caught him, and soon pushed him back into clandestinity. But unlike many other Spanish refugees, his resistance activities were marginal. Spain, and only Spain, was his passion. Around 1942 he was back on the Pyrenean border, ill but already anxious to raid. From this time he began to operate on his own, reconnoitering the frontier. At first he went round the mountain farms as a traveling mechanic and general mender of things. Then, for a while, he joined a group of smugglers. Subsequently he established 2 bases for himself, settling as a small farmer in one of them, the Mosques no Blaubit near Castujas, within sight of Spain. The frontier between La Priest and Sirat was to remain his beat ever after. There he knew the routes and the people and had his bases and depots. This eventually doomed him, for it defined the area in which the police could expect him to be within a few kilometers. On the other hand, it was inevitable. Efficient organizations can route couriers or guerrillas anywhere between Irun and Port-Boo. A congeries of small craft enterprises, like the anarchist underground, is one of local men who are in darkness outside the small area they have themselves prospected. Sabate knew his sector of the mountains. He knew the routes thence to Barcelona. Above all, he knew Barcelona. These were his manner. There and nowhere else in Spain did he operate. He seems not to have raided before the spring of 1945, though he did some guiding and perhaps liaison work. In May of that year he began to make a name for the rescue of a comrade from the police in the middle of Barcelona. And then came the events which made him a hero. One of his guerrilla parties attracted the attention of the civil guard in Banolas, his dispersal point after crossing the mountains. The police flourished their arms. Sabate was punctilious about not shooting until the other side made a move to draw, and one was killed, the other disarmed. He bypassed the hue and cry by the simple method of walking in easy stages to Barcelona. By the time he arrived the police was informed. He walked straight into an ambush at the habitual meeting place of the comrades, a milk bar in the Calle Santa Teresa. Sabate's hunch for ambushes was extraordinary. The 4 laborers coming slowly towards him chatting were, it was clear to him, policemen. He therefore continued slowly and carelessly walking towards them. At about 30 feet he reached for his submachine gun and took aim. The war between police and terrorists is one of nerves as well as of guns. Whoever is more frightened has lost the initiative. The key to Sabate's unique career after 1945 lay in the moral superiority he established over the police by the conscious policy of always, when possible, advancing towards them. The 4 plainclothes men were unnerved, made for cover, and opened a rather ragged fire while he got away. He did not shoot. It was a sign of his relative inexperience that he now went home, to arrange for a meeting with his brother Pepe, who had just come out of prison in Valencia. The house was already watched, but Sabate only went in for a moment to leave a note, and immediately left by the back to sleep in the woods. This seems to have taken the police by surprise. When he returned next morning he smelled the ambush, but it was too late. His route was already barred by a couple of obvious police wagons. He strolled carelessly past them. What he did not know was that one of the wagons contained 2 captured anarchists who were to identify him. They did not. Sabate strolled casually on to safety. The hero needs bravery for his role, and he had proved it. He needs guile and perspicacity. He needs luck, or in mythical terms, invulnerability. Surely, the man who smelled and escaped ambushes had proved these. But he also needs victory. He had not yet proved this, except by killing policemen, and by rational standards could never prove it. but by the standards of the poor, oppressed and ignorant men whose horizons are bounded by their barrio or at most their city, the mere capacity for the outlaw to survive against the concentrated forces of the rich and their jailers and policemen is victory enough. And henceforth nobody in Barcelona, a city which breeds more competent judges of good rebels than most, could doubt that Sabate possessed this capacity. Least of all himself. The years 1944 to the early 1950s saw a systematic attempt to overthrow Franco by private invasions across the frontier from France, but more seriously, by guerrilla action. This episode is not widely known, though the attempts were serious enough. Official communist sources list a total of 5,371 actions by guerrillas in the period between 1944 and 1949, with a peak of 1,317 in 1947, and Franco sources estimate guerrilla casualties of 400 in the largest maquis, in southern Aragon. Point 2 Though guerrillas operated in virtually all mountain areas, especially in the north and in southern Aragon, the Catalan guerrillas, who were almost wholly anarchist, unlike the others, were of no military significance. They were too poorly organized and undisciplined, and their objectives were those of their cadres, men with parish pump perspectives. It was among such anarchist groups that Sabate now operated. Considerations of high politics, strategy, and tactics hardly affected men of his kind. For them such things were always shadowy unrealities, except insofar as they were vivid because symbolic of immorality. Theirs was an abstract world in which free men with guns stood on one side, policemen and jails on the other, typifying the human condition. Between them crouched the mass of undecided workers who would one day, perhaps tomorrow, rise in majestic power, inspired by the example of morality and heroism. Sabate and his friends found political rationalizations for their exploits. He put bombs into some Latin American consulates as a protest against a UN vote. He fired leaflets out of a homemade bazooka over the football crowds to make propaganda, and held up bars to play anti-Franco speeches on tape recorders. He robbed banks for the cause. Yet those who knew him agree that what really counted for him was the example of action rather than its effect. What moved him, irresistibly and obsessively, was the desire to go raiding in Spain, and the eternal duel between the militants and the state, the plight of imprisoned comrades, the hatred of policemen. An outsider may wonder why none of the groups ever made a serious attempt to assassinate Franco or even the Captain General of Catalonia, but only Senor Quintela of the Barcelona police. But Quintela was head of the Social Brigade. He had, it was said, tortured comrades with his own hands. It is highly typical, not least of anarchist disorganization, that when Sabate planned to assassinate him he found another group of activists already independently on the same trail. From 1945 on, therefore, the heroic exploits and demonstrations multiplied. The official record, not altogether reliable, credits Sabate with 5 attacks in 1947, 1 in 1948, and no less than 15 in 1949, the year of the Barcelona guerrillas' glory and disaster. That January the Sabots took charge of the job of raising funds for the defense of some prisoners, a list of whom a certain Ballester had brought out of jail together with a police tail. In February Pepe Sabate shot a policeman who was ambushing the brothers at their rendezvous in the doorway of the Cinecondel, by the Paralelo. Shortly after this the police surprised Pepe and José López Pindo asleep in La Teresa, a suburb of flamenco singing southern immigrants, and they fought a gun battle in their underwear between the front door and the dining room. Lopez died, Pepe, badly wounded, escaped almost naked, swam the river La Brega, held up a passerby for clothes, and walked 5 miles to a safe refuge where he was joined by his brother, who got him a doctor and saw to his transport to France. In March Sabate and the Los Manos group of young Aragonesa joined up to kill Quintela, but only killed a couple of lesser Phalangists by mistake. Someone had issued a general threat to attack the police headquarters, which frightened the police, but also warned them. In May Sabate and Face Rios joined forces to put their bombs into the Brazilian, Peruvian, and Bolivian consulates, Sabate calmly dismantling one after the alarm had been given so as to exchange the time mechanism for immediate detonation. Other bombs he placed with the simple help of a fishing rod. By the autumn, however, the police had the situation under control. In October Pepe fell in ambush, having just fought his way out of another over the dead body of a policeman. That month saw the end of the bulk of the fighting men. In December a third of the Sabate brothers went. Young Manolo had never been a man of the idea. His ambition was to be a torero, and he had left home in his teens to follow the nobilities in Andalusia, but the adventure represented by his brothers was equally tempting. They did not let him join them, preferring him to study and better himself, but the Sabate name got him into the group of the redoubtable Ramon Capdevila, Caraquemada or Burnt Face, an ex-boxer who had abandoned the ring on getting the idea and was now a considerable expert in explosives. One of the few guerrillas whose activities made some sense, he raided in the provinces, blowing up pylons and such like. Inexperienced, Manolo lost his way in the hills after a brush with the police, and was arrested. The Sabate name guaranteed his execution. He was shot in 1950, leaving behind nothing but a French watch. By this time, however, Sabate was no longer in Spain. Troubles, mainly with the French police, were to keep him away for nearly 6 years. They had begun in 1948 when he was stopped by a gendarme on one of his innumerable trips to the frontier in a hired car. Sabate always liked transport which allowed him to keep his hands free. He had lost his head, broken and run. They had found his gun, and later a sizable collection of equipment, explosives, radios, etc. in his farm at Castujas. In November he was sentenced in absentia to 3 years in jail and a fine of 50,000 francs. On advice, he appealed and in June 1949 got a harmless 2 months, which was later raised to 6, with 5 years interdiction de séjour. Henceforth his visits to the frontier were to be illegal even from the French side, and he lived under police supervision far from the Pyrenees. In fact, he did not get out of jail for a year, for the French police tied him to another and much more serious affair, a hold-up at the Ronpoulenc factory in May 1948, as a result of which a watchman had died. It is characteristic of the staggering unrealism of the activists, whose very existence depended on the benevolent blindness of the French authorities, that they expropriated the bourgeoisie for the good of the cause with as much readiness in Lyons as in Barcelona. Only the intelligent Face Rios avoided this. He robbed his non-Spanish banks in Italy. It is equally typical that they left a back trail as visible as a landing strip. Thanks to some very good lawyers, the case against Sabate was never quite proved, though the police had at one point lost patience and actually extracted a confession from him after beating him up for several days, or so his lawyer claimed, not without plausibility. After 4 non-lose the case was still pending at the time of his death. However, in addition to considerable worry, the affair cost him the best part of another 2 years in jail. When Sabate got his head at least temporarily above these rough waters, he found the political situation utterly changed. In the early 1950s all parties abandoned guerrilla warfare for more realistic tactics. The militants were therefore alone. It was a desperate blow. Sabate, though quite incapable of obeying any instructions with which he disagreed, was a loyal man. Not to have the approval of the comrades hurt him almost physically, and until his death he made constant but unavailing efforts to regain it. The blow was not softened by an offer to settle him in Latin America. As well offer Othello a consular post in Paris instead of an army. And so, in April 1955 he was back in Barcelona. Early in 1956 he teamed up with Face Rios for a joint operation. The two individualists soon split up, and stayed for several months, publishing a small journal, El Combate, and holding up the Banco Central two-handed with the aid of a dummy bomb. In November he was back again for a hold-up of the large textile firm Cubiertos y Tejados, which netted almost 1 million pesetas. After that the French police, tipped off by the Spaniards, caught up with him again. He lost his base in La Priest, and was once again imprisoned. He got out of jail in May 1958, but was ill for the next few months after a bad operation for ulcers. Face Rios had been killed meanwhile. Then he began to plan his next and last raid. By this time he was alone, except for a few friends. Even the organization, by its silent disapproval, seemed to lend color to the fascists and bourgeois who thought of him as a mere bandit. Even his friends told him, with complete accuracy, that another raid would be suicidal. He had aged notably. All he had left was his reputation as a hero and the passionate conviction which lent this otherwise not very articulate man a remarkable power to persuade. This he carried round the émigré meetings of France in defiance of police regulations, a stocky figure with a bulging briefcase who shied away from sitting in corners. He was not a bandit. The cause could not be left without champions in Spain. Who knows, perhaps he would be the Fidel Castro of his country. Could they not understand? He got together a little money and talked a fair number of men, mostly inexperienced, into taking arms. He went with the first group, consisting of Antonio Miracle, a bank clerk relatively fresh from clandestinity, two youngsters of barely 20, Rogelio Madrigal Torres and Martin Ruiz, and an otherwise unknown married man of 30, a certain Consa, all from Lyons and Clermont-Ferrand. The rest never made the journey. He saw his family again at the end of 1959, but without telling them his plans. And then he went to what all, except perhaps himself, knew to be his death. It can at least be said that he died as he would have wished to. The group was picked up by the police within a few miles of the frontier, doubtless on a tip-off. They broke away. 2 days later they were surrounded in a lonely farm and besieged for 12 hours. After the setting of the moon, Sabate stampeded the cattle with a hand grenade and crept silently away after killing his last policeman, but wounded. All his companions were killed. 2 days later, on January 6, he held up the 6.20 train from Girona to Barcelona at the small stop of Fornells and ordered the driver to go straight through. It was impossible, for at Massanet-Massanas all trains switched to electric traction. By this time Sabate's foot wound had turned septic. He limped, had a high fever, and kept himself going with morphine injections from his first aid kit. The other 2 wounds, a graze behind the ear and an entry and exit wound in the shoulder, were less serious. He ate the engine crew's breakfast. At Massanet he slipped back into the post van, climbed on the new electric engine and worked his way forward to the driver's cabin. He held up the new crew. They also told him that it was impossible, short of risking accidents, to drive straight to Barcelona in defiance of the timetable. At this stage I think he knew that he would die. Shortly before the small town of San Silani he made them slow down and jumped off. By this time the police had been alerted all along the line. He asked a carter for wine, for his fever made him thirsty, and drank it in great gulps. Then he asked an old woman for a doctor. She directed him to the other end of town. It seems he mistook the house of the doctor's servant, the surgery was empty, and knocked up a certain Francisco Berenguer, who was clearly suspicious of the haggard, unwashed figure in a boiler suit with pistol and submachine gun, and refused to let him in. They struggled. 2 policemen appeared at the ends of the 2 streets at whose corner the 2 men wrestled. Sabate bit Berenguer's hand to get at his pistol, he could no longer get at the Sten gun, and wounded one last policeman before he fell at the corner of the Calle San Jose and San Tecla. If he had not been wounded, they say in San Silani, they would not have got him, for the police were afraid. But the best epitaph is that of one of his friends, a bricklayer in Perpignan, spoken before the Mayol Venus which graces that civilized town center. When we were young, and the Republic was founded, we were knightly though also spiritual, caballeresco pero espiritual. We have grown older, but not Sabate. He was a guerrillero by instinct. Yes, he was one of those Quixotes who come out of Spain. It was said, and perhaps rightly, without irony. But better than any formal epitaph, he received the final accolade of the bandit hero, the champion of the oppressed, which is the refusal to believe in his death. They say, said a taxi driver a few months after his end, that they fetched his father and sister to look at the body, and they looked at it and said, "It is not he, it is someone else." They were wrong in fact, but right in spirit, for he was the sort of man who deserved the legend. More, whose only possible reward could be heroic legend. By any rational and realistic standards his career was a waste of life. He never achieved anything, and indeed even the proceeds of his robberies were increasingly swallowed up by the spiraling costs of semi-private clandestinity, false papers, arms, bribes, etc. So that little was left for propaganda. He never even looked like achieving anything except a death sentence for anyone known to be associated with him. The theoretical justification of the insurrectionary, that the sheer will to make a revolution can catalyze the objective conditions for revolution, could not apply to him, since what he and his comrades did could not conceivably have produced a larger movement. Their own argument, simpler and more Homeric, that since men are good, brave, and pure by nature, the mere sight of devotion and courage, repeated often enough, must shame them out of their torpor, had equally little chance of success. It could only produce legend. By his purity and simplicity Sabate was fitted to become a legend. He lived and died poor, until the end the wife of the celebrated bank robber worked as a servant. He robbed banks not simply for money, but as a torero fights bulls, to demonstrate courage. Not for him the discovery of the astute face Rius, that the safest way of collecting money is to raid a certain kind of hotel at 2 a.m., certain that the solid bourgeois found there in bed with a variety of mistresses would give up his cash willingly and not talk to the police. To take money without exposing oneself to risk, was unmanly. Sabate always preferred to knock over a bank with fewer people than were technically required, for this reason, and conversely, to take money at the risk of one's own life was, in some moral sense, to pay for it. To walk always towards the police was not only a sound psychological tactic, but the hero's way. He could no doubt have forced the engine crews of his train to drive through, though it might not have done him much good, but he could not, morally, risk the lives of men who did not fight him. To become a public legend a man must have simple outlines. To be a tragic hero everything about him must be pared away, leaving him silhouetted against the horizon in the quintessential posture of his role, as Don Quixote is against his windmills, and the gunfighters of the mythical West are, solitary in the white sunlight of their empty midday streets. That is how Francisco Sabate Lapart stood. It is just that he should be so remembered, in the company of other heroes. 10. The bandit as symbol. We have so far looked at the reality of social bandits, and at their legend or myth chiefly as a source of information about that reality, or about the social roles bandits are supposed to play, and therefore often do, the values they are supposed to represent, their ideal, and therefore often also real, relationship with the people. Yet such legends operate not simply among those familiar with a particular bandit, or any bandits, but very much more widely and generally. The bandit is not only a man, but a symbol. In concluding the study of banditry, we must therefore also look at these remoter aspects of our subject. They are curious in at least two ways. The bandit legend among the peasants themselves is peculiar, because the immense personal prestige of celebrated outlaws does not prevent their fame from being rather short-lived. As in so many other respects, Robin Hood, though in most ways the quintessence of bandit legend, is also rather untypical. No real original Robin Hood has ever been identified beyond dispute, whereas all other bandit heroes I have been able to check, however mythologized, can be traced back to some identifiable individual in some identifiable locality. If Robin Hood existed, he flourished before the 14th century, when the cycle is first recorded in writing. His legend has therefore been popular for a minimum of 600 years. All other bandit heroes mentioned in this book, with the exception of the protagonists of the Chinese popular novels, are much more recent. Stenka Razin, the insurgent leader of the Russian Poor, dates back to the 1670s, but the bulk of such figures whose legends were alive in the 19th century, when such ballads were systematically collected, only date back to the 18th, which therefore appears to be the golden age of bandit heroes, Jano Sik in Slovakia, Diego Corrientes in Andalusia, Mandrin in France, Rob Roy in Scotland, for that matter the criminals adapted into the social bandit pantheon like Dick Turpin, Cartouche, and Skinder Hans. Even in the Balkans, where the recorded history of Hayduks and Klefts goes back to the 15th century, the earliest Kleftic heroes who survive as such in the Greek ballads seem to be Christos Miliones, 1740s, and Boukovalis, who flourished even later. It is inconceivable that men such as these should not have been the subjects of song and story earlier than this. Great brigand insurgents like Marco Sciarra of the late 16th century must have had their legend, and at least one of the great bandits of that extremely disturbed period, Serralonga in Catalonia, did become a popular hero whose memory survived into the 19th century, but this case may be unusual. Why are most of them forgotten? It is possible that there were some changes in the popular culture of Western Europe which explain this efflorescence of bandit myths in the 18th century, but hard to account for what seems to be the similar chronology in Eastern Europe. One might suggest that the memory of a purely oral culture, and those who perpetuated the fame of bandit heroes were illiterate, is relatively short. Beyond a certain lapse of generations, the memory of an individual merges with the collective picture of the legendary heroes of the past, the man with myth and ritual symbolism, so that a hero who happens to last beyond this span, like Robin Hood, can no longer be replaced in the context of real history. This is probably true, but not the whole truth. For oral memory can last longer than 10 or 12 generations. Carlo Levi records that the peasants of the Basilicata in the 1930s remembered two episodes of history vividly though vaguely as their own, the time of the brigands 70 years ago, and the time of the great Hohenstaufen emperors 7 centuries earlier. The sad truth is probably that the heroes of remote times survive because they are not only the heroes of the peasants. The great emperors had their clerks, chroniclers and poets, they left huge monuments of stone, they represent not the inhabitants of some lost corner of the highlands, which happens to be like so many other lost corners, but states, empires, entire peoples. So Skanderbeg and Marko Kraljevic survive from the Middle Ages in Albanian and Serbian epics, but Mihate the herdsman and Jew has Andras, Andras the shepherd, against whom no gun has any power. The balls which the Panduars aim against him, he catches in his naked hand disappear in time. The great bandit is stronger, more famous, his name lives longer than the ordinary peasants, but he is no less mortal. He is immortal only because there will always be some other Mihate or Andras to take his gun into the hills or onto the wide plains. The second peculiarity is more familiar. Bandits belong to the peasantry. If the argument of this book is accepted, they cannot be understood except in the context of the sort of peasant society which, it is safe to guess, is as remote from most readers as ancient Egypt, and which is as surely doomed by history as the Stone Age. Yet the curious and astonishing fact about the bandit myth is that its appeal has always been far wider than its native environment. German literary historians have invented a special literary category, the Räuberromantik, bandit romanticism, which has produced a large and by no means only Germanic supply of Räuberromane, bandit novels, none of them designed for reading by either peasants or bandits. The purely fictional bandit hero, a Ronaldo Rinaldini or Joaquin Murrieta, is its characteristic byproduct. But more remarkable still, the bandit hero survives the modern industrial revolution of culture, to appear, in his original form in television series about Robin Hood and his merry men, in a more modern version as the Western or gangster hero, in the mass media of the late 20th century urban life. That the official culture of countries in which social banditry is endemic, should reflect its importance, is natural. Cervantes put the celebrated Spanish robbers of the late 16th century into his works, as naturally as Walter Scott wrote about Rob Roy. Hungarian, Romanian, Czechoslovak, and Turkish writers devote novels to real or imaginary bandit heroes, while, a slight twist, a modernizing Mexican novelist anxious to discredit the myth, attempts to cut the hero down to the size of ordinary criminals in Los Bandidos del Rio Frio. In such countries both bandits and bandit myths are important facts of life, impossible to overlook. The bandit myth is also comprehensible in highly urbanized countries which still possess a few empty spaces of outback or west to remind them of a sometimes imaginary heroic past, and to provide a concrete locus for nostalgia, a symbol of ancient and lost virtue, a spiritual Indian territory for which, like Huckleberry Finn, man can imagine himself lighting out when the constraints of civilization become too much for him. There the outlaw and bushranger Ned Kelly still rides, as in the paintings of the Australian Sidney Nolan, a ghostly figure, tragic, menacing and fragile in his homemade armor, crossing and recrossing the sun-bleached Australian hinterland, waiting for death. Nevertheless, there is more to the literary or popular cultural image of the bandit than the documentation of contemporary life in backward societies, the longing for lost innocence and adventure in advanced ones. There is what remains when we strip away the local and social framework of brigandage, a permanent emotion and a permanent role. There is freedom, heroism, and the dream of justice. The myth of Robin Hood stresses the first and the third of these ideals. What survives from the medieval Greenwood to appear on the television screen is the fellowship of free and equal men, the invulnerability to authority, and the championship of the weak, oppressed and cheated. The classical version of the bandit myth in high culture insists on the same elements. Schiller's robbers sing of the free life in the forest, while their chief, the noble Karl Moor, gives himself up that the reward for his capture can save a poor man. The Western and the gangster film insist on the second, the heroic element, even against the obstacle of conventional morality which confines heroism to the good, or at least the morally ambiguous gunman. Yet there is no denying it. The bandit is brave, both in action and as victim. He dies defiantly and well, and unnumbered boys from slums and suburbs, who possess nothing but the common but nevertheless precious gift of strength and courage, can identify themselves with him. In a society in which men live by subservience, as ancillaries to machines of metal or moving parts of human machinery, the bandit lives and dies with a straight back. As we have seen, not every legendary bandit of history survives thus, to feed the dreams of urban frustration. In fact, hardly any of the great bandits of history survive the translation from agrarian to industrial society, except when they are virtually contemporary with it, or when they have already been embalmed in that resistant medium for time travel, literature. Chapbooks about Lampião are printed today among the skyscrapers of São Paulo because every one of the millions of first-generation migrants from the Brazilian Northeast knows about the great Cangaceiro who was killed in 1938, i.e. in the actual lifetimes of all who are more than 62 years old. Contrariwise, 20th century Englishmen and Americans know about Robin Hood who took from the rich and gave to the poor, and 20th century Chinese about the opportune Rain Sung Chang, who helps the needy and looks lightly upon silver, because writing and printing transformed a local and spoken tradition into a national and permanent form. One might say that the intellectuals have ensured the survival of the bandits. In a sense, they still do so today. The rediscovery of the social bandits in our time is the work of intellectuals, of writers, of filmmakers, even of historians. This book is part of the rediscovery. It has tried to explain the phenomenon of social banditry, but also to present heroes, Janosik, Sandor Rasa, Dabus, Doncho Vadich, Diego Corrientes, Jan Cugiano, Mussolino, Giuliano, Bukovalis, Maihate the herdsman, Andras the shepherd, Santanan, Saralonga, and Garcia, an endless battle order of warriors, swift as stags, noble as falcons, cunning as foxes. Except for a few, nobody ever knew them 30 miles from their place of birth, but they were as important to their people as Napoleons or Bismarcks, almost certainly more important than the real Napoleon and Bismarck. Nobody who is insignificant has several hundred songs made about him, like Janosik. They are songs of pride, and of longing. The cuckoo has called. On the dry branch. They have killed Shuhaj. And times are hard now. Point 2. For the bandits belong to remembered history, as distinct from the official history of books. They are part of the history which is not so much a record of events and those who shaped them, as of the symbols of the theoretically controllable but actually uncontrolled factors which determine the world of the poor, of just kings and men who bring justice to the people. That is why the bandit legend still has power to move us. Let us leave the last word to Yvonne Olbracht, who has written better about it than almost anyone else. Man has an insatiable longing for justice. In his soul he rebels against a social order which denies it to him, and whatever the world he lives in, he accuses either that social order or the entire material universe of injustice. Man is filled with a strange, stubborn urge to remember, to think things out and to change things, and in addition he carries within himself the wish to have what he cannot have, if only in the form of a fairy tale. That is perhaps the basis for the heroic sagas of all ages, all religions, all peoples, and all classes. Point 3. Including ours. That is why Robin Hood is our hero too, and will remain so. Appendix A. Women and banditry. Since bandits are notoriously given to womanizing, and both pride and status require such demonstrations of virility, the most usual role of women in banditry is as lovers. Antisocial bandits can supplement their sexual attractions by rape, which in certain circumstances can guarantee that the victims will not talk. They said they were doing all this to us so that we would be too ashamed to talk, and to show what they were capable of, a Colombian girl reported to the guerrillas she subsequently joined. One, however, as Machiavelli observed long ago, interfering with women is a certain way to become unpopular, and bandits who rely on popular support or connivance must keep their instincts in check. The rule in Lampayo's band was never to rape, except for good reasons, i.e. presumably for punishment, revenge, and terror. Political peasant guerrillas apply this rule with the greatest rigor. We explain the rule: a guerrilla who rapes a woman, any woman, is court-martialed. But, among both bandits and guerrillas, if it's a natural thing, if the woman agrees, then there's no problem too. Characteristically, women are visited by their bandit lovers, a fact which facilitates de facto polygyny. But cases of girls sharing the roving life of the men are not unknown, though bands which systematically allow this practice are probably rare. Lampayo seems to have been the only one in northeast Brazil. Even so, when the men went on a particularly long and dangerous expedition, they preferred to leave the women behind, often against their will, since the presence of a man's girl would inhibit his casual amorous adventures out of respect for the regular companion. Point 3. The women in a band would not normally step outside their accepted sexual role. They carried no firearms, and normally took no part in the fighting. Maria Bonita, Lampayo's wife, embroidered, sewed, cooked, sang, danced and had children in the middle of the bush. She was satisfied to follow her husband. When necessary she took part in the fighting, but in general she merely looked on, urging her husband not to take too many risks. Point 4. However, the wife of his Lieutenant Corisco, had more of the Lady Macbeth in her, and could well have commanded a band herself. There are obvious inconveniences in having what is virtually always a small minority of women in a band of men. Fear of a redoubtable chief can minimize them, or in groups with the high political consciousness of peasant guerrillas, the disciplined morality of the cause. This may be the main reason for the reluctance of bandits to take women with them, or to interfere with women prisoners. Nothing saps solidarity as much as sexual rivalry. The second and less publicized role of women in banditry is as supporters and links with the outside world. Mostly, it is to be presumed, they help kinsmen, husbands, or lovers. Not much needs to be said about this. The third role is as bandits themselves. Few women are active fighters, but enough cases occur in the balladry of the Balkan Hayduks, see chapter 6. 5 to make us suspect that they are at least in certain parts of the world a recognized phenomenon. In the Peruvian department of Piura, for instance, several flourished during the period 1917 to 37, including some band leaders, notably Rosa Palma from Chulacanas, who is said to have earned the respect even of the formidable Fräulein Alama, the most famous chief of the time, the lesbian Rosa Rurias from Morapon, a notably combative community, and Barbara Ramos, sister of two bandits and companion of another, from the Hacienda Huapalas. 6 These girls were renowned as horsewomen, sharpshooters and for their bravery. Except for their sex, there seems to have been nothing to distinguish them from any other bandits. The history of Argentine brigandage contains one formidable montonera and highway robber, Martina Chapanay, 1799 to 1860s, of Indian origin, who had fought alongside her man and continued to do so after his death. 8. Although the great Chinese bandit novel The Water Margin contains heroic females, in China, as elsewhere, there were very few women rank-and-file bandits. Given the practice of foot binding, which prevented women from walking freely, this is hardly surprising. However, they were more common in regions of horseback banditry, and where feet were not bound, as among the Hakka minority. More surprising is the significant number of women recorded as bandit chieftains from the Taipings on. The formidable Susuniang, who enjoyed a powerful reputation for killing the rich and helping the poor, became the heroine of numerous poems. Typically, they seem to have taken to banditry to avenge the death of their husbands, or, more rarely, other kin, which may explain why their own names are rarely recorded. Revenge also moved the women bandits of Andalusia, where they are not only recorded, e.g. in the 19th century Torralba of Lucena, who wore male dress, and Maria Marquez Zafra la Marimacho, but also occupy a special place in the bandit legend as Serranas, mountain women. 9 The stereotypical Serrana turns to outlawry in general and revenge on men in particular, because she has been decyanured, i.e. deflowered. Such an activist reaction to decyanure is no doubt relatively even rarer among women than among men, but champions of the more militant type of women's liberation may be gratified to note that even traditional societies recognize it. However, like so much about banditry, this subject awaits further research. Insofar as they are avenged, most decyanured women in the societies breeding banditry are likely to find champions in their menfolk. Defense of honor, i.e. largely the sexual honor of women, is probably the most important single motive that has led men into outlawry in the classical bandit regions of the Mediterranean and the overseas Latin world. The bandit there combined the functions both of the statue and of Don Juan, but in this, as in so many other respects, he shared the values of his social universe. Appendix B. The bandit tradition. As every moviegoer and television watcher knows, bandits, whatever their nature, tend to exist surrounded by clouds of myth and fiction. How do we discover the truth about them? How do we trace their myths? Most of the bandits around whom such myths have formed are long dead. Robin Hood, if there was one, lived in the 13th century, though in Europe heroes based on figures from the 16th to 18th centuries are the most common, probably because the invention of printing made possible the main medium for the survival of ancient bandit memories, the cheap popular broadsheet or chapbook. Passing from one set of storytellers, from one place and public to another throughout the generations, such a mode of transmission can tell us very little of documentary value about the bandits themselves, except that, for whatever reason, their subjects are remembered. Unless they have left traces in the records of the law and the authorities who pursued them, we have hardly any direct contemporary evidence about them. Foreign travelers captured by bandits, notably in Southeast Europe, have left such reports from the 19th century. Journalists, anxious to interview more than willing young men in bandoliers, not before the 20th. Nor can even their reports always be taken at face value, if only because outside witnesses rarely knew very much about the local situation, even if they could understand, let alone speak the sometimes impenetrable local patois, and resisted the demands of sensation-hungry news editors. At the time this is being written, kidnapping foreigners, for ransom or in order to bargain for concessions from the government, has become fashionable in the Arabian Republic of Yemen. So far as I can judge, little relevant information has been extracted from liberated prisoners. Tradition, of course, shapes our knowledge of even those 20th century social bandits, and there are several, about whom we have reliable first-hand knowledge. Both they and those who reported their ventures are familiar from childhood with the part of the good bandit in the drama of poor countrymen's lives, and cast themselves or him for it. M. L. Guzman's Memorias de Pancho Villa are not only based in part on Villa's own words, but are the work of a man who was both a great Mexican literary figure and, in the judgment of Villa's biographer, an extremely serious scholar as well. 1 Yet in Guzman's pages Villa's early career conforms a good deal more to the Robin Hood stereotype than it seems to have done in real life. This is even more so in the case of the Sicilian bandit Giuliano, who lived and died in the high noon of press photographers and celebrity interviews in exotic places. But he knew what was expected of him. How could a Giuliano, loving the poor and hating the rich, ever turn against the masses of the workers, he asked, having just massacred several of them, and so did journalists and novelists. Even his enemies, the communists, correctly predicting his end, regretted that it was unworthy of an authentic son of the laboring people of Sicily, loved by the people and surrounded by sympathy, admiration, respect, and fear. 2 His contemporary reputation was such that, as an old militant of the region told me, after the 1947 massacre at the Portella della Ginestra nobody had supposed that it could possibly have been the work of Giuliano. Convenient and old established myths are also available for bandits such as avengers and hayduks whose reputation cannot dwell on social redistribution and sympathy for the poor, at least so long they are not simple agents of official law or government. Many an otherwise hateful rural tough has acquired a public halo merely by being the enemy of army or police. It is the stereotype of the warrior's honor, or, in Hollywood terms, of the cowboy hero. Since, as we have seen, so many bandits came from specialized martial communities of pastoral raiders, whose military capacities were recognized by rulers, nothing was more familiar to their young men. Honor and shame, as the anthropologists tell us, dominated the value system in the Mediterranean, the classic region of Western bandit myth. Where available, feudal values reinforced it. Heroic robbers were, or regarded themselves as, noble, a status which, at least in theory, also implied moral standards worthy of respect and admiration. The association has survived into our distinctly non-aristocratic societies, as in gentlemanly behavior or a noble gesture or noblesse oblige. Nobility in this sense links the most brutal of the hard men with guns to the most idealized of Robin Hoods, who are indeed classified as noble robbers, edel robber, in several countries for this reason. The fact that a number of bandit chieftains celebrated in myth may actually have come from armigeros families, even if the term rob ritter, robber baron, does not appear in literature before the 19th century liberal historians, strengthen the linkage. Thus the first major entrance of the noble bandit into high culture, i.e. into the literature of the golden century of Spain, stresses both their supposed social status as gentlemen, i.e. their honor, as well as their generosity, not to mention, as in Lope de Vega's Antonio Roca, based on a Catalan brigand of the 1540s, the good sense of moderation in violence and not antagonizing the peasantry. The French memorialist Brantome, 1540–1614, echoing at least one contemporary judgment, described him in his Vita Dames Galantes as one of the bravest, most valiant, shrewd, wary, capable, and courteous bandits ever seen in Spain. In Cervantes' Don Quixote, the bandit Roca Guinarda, active in the early 17th century, is even presented as specifically on the side of the weak and poor. 3, both were in fact of peasant origin. The actual record of what has been called the Catalan Baroque bandits is far from that of Robin Hood's. Does the ability of the great Spanish writers to produce a mythological version of noble banditry at the very time when the 16th and 17th century epidemic of real banditry was at its peak prove their remoteness from reality, or simply the enormous social and psychological potential of the existence of the brigand as an ideal type? The question must be left open. In any case, the suggestion that Cervantes, Lope, Tirso de Molina and the other glories of Castilian high culture are responsible for the later positive image of banditry in popular tradition, is implausible. Literature had no need to give robbers a potential social dimension. The most perceptive history of the original Robin Hood's tradition has recognized this even among robbers who laid no claim to it, for it stresses the difficulty of defining crime, especially by the haziness of the borderline between crime and politics, and by the violence of political life in 14th and 15th century England. Crime, local rivalries, the control of local government, the bringing to bear of the authority of the crown, all intermingled. This made it easier to imagine that the criminal had some right on his side. He gained social approval. As in the value system of Hollywood westerns, rough and ready justice, the violent redress of wrong, known as Fallville's Law, after a knightly family famous for righting its own wrongs in this way, was a good thing. The poet William Langland, whose Piers Plowman, c. 1377, incidentally contains the first reference to Robin Hood ballads, thought that grace endowed men with the qualities to fight Antichrist, including some to right and recover what was wrongfully taken. He showed them how to regain it through the might of their hands, and wrested from false men by Fallville's laws. Professor Holt's translation. Contemporary public opinion, even outside the outlaw's own community, was therefore prepared to focus on socially commendable aspects of a celebrated bandit's activities, unless, of course, his reputation as an antisocial criminal was so shocking as to make him an enemy to all honest folk. In that case, tradition provided an alternative, which nevertheless satisfied the public's appetite for highly colored drama in the form of no-holds-barred chapbook confessions by notorious malefactors, which detailed their progress from an initial breach of the Ten Commandments through a horrifying criminal career, to a plea for divine and human forgiveness at the foot of the gallows. Naturally, the more remote the public was, in time or space, from a celebrated brigand, the easier it was to concentrate on his positive aspects, the easier to overlook the negative. Nevertheless, the process of selective idealization can be traced back to the first generation. In societies with a bandit tradition, if, among other targets, a brigand attacked those of whom public opinion disapproved, he immediately acquired the entire Robin Hood legend, including impenetrable disguises, invulnerability, capture by treason and the rest, see Chapter 4. Thus Sergeant José Avalos, retired from the gendarmerie to farm in the Argentine Chaco, where he had himself in the 1930s pursued the celebrated bandit mate Cocido, Segundo David Peralta, 1897, had no doubt at all that he had been a people's bandit. He had never robbed good Argentines, but only the agents of the big international farm produce corporations, Los Cobradores de la Bungie y de la Clayton. Of course, as he put it to me when I interviewed the old frontiersman on his farm in the late 1960s, my trade officio was to catch him, just as it was his trade officio to be a bandit. I was therefore able to predict successfully what he would claim to remember about him. It is indeed true that the famous bandit had held up the car of a representative of Bungie and Bourne, relieving him of 6,000 pesos in 1935, he had also held up a train which carried, among the other victims, presumably good Argentines, a man from Anderson, Clayton & Co. 12,000 pesos, and netted as much as 45,000 in a raid on a local office of Dreyfus, still, with Bungie, one of the biggest names in the global farm produce trade, both in 1936. However, the record shows that the band's specialties, train robbery and kidnapping for ransom, showed no patriotic discrimination. 5. It was the public that remembered the foreign exploiters and forgot the rest. The situation was even clearer in feuding societies, where a legitimate homicide was criminalized by the state, all the more so when hardly anybody believed in the impartiality of the state's justice. Giuseppe Mussolino, a lone outlaw, from start to finish utterly refused to accept that he was a criminal in any sense, and indeed in jail refused to wear the criminal prisoner's uniform. He was neither bandit nor brigand, he had neither robbed nor stolen, but merely killed spies, informers, and infami. Hence at least some of the extraordinary sympathy, almost veneration, and protection he enjoyed in the countryside of his region of Calabria. He believed in the old ways against the evil new ways. He was like the people, living in bad times, unjustly treated, weak, victimized. He was unlike them only in standing up against the system. Who cared about the details of the local political conflicts which had led to the original homicide? 6. In a politically polarized situation, such selection was even easier. Thus a classic Carpathian bandit legend has developed in the Beskid Mountains of Poland around one Jan Solopatek, the Eagle, 1923–55, a resistance fighter in the Polish Home Army during the war, who continued in the anti-communist resistance after the war, and who appears to have remained an outlaw in the inaccessible highland forests until killed by the agents of the Krakow Security Service. 7 Whatever the reality of his career, given the distrust of the peasants for new regimes, his myth is indistinguishable from the traditional legend of the good bandit. There are only some superficial changes in it. An axe is replaced by an automatic gun, a landlord's palace by communist cooperative store, and starosta by Stalinist security service. The good bandit wronged nobody. He stole from cooperatives but never people. The good bandit always exists in contradistinction to the bad robber. So, unlike some, including even some anti-communist partisans, Solopatek wronged nobody. I remember there was partisan from the same village, he was son of bitch sick. He was the man who helped poor people. He distributed sweets in the schoolyard, went to the bank, brought money, threw it on the square and said, "Take it, that's your money which does not belong to the state." In proper legendary fashion, though oddly for a guerrilla fighter against the regime, he used violence only in self-defense and never initiated shooting. In short, he was really just and wise, he was honestly fighting for Poland. It may or may not be relevant that Solopatek was born in the same village as Pope John Paul II. Indeed, since everyone in countries with a developed bandit tradition expected to see someone in the role of the noble bandit, including policemen, judges, and brigands themselves, it was possible for a man to become a Robin Hood in his own lifetime, if he met the minimum requirements of the part. This was plainly the case with Jaime Alfonso el Barbudo, 1783–1824, as attested by reports in the Correo Murciano in 1821 and 1822 and in Lord Carnarvon's, 1822, Voyage through the Iberian Peninsula 8. It was clearly also the case with maimed Casanova, who flourished in Galicia in the early 1900s. He was described, and photographed, as El Musolino Gallego by a Madrid journal. For Musolino, see also pages 46, 55, as bandit and martyr in the Diario de Pontevedra, and defended by a lawyer who subsequently became president of the Real Academia Gallega. He reminded the court in 1902 that ballads by folk poets and romances sold on city streets attested to the popularity of his celebrated client. 9. Some brigands can therefore acquire the legend of the good bandit in their own lifetime, or certainly in the lifetime of their contemporaries. Moreover, contrary to some skeptics, even famous bandits whose original reputation is unpolitical may soon acquire the useful attribute of being on the side of the poor. Robin Hood, whose social and political radicalism does not fully emerge until the 1795 collection of the Jacobin Joseph Ritson 10, has social objectives even in the first, 15th century version of his story, for he was a god outlaw, and dyd poor men moch god. Nevertheless, in its written form at least, in Europe the fully developed social bandit myth only appears in the 19th century, when even the least suitable candidates were apt to be idealized into champions of national or social struggle, or, under the inspiration of Romanticism, into men unconfined by the constraints of middle-class respectability. The vastly successful genre of German bandit novels of the early 19th century, has been summarized as, plots full of action. Provided the middle-class reader with descriptions of violence and sexual freedom. While crime has stereotypical roots in parental neglect, defective education, and seduction by loose women, the ideal middle-class family, tidy, orderly, patriarchal and passions-reducing, is presented both as the ideal and the foundation of an ordered society. 11 In China, of course, the myth is age-old, The first legendary bandits date back to the period of the Warring States, 481 to 221 BC, and the Great Bandit Classic, the 16th century Hobsbawm, based on a real band of the 12th century, was as familiar to illiterate villagers from storytellers and itinerant drama troupes as it was to every educated young Chinese, not least Mao. 12. 19th century Romanticism has certainly helped to shape the subsequent taste for the bandit as an image of national, social, or even personal liberation. I cannot deny that in some ways my view of Haydukes as a permanent and conscious focus of peasant insurrection, see above, p. 78, was influenced by it. Nevertheless, the set of beliefs about social banditry is simply too strong and uniform to be reduced to an innovation of the 19th century or even a product of literary construction. Where the popular rural, and even city, public had a choice, it selected those parts of bandit literature or bandit reputation that fitted the social image. Roger Chartier's analysis of the literature on the bandit Guillery, active in Poitou 1602-8, demonstrates that, given the choice between an essentially cruel gangster redeemed only by bravery and final contrition, and a man of good qualities who, though a bandit, was far less cruel and brutal than soldiers and princes, readers preferred the second. This was the basis of what from 1632 on became the first literary portrait in French of the classic and mythically stereotyped good bandit, Le Brigand au Grand Coeur, qualified only by the requirement of state and church that criminals and sinners must not be allowed to get away with it. 13. The process of selection is even clearer in A Bandit Without Significant Literary Memorials, investigated both in the archives and by interviews with 135 aged informants in 1978 to 9.14. The folk memory that survives about Nazareno Guglielmi, Sinicchio, 1830, in the area of Umbria around his native Assisi, is the classic noble robber myth. Although the figure of Sinicchio which emerges from archival research is not substantially in conflict with the oral tradition, in real life he was plainly not an ideal typical Robin Hood. Yet while he made political alliances, and anticipated the later mafioso methods by offering, for regular payments, to protect landowners against other bandits, not to mention himself, the oral tradition insists on his refusal to make deals with the rich and especially on his campaign of hatred and, significantly, revenge against Count Cesare Fiumai, who, it claims, had unjustly accused him. However, in this case there is also a more modern element in the myth. The bandit, who disappears from sight in the 1860s after organizing an escape to America, is supposed to have become very prosperous there, and at least one of his sons is said to have become a successful engineer. In late 20th century rural Italy, social mobility is also the reward of being a noble robber. Which bandits are remembered? The number of those who survived the centuries in popular song and story is actually quite modest. Only about 30 songs about the banditry of 16th and 17th century Catalonia were found by the folklore collectors of the 19th century, and only about 6 of these are exclusively about particular bandits. A third of the total are songs about the early 17th century unions against the attacks of bandits. Not more than half a dozen Andalusian bandits became really famous. Only 2 Brazilian Cangaceiro chieftains, Antonio Silvino and Lampaio, have made it into the national memory. Of 19th century Valencian Mercian bandits, only one acquired the myth. 15 Much, of course, may have been lost because of the impermanence of chapbooks and ballad sheets and the hostility of authorities, which sometimes penalized such material. Even more may never have reached print, or escaped the explorations of the earlier folklorists. A work published in 1947 mentions 2 examples of the religious cults around the graves of some dead brigands in Argentina, cp 55 above. A later inquiry discovered at least 8. With one exception, none had attracted the attention of the educated public. 16. Nevertheless, there is clearly some process that selects some bands and their leaders for national, or even international, fame while leaving others to local antiquarians or obscurity. Whatever it is that initially singles them out, the medium of their fame until the 20th century was print. Since all the films about famous bandits known to me are based on figures first established by ballad, chapbook, and newspaper reports, it may even be argued that this is still the case today, in spite of the retreat of the printed word, outside the computer screen, before the moving image of film, television, and video. However, the memory of bandits has also been preserved by their association with particular places, such as Robin Hood's Sherwood Forest and Nottingham, locations dismissed by historical research, the Mount Liang of the Chinese bandit epic, in Shandong province, and several anonymous robbers' caves on Welsh, and doubtless other, mountainsides. The special case of shrines devoted to the cults of dead bandits has been considered above. Yet tracing the traditions by which particular bandits have been chosen for fame and survival is less interesting than tracing the changes in the collective tradition of banditry. Here there is a considerable difference between the places where banditry, if it ever occurred on any significant scale, is beyond living memory, and those where it is not. This is what distinguishes Britain, or the last 3 centuries in the Midi of France, where we have no record of large bands 17, from countries like Chechnya, where it is very much alive today, and those in Latin America, where it is within the memory of men and women who are still alive. Somewhere between these are the countries where the memory of 19th century banditry or its equivalent is kept alive, partly by national tradition but mostly by the modern mass media, so that it can still act as a model of personal style, like the Wild West in the USA, or even of political action, like the Argentine guerrillas of the 1970s who saw themselves as the successors of the Montoneros whose name they adopted, a choice which, their historian holds, enormously increased their appeal to potential recruits and the public. 18 In countries of the first kind, the memory of real bandits is dead, or has been overlaid by other models of social protest. What survives is assimilated to the standard bandit myth. This has already been discussed at length. Much the most interesting are the countries of the second kind. So it may be useful to conclude this chapter with some reflections on 3 of them, where the very different itinerary of the national bandit tradition can be compared: Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. 19 All 3 are countries which became familiar with large-scale banditry in the course of their history. All travelers along its roads agreed that, if any Latin American state was quintessentially bandit country, it was 19th century Mexico. Moreover, in the first 60 years of independence the breakdown of government and economy, war and civil war gave any body of armed men which lived by the gun considerable leverage, or at least the choice between joining army or police force on government pay, which, then as later, did not exclude extortion, or sticking to simple brigandage. Benito Juárez's liberals, in their civil wars, lacking more traditional patronage, used them extensively. However, the bandits around whom the popular myths formed were those of the stable era of Porfirio Diaz's dictatorship, 1884 to 1911, which preceded the Mexican Revolution. These bandits could be seen, even at the time, as challengers of authority and the established order. Later, with sympathetic hindsight, they might appear as precursors of the Mexican Revolution. 20 Thanks chiefly to Pancho Villa, the most eminent of all brigands turned revolutionaries, this has brought banditry a unique degree of national legitimacy in Mexico, though not in the USA, where in those very years violent, cruel, and greedy Mexican bandits became the standard villains of Hollywood, at least until 1922 when the Mexican government threatened to ban all films made by offending movie companies from the country. 21 Of the other bandits who became nationally famous in their lifetime, Jesus Arriaga, Chucho El Roto, in central Mexico, Heraclio Bernal in Sinaloa, and Santana Rodriguez Palafox, Santanon, in Veracruz, at least the first 2 still enjoy popularity. Bernal, killed in 1889, who was in and out of politics, is probably the most famous in the age of the media, celebrated in 13 songs, 4 poems, and 4 movies, some adapted for television, but I suspect that the impudent Catholic but anti-clerical trickster Chucho, died 1885, who has also made it onto the TV screens, remains closer to the heart of the people. Russia and Eastern Europe. The Hajduk revolutionary, Panayot Hitov, 1830–1918, Bulgarian outlaw, patriot and autobiographer, leader of the national rising of 1867–8. The Kleptic image, Georgios Volanes, center, leader of Greek bands in Macedonia in the early 1900s. Note the warrior's ornaments. Balkan irregulars, Constantine Garifas, with his band, recruited around Olympus, c. 1905. He was killed by his enemies the Macedonian Komitages in 1906. The Bandit of the Plains. Sandor Rasa, 1813–78, the great Hungarian brigand guerrilla, in jail. A band leader from c. 1841, a national guerrilla after 1849, he was captured in 1856 and pardoned in 1867. Sandor Rasa as legend, a scene from Miklos Jankso's film The Roundup, which deals with the pursuit of Rasa by the imperial authorities. Asia. Wu Sung, commander of an infantry of a bandit army in the famous Water Margin novel, in a 16th-century illustration. He became an outlaw through a vengeance killing. He was described as tall, handsome, powerful, heroic, expert in military arts, and drink. Chi Chen, a rank-and-file bandit from the Water Margin novel, which was composed in the 13th century, probably based on earlier themes. He came from Shantung, an orphan, a hunter, and was described as tall, tanned, slim and hot-tempered. Execution of Namoa pirates, Kowloon 1891, with British Sahibs. Namoa, an island of Fswato, was a great center for piracy and, at this time, the scene of a rebellion. We do not know whether the corpses had been pirates, rebels, or both. The Pindaris, described as a well-known professional class of freebooters, were associated with the Marathats in whose campaigns they took part, looting. After the British pacification the remainder settled down as cultivators. The expropriations. Como, Semyon Arshakovich Terpetrosian, 1882–1922. A Bolshevik professional revolutionary from Armenia, he was noted as an immensely tough and courageous man of action. He was the instigator of the Tiflos hold-up of 1907. Francisco Sabate, El Quico, 1913–60, Catalan anarchist and expropriator. The photo was taken in 1957 and shows him in frontier crossing equipment. The Bandit in art. The Monumental Bandit, head of brigands by Salvatore Rosa, 1615–73. The Statuesque Bandit, captain of banditti by Salvatore Rosa, in an English 18th-century engraving. The Savage Bandit, Francisco Goya y Lucians, 1746–1848. One of several studies on this theme by Goya. The Sentimental Bandit, Bandit of the Apennines, 1824, by Sir Charles Eastlake, 1793–1865, President of the Royal Academy. The Bandit as Symbol, Ned Kelly, 1956, by Sidney Nolan. Part of a series about the famous bushranger, 1854–80, with his homemade armor. Unlike Mexico, Brazil moved from colony to independent empire without disruption. It was the first republic, 1889–1930, which produced, at least in the grim hinterlands of the Northeast, the social and political conditions for epidemic banditry, that is to say, transformed the groups of armed retainers tied to particular territories and elite families into independent operators roaming over the area of perhaps 100,000 square kilometers covering 4 or 5 states. The great cangaceiros of the period 1890–1940 soon became regionally famous, their reputation spread orally and in chapbooks, which appear in Brazil not earlier than 1900–22 by local poets and singers. Mass migration to the cities of the South and growing literacy were later to spread this literature to the shops and market stalls of the monster cities like Sao Paulo. The modern media brought the cangaceiros, an obvious local equivalent to the Wild West, onto cinema and television screens, all the more readily as the most famous of them, Lampaio, was actually the first great bandit to be filmed live in the field. Of the two most celebrated bandits, Silvino acquired a noble robber myth in his lifetime, which was reinforced by journalists and others to contrast with the great but hardly benevolent reputation of Lampaio, his successor as the king of the Backlands. Yet it is the political and intellectual co-option of the cangaceiros into Brazilian national tradition that is interesting. They were very soon romanticized by northeastern writers, and, in any case, were easy to turn into demonstrations of the corruption and injustice of political authority. Insofar as Lampaio was a potential factor in national politics, they attracted wider attention. The Communist International even thought of him as a possible revolutionary guerrilla leader, perhaps suggested by the leader of the Brazilian Communist Party, Luís Carlos Prestes, who in his earlier career as leader of the Long March of military rebels came into contact with Lampaio, see pages 100 to 101. However, the bandits do not seem to have played a major part in the important attempt by the Brazilian intellectuals of the 1930s to build a concept of Brazil with popular and social as against elite and political bricks. It was in the 1960s and 1970s that a new generation of intellectuals transformed the cangaceiro into a symbol of Brazilianness, of the fight for freedom and the power of the oppressed, in short, as a national symbol of resistance and even revolution. 23 This in turn affects the way he is presented in the mass media, even though the popular chapbook/oral tradition was still alive among Northeasterners, at least in the 1970s. The Colombian tradition has followed a very different trajectory. It is, for obvious reasons, completely overshadowed by the bloodthirsty experience of the era after 1948, or, as some historians prefer, 1946, known as La Violencia and its aftermath. This was essentially a conflict combining class warfare, regionalism, and political partisanship of rural populations identifying themselves, as in the republics of the River Plate, with one or other of the country's traditional parties, in this case the liberals and conservatives, which turned into guerrilla war in several regions after 1948, and eventually, apart from the regions where the now powerful communist guerrilla movement developed in the 1960s, into a congeries of defeated, formerly political armed bands, relying on local alliances with men of power and peasant sympathy, both of which they eventually lost. They were wiped out in the 1960s. The memory they have left has been well described by the best experts on the subject. Perhaps, except for the idealized memory that the peasants still hold in their old zones of support, the social bandit has also been defeated as a mythical character. What took place in Colombia was the opposite process from that of the Brazilian cangaco. Over time the cangaco lost much of its characteristic ambiguity and developed towards the image of the ideal social bandit. The cangaceiro ended up as a national symbol of native virtues and the embodiment of national independence. In Colombia, on the contrary, the bandit personifies a cruel and inhuman monster or, in the best of cases, the son of the violencia, frustrated, disoriented and manipulated by local leaders. This has been the image accepted by public opinion. 24. Whatever the images of the FARC, Fuerzas Armadas de la Revolución Colombiana, the chief guerrilla force in Colombia since 1964, guerrillas, paramilitaries, and drug cartel gunmen that will survive into the 21st century, they will no longer have anything in common with the old bandit myth. What, finally, of the oldest and most permanent tradition of social banditry, that of China? Egalitarian or at least at odds with the strictly hierarchical ideal of Confucius, representing a certain moral ideal, carrying out the way on heaven's behalf, it survived 2 millennia. What of the bandit rebels like Bai Lang, 1873 to 1915, about whom they sang? Bai Lang, Bai Lang. He robs the rich to aid the poor, and carries out the way on heaven's behalf. Everyone agrees that Bai Lang's fine. In 2 years rich and poor will all be leveled. 25. It is hard to imagine that the decades of the warlord and bandit pandemic that followed the end of the Chinese Empire in 1911 will be remembered with much affection by anyone who experienced them. Nevertheless, though the scope for banditry declined dramatically after 1949, one would suspect that the bandit tradition survived well enough in the traditional bandit regions of the still essentially rural China of the first decades of communism, in spite of party hostility. We may suppose that it will migrate into the new giant cities which suck in poor country people in their millions in China as in Brazil. Moreover, the great literary monuments to the bandit life, like the Shuahuasuan, will certainly continue as part of educated Chinese culture. Perhaps they will find a future, both popular and highbrow, on 21st century Chinese screens, like that discovered for the not entirely dissimilar samurai roving sword fighters and knights errant on those of 20th century Japan. One suspects that their potential as romantic myths is far from exhausted. Postscript. This postscript to the text consists of two parts. The first considers the main criticisms of my original thesis on banditry for the benefit of readers who are interested in academic arguments. The second reflects on the survival of the classic model of social banditry in the age of developed capitalist economies up to the present. A number of lines of criticism have been developed against the original social banditry thesis. The first and most fundamental was formulated by Anton Bloch in the early 1970s and widely taken up since. Bloch did not deny that social banditry in my sense exists, for in the initial phase of their career, outlaws and bandits embodied peasant resentment. By ransoming the rich, stealing their cattle, and sacking their masserie, bandits became folk heroes for doing what most of their fellows would have liked to do. However, unless they lacked protection, they did not last long, and peasants, lacking power, were, almost by definition, the weakest source of protection. So the outlaw who begins by redressing some personal wrong would either be killed or drawn into and constrained by the power domains of the established regional elites and thus represented the other side of the class war. Not to mention the fact that there were plenty of plain, socially unaffiliated robbers and thieves. Point to none of this conflicts with the argument of my book, although Bloch's view that we should treat brigandage and bandit myth as forces that weaken peasant mobilization needs modification. Nevertheless, Bloch's observation that what is wrong with Hobsbawm's perception of brigandage is that it pays too much attention to the peasants and the bandits themselves, i.e. not enough to the larger society and its structures of power and politics, is well taken. These matters were by no means neglected in my book, e.g. in Chapter 7, and a wider framework of historical analysis is lightly sketched. As I have myself observed, however, a model concentrating on the real or ascribed, social protest function of the bandit may not be the most suitable framework for analysis. Since this must consider the totality of the phenomenon, whether classifiable as social protest or not. Thus the crucial question about the wave of Mediterranean banditry in the late 16th century is not whether Shi'ara can be properly considered a social bandit. 3. Of course my book was and is concerned primarily with the social protest function of the bandit. However, the chapter on the relation of banditry to politics which I have added to this edition may help to make it a more balanced introduction to the subject. Banditry, it is clear, cannot be understood outside the context of politics. On the other hand, for Bloch the myth of Robin Hood social banditry, which undoubtedly embodies a social aspiration of peasants, deserves historical study, but has very little to do with social reality. To put the matter simply, perhaps too simply, Robin Hood exists only in the minds of his public. But if there were no relation between bandit reality and bandit myth, any robber chieftain could become a Robin Hood. However, while the most unsuitable candidates have indeed sometimes been cast for the role, so far as I know, all regions with established bandit myths distinguish between good bandits and primarily antisocial bad bandits on the grounds of their behavior in real life, actual or supposed. In the Chaco, Mate Cosido was considered a good robber even by the police who pursued him, and a certain Velasquez a bad one. The brothers Mesajgi, see pages 1 to 5, were of uncertain status by the criteria of local opinion, since people disagreed about whether the feud which drove them into outlawry was really legitimate. However, once their actions helped the people, they were seen as special bandits. The only clear case of social banditry in 18th-century Germany was that of Matthias Klostermayer and his band in Bavaria, Der Bayerisch Heisel, who flourished around 1770. Since he specialized in poaching, an activity peasants always regarded as legitimate, he was admired and helped. Many hundreds, he claimed, have told me, "Come to my fields, there's too much game, you can see 100 head or more." He waged his private war against hunters, gamekeepers, law officers, and other officials undisguised and in public, and had the reputation of never robbing anyone except these, his enemies. When he attacked and sacked the public office, Amtschos, in Taffertingen near Augsburg in broad daylight, he saw his raid as a lawful act, and evidently the peasants shared his viewpoint, and by no means every Argentine gaucho bandit received the ultimate public accolade of sanctity. They had to be martyrs. The minimum condition was that he fought against official justice and especially against the institution of the police, and fell in this battle. The woman bandit Martina Chapanai, otherwise much idealized, did not receive such popular canonization because she never fell victim to authority. 5 Of course this might confirm realistic observers like Giuseppe Girizzo, the eminent Sicilian historian of that island, which discourages romantic illusions, in the belief I once heard him express, that the bandit myth is essentially a combination of consolation and falsification. Conversely, given the universality and standard character of the bandit myth, would it be surprising if the outlaw who finds himself, for whatever reason, cast for this prestigious part in the scenario of rural life, tried at least sometimes, other things being equal, to act according to the script? No doubt dead bandits, or even remote ones, are more easily turned into Robin Hoods, whatever their actual behavior. Yet there is some evidence that some bandits have, at least sometimes, tried to live up to their role. In the late 1960s, the functionaries of the Communist Party in Bihar, India, CPI, tried vainly to dissuade a peasant activist who had graduated from freelance attacks on landlords to communist militancy, from distributing the money he collected for the party directly to the peasants. He had always distributed money, it was hard to get out of the habit. A second line of criticism seeks to undermine the class character of both banditry and even the bandit myth, by linking both to the world of the local ruling class rather than the peasantry. Thus both analysts of the original Robin Hood cycle and of the 20th century Brazilian cangaceiro ballads point to their notable lack of interest in the specific concerns of their supposed constituency, the contemporary peasantry. 6 It is also evident that the homicides which cast so many young men into outlawry are highly likely to arise out of local family and political feuds, that is to say the rivalries of locally influential families. But the thesis of Bandits, which is not unaware of gentlemen robbers and local political rivalries, was not that virtually all brigandage should be seen as a manifestation of peasant protest. This is correctly described by Bloch as the widespread vulgarization of Hobsbawm's model of social banditry, and still less that robbers are of interest only to peasants. Indeed, one of the major components of the bandit myth, the heroic and preferably selfless knight-errant righter of wrongs, the sword fighter, as in Kurosawa's samurai epics, or gunfighter, as in the westerns, does not belong specifically to peasant societies. It appealed to spirited young men of all classes and notably to those of the arms-bearing ones. How far it did so to young women must be left an open question. And yet, whatever the nature of the original public for this or that ballad cycle, the essence of the bandit myth is social redistribution and justice for the poor. And most of the poor were peasants, as were the great majority of those who became bandits. A third and more specific line of criticism takes aim at the types of bandit I describe as hayduks, that is to say bandit groups in permanent existence as potential primitive movements of guerrilla resistance and liberation. This view, I now accept, was influenced by the image of the hayduk as fighter for freedom and national liberation, which has been described as a topos of the Romantic era. Nevertheless, The subsequent significance of the Hajduk model for Balkan revolutionaries has also been underlined. 7 Furthermore, experts on the Ottoman Empire and the Balkans, notably Fikret Özdemir, have argued convincingly that one cannot simply talk of peasants in an area where the balance between settled agriculture and nomadic or transhuman pastoralism was for centuries fluctuating and unstable. All the more so since Hajduks seem to have come chiefly from the specialized communities of herdsmen. 8. Nevertheless, the military strata sprung from the free peasantry, pastoral or otherwise, remain both an example of freedom and potential resistance to authority and an example to other peasants not so fortunately situated, and also to later ideologists, even when they were, like so many communities on some empires' military frontiers, attached to and therefore integrated into, the imperial system. The biographer of the most famous bandit revolutionary has recently reminded us of a Western equivalent, the free peasant military colonists against the Apaches on the frontier of the Spanish Empire in Mexico. 9. Like the Argentine gauchos who saw themselves as enemies of state and legal authority even as they served lords and aspirants to the presidency, the Greek warrior lineages who resisted the Ottoman authority or served it, saw themselves as independent of it. And what collective memory has retained is conflict. The kleptic songs are about a clear division between the world of primitive rebellion and the legal world represented by the Ottoman authorities and the notables. Whatever adjustments were made to produce a modus vivendi between the two, the division existed and could not be effaced. 10. However, my original thesis that social bandits, unlike the underworld and communities of raiders by vocation, remain part of the peasant moral universe may be more undermined than I thought by the fact, which I had noted incidentally, that permanently existing and structured bandit formations constitute separate and self-regarding social communities. Like the anti-society of the criminal underworld, they developed special forms of behavior and languages, argos, to distinguish themselves from the rest. Although the selected list of bandit slang in Billingsley's Bandits in Republican China does not suggest that the specific vocabulary of Chinese bandits went much beyond expressions for specific bandit activities and euphemism. Yet they remained committed to the moral foundations of community and their empire, unlike such bodies as Anton Bloch's deliberately blasphemous Bucharajders, consciously representing the opposition to Christian society. This brings me to the fourth line of criticism, the opposite of the first three, which argues that the distinction between social and other kinds of banditry is wrong because all crime is in some sense social protest and rebellion. The major expression of this view is Carsten Cuther's study of the 18th century German criminal underworld, which criticizes my book accordingly. 11 Elements of the same argument may be discovered in Bloch's major study of one such gang, the formidable Dutch Bucharajders, 1730-74. 12. This argument requires a little more space, not only because the problem of the underworld is only glanced at in the main text, but because it raises important questions about the structure of European societies, particularly the profound, and now largely forgotten, distinction between honorable, eerlijk, or respectable and dishonorable, onredelijk, or unrespectable occupations which ran right through them. 13 Social bandits never ceased to be part of society in the eyes of the peasants, whatever the authorities said, whereas the criminal underworld formed an outgroup and was largely recruited from outgroups. The very fact that in German the words eerlijk and onredelijk, though derived from the word for honor, have acquired the primary meaning of honest and dishonest, is significant. As usual, the distinction is less clear in practice than in theory. Social bandits, like the rest of the settled peasantry, belong to the straight world of respectable or honorable, eerlijk, people, whereas criminals, who often used to and still sometimes describe themselves as bent or crooked, krumm, do not. For the underworld, the distinction was equally clear. In Germany they were the Smartkuckämmer. The term, like so much in German criminal argot, was derived from Hebrew or rather Yiddish. The others were the stupid and ignorant Wittisk. However, people can readily be recruited from the first into the second, even though a large part of the pre-industrial underworld consisted of members of traditional outcast groups or hereditary criminal family networks. Thus in May 1819 a local band of criminals in Swabia, West Germany, posted notices in the fields with the following text: "If you don't mind the gallows, and you don't like to work, come and join me. I need stout fellows. Captain of a gang of 250 rogues." And indeed, as might be expected, the gangs contained some people described as the children of honest parents. The question at issue is the nature of this underworld or fringe world. It consisted essentially of two overlapping components: minorities of outcasts or strangers living among the settled honest folk and the footloose and vagrant. One might perhaps add the handful of unrespectable individuals and families which existed in every village, the equivalents of Huck Finn's father, or for that matter Huckleberry Finn himself. To a large extent they were functionally integrated into straight or respectable society, though they did not form part of it. Jews were needed to trade cattle, knackers followed a necessary if despised trade, knife grinders, tinkers, traveling hawkers were indispensable, not to mention the fairground folk who formed the pre-industrial entertainment industry. Since European society did not formally recognize castes, the separateness and the frequently hereditary character of such outgroups is easily recognizable only in ethnically definable cases such as the Jews and the Gypsies. Nevertheless, unofficially they formed something like a stratum of outsiders and outcasts. Curiously enough, they were sometimes employed by the authorities because of their very position outside the community. The executioner is a good example. In Bavaria, court bailiffs, process servers, and similar minor agents of government were frequently recruited from among these outcast, unruh-like, professions. Hence, it has been suggested, by Cuther, the particularly marked hostility with which they were treated by the Bavarian Hyazel, who, as a social bandit, represented the honest world of the peasantry. To some extent these groups were not functionally integrated at any given moment, especially during the many times of famine, war, or otherwise generated crisis and social disorder, when the roads of Europe were filled with uprooted men and women, begging, stealing, and looking for work. There is no doubt that this vagrant population could be enormously large. For Germany it has been estimated at perhaps 10% of the total population in the 18th century, a mass of men, and in bad times of women, composed of the traveling professions, those looking for work or, like journeyman artisans, passing through their institutionalized years of wandering, of sturdy beggars. 45% of French vagrant delinquents reached a height which only 10.5% of the general population attained. 14, of what the French called gens sans avis, vagabonds without even a notional place in the social order. The view that the criminal classes were social protesters rests on the argument that they were linked to this large, oppressed and discriminated underclass, settled or vagrant, in ways analogous to those which linked the social bandit to peasant society, and represented their interests. It has even been argued that criminal bandits were more socially revolutionary than Robin Hoods, since they represented a challenge to the existence of authority and the state itself, whereas, as we have seen, social bandits in themselves did not. There is indeed no doubt that the rogue bands found aid and support among the outcast population and the socially marginal. There is also no doubt that almost any member of this population might, and if vagrant probably would, be drawn at some time into the sort of actions which not only the authorities but also the settled local population would regard as criminal. In times when vagrancy rose steeply, in spite of frequent demonstrations of solidarity with and acts of compassion for true misery, the image of God's pauper gave way to the image of the dangerous stranger, the person who had chosen the road that leads to crime. 15 It was not only the rising bourgeois, with his Puritan ethic, but the common laboring people of the countryside, less well protected than the townsmen, who called for draconian measures against the idle, vagrant and foreign poor. Thirdly, there is no doubt that the rogue bands relied systematically and deliberately, and could not have operated without, a network of support, shelter, and supply mainly among the outsiders of the countryside. Yet social and criminal bandits are not comparable, even though in the eyes of the official law they were equally delinquent, because in the eyes of the common people's morality the one were criminal and the other were not. the distinction between acts which are not regarded as antisocial and acts which are may be drawn very differently according to time, place, and social environment, but it exists in all societies. Mitigating circumstances for acts agreed to be antisocial or immoral may usually be recognized in certain cases, and among the poor and weak or those who can sympathize with them they may be more generously recognized, but that does not change the antisocial character of such acts. Some societies are more tolerant than others. Nevertheless, all recognize the distinction between what is criminal, immoral, and what is not. Confusion arises in the minds of observers who apply the criteria of other times and places, or those of other social groups, including the authorities, and students who try to establish an analogy between social and criminal banditry sometimes fall into such confusion. Let us consider a society, or sub-society, which was very loosely structured, highly individualist, indeed virtually acephalous in its rejection of internal and external authority, and unusually tolerant. I don't reckon we was what you muft call narrow-minded, recalled an old archy from the Ozarks in the 1930s, not 'bout most things anyhow. We never done nothin' hasty, but if a feller kept on stealin', he'd find a letter on his door some mornin' sayin' how folks was gettin' sick and tired o' sich goin' on and advisin' him to git plumb out o' th district afore the moon changed. Some called us bald knobbers, some called us white cappers, and some called us night riders, but mongst home folks we was jest Committee 16 hillbillies had their own definition of crime, but they had one. On the other hand, the epidemic of bank robbery which swept the old Indian Territory in the hard times after 1914 was different. Not only bandits but ordinary citizens robbed banks. The bankers of eastern Oklahoma could not rely on insurance guards. Many insurance companies canceled policies because public sentiment against banks was so severe as to encourage robberies, or local law officers, some of whom actually sympathized with the robbers. In fact, there is no doubt of a most dangerous sentiment among a large element of the people that there is little crime in robbing a bank. 17 Bank robbery might be theoretically punishable by law, like distilling moonshine or, for most citizens in the 1980s, smuggling goods through customs or illegal parking, but it was not a real crime. It might in fact be an approved act of social justice. As always, the distinction between the one kind of action and the other, or between those who carry them out, is often hazy in practice, especially when the actions are the same. This is why hoodlums can be admired, or even acquire the reputation of justicers if they rob unpopular institutions, or are believed to, and do not obviously victimize common folk. Even today train robbers are not often regarded as enemies of the people, though in recent years there have been few cases like Al Jennings, the terror of the railroads in Indian Territory, who ran a strong populist campaign for the Democratic gubernatorial nomination in Oklahoma in 1914, showing a film depicting his exploits as an outlaw throughout the state to full houses. 18 An antisocial hillbilly, expelled from his Ozark community, might well turn up elsewhere as an outlaw hero. Moreover, there was no sharp line, especially in hard times, and on the margin of settled society, between the regular folks and the outcasts, the vagrants, the outsiders. Revolutionaries who worked among them might, like the Wobblies, succeed in moralizing many hobo jungle camps by banning drink and drugs in them, but it is a fair guess that the freight trains were ridden by many who would prey on anyone they could, rich or poor, even if, for the sake of safe traveling, they took out the red card when they had to. Even if, as is not unlikely, they sympathized vaguely with the struggle against injustice. It may be that in the settled rural world of pre-industrial society the line between regular and irregular people was more sharply drawn, if only because the distinction between members of the community and strangers was much clearer, as also within the community the status of individuals and families. Below a certain level of status and livelihood, there was inevitably some overlapping, but the difference remained, and people, including the outsiders, were conscious of it. So, whatever elements of social dissidence we detect in social banditry and the criminal underworld, Maciath and Robin Hood are not really comparable, and neither are their supporters. They operated differently. Robin Hood could call on the goodwill of every man who was not a personal enemy or an agent of authority. For highwaymen, the countryside was not so much a sea in which they swam, but rather, at best, a desert through which they rode, relying on a few known oases and places of shelter, their network of thieves' inns and fences. Social bandits were a special form of countrymen, distinguished from the rest only by the ability to straighten their backs and above all by the willingness to do so. They lived above ground, and they continued to do so even if they exchanged the role of peasant bandits for that of the lords or the state's retainers. Rogues lived in their underworld, an underworld far more distinct from straight society than our urban and business civilization can conceive. Social bandits could be, and were, people of whom their society could be proud. Rogues were heroes only among the marginal and the outcast, unless they acquired the reputation of social bandits, in which case the myth turned them into non-criminals. Even traditional communities of outsiders, insofar as they were communities, hesitated to acknowledge them publicly. Even today Jews, willing to claim revolutionaries who reject their Jewishness as their own, a Marx or a Trotsky, are apologetic about their Meyer-Landskis. Whether the criminal outsider was more of a social rebel than the peasant bandit is a question which need not detain us here. Neither in himself was much of a revolutionary by modern standards, as this book has tried to show for the social bandits. Perhaps in revolutionary times both might find themselves fighting in the ranks of the revolution, though the evidence that the rogues did so out of conviction in the great revolutions of modern Europe is extremely thin. China may have been different. The point to note is that in the times when both flourished, revolutions could be made by appealing to the constituency of the social bandits but not to that of the criminal rebels. This was not merely because settled peasant society contained a great many more people than the marginal rural underclass, fixed or vagrant, but because it was a society, old or new, just or unjust. Insofar as it excluded or marginalized the outsiders, it did not change its character. Insofar as they excluded themselves from it, they still defined themselves by their relation to it and depended for their operations on it. If the two lived in symbiosis, as they largely did, it was an unequal symbiosis. Straight society could function without more than marginal reliance on the outcasts. They could not function at all except in the interstices of straight society. Hence the straight society of the peasants including the peasant bandits functioned in terms of law, God's law and the common custom, which was different from the state's or the Lord's law, but nevertheless a social order. And insofar as it conceived of a better society it thought of it as the return to an old law or even, at moments, the advance to a new law which might bring not only true justice but freedom. The outcasts, except to some extent those who were members of permanent structured communities such as gypsies and Jews, had only the option of rejecting the law, God's, the people's as well as the lords and the kings. That is what made them potential or actual criminals. They had no alternative vision of society and no implicit, let alone explicit, program, only a justified resentment against the social order which cast them out, an alienation from it, a knowledge of injustice. Therein lay their tragedy. There are no doubt good reasons why some recent students of banditry have tried to assimilate the criminal bandit to the social bandit, though, like Cuther, well aware of the distinctions between them and their frequent mutual hostility. The similarity of the modus operandi of rogue bands with that of some recent political raiders and terrorists has not passed unperceived. They also operated in conditions of clandestinity, rarely mobilized except for specific operations, between which they disappear into the anonymity of urban middle-class society as the rogues melted into that of the marginal population. They also rely on a nationwide or even international network of support and contact, small in numbers but impressively wide and mobile. It may be that the neo-anarchist mood of some of the post-1960s ultra-left has encouraged the belief that crime as such is a form of revolutionary activity, as Bakunin had already suggested. Moreover, modern revolutionaries of the fringe, disillusioned with the mass of the regular working population, which is now apparently integrated into the consumer society, and also apt to seek for the true and irreconcilable enemies of the status quo among marginal groups and outsiders, may well now look on the marginals of the past, the unrespectable underclasses, with more sympathy than did the old-fashioned peasant rebels or organized proletarian militants. And indeed, by any impartial standards, their condition was particularly oppressed and pitiful, their treatment by the honest world was indefensible. The emancipation of humanity cannot be confined to respectable people alone. The unrespectable also rebel in their fashion. The point of my argument is not to disagree with those who analyze the history of pre-industrial crime as a sort of social protest. It is simply to point out that what there is of social rebellion in the Machiath of the threepenny opera is not the same as that in Robin Hood. Nor are the two comparable. The fifth and most convincing criticism of my book is the one I have already accepted in the preface to this edition. It concerns my uncritical use of the literature and legend of banditry as a source. Very little about the historical reality of social banditry, let alone the career of any actual bandit, can be inferred from the content of the myths told about them or the songs sung about them. And insofar as anything can be inferred, it can only be after a close and critical study of their textual history, such as was entirely absent from the original version of my argument. Of course, this does not affect such texts as sources for what people believed about, or wanted from, or read into, banditry, although even here more caution is needed than I sometimes showed. At least one much more specific criticism on Sardinian banditry should also be mentioned, though it applies more to the general line of Sardinian studies than to my occasional references in earlier editions of Bandits 19. It has been noted that the specific identification of Sardinian banditry with the pastoral Barbagia Highlands, which was assumed to be an area of particularly archaic social structure, only came into existence in the late 19th century. This, it is argued plausibly, is a consequence of the rise of a specialized and virtually exclusive cheese export economy in sheep products in these highlands, but not elsewhere. It has since taken the form of systematic cattle rustling, increasingly merging, since the 1960s, with kidnapping or ransom. I am not in a position to judge how far David Moss's specific explanation of this phenomenon in terms of the relations between the differently structured highland and semi-highland villages, an activity which mediates opposed values yet keeps them distinct, has been accepted by others with Sardinian expertise. Finally, I have been rightly criticized by writers stimulated by my model of social banditry for confining it to pre-modern agrarian societies. Very similar phenomena occurred in 19th century Australia and the 19th and 20th century USA, which clearly belong neither to traditional peasantry nor are they pre-capitalist or pre-industrial societies. As one student of the subject, L. Glenn Sariton, observes, social banditry is more polymorphous and resilient than Hobsbawm supposed, and the vagaries of American, or any other historical evolution were quite capable of casting up authentic variants, even as late as F.D. Roosevelt's New Deal years. On the other hand, I cannot accept the argument of my main modernist critic, Pat O'Malley, an expert on Ned Kelly and the Australian bushrangers, who regards the social banditry in traditional peasantries as a special case of a more general situation likely to generate social banditry, namely a, the presence of chronic class struggle which is reflected in a unified conflict consciousness among direct producers, and b, the absence of institutional political organization of the interests of the producers which manifests a program of effective action for the generalized attainment of their commonly sought ends. True, condition B, occurs mainly in the pre-industrial era, but it can also be found later. For the same reason, O'Malley is skeptical of my suggestion that the decline of social banditry has much to do with the improvement of modern transport, communication, and rural law enforcement. He thinks social banditry can flourish in spite of them. However, his own subsequent work argues that English highwaymen disappeared in the early 19th century when faced with better policing organization and methods, but he ascribes this to their lack of a unified social class basis. Point 20. Actually, there is not much to argue about. Of course, banditry as a social phenomenon diminishes when better ways of agrarian struggle become available. I have said so for 40 years. It is equally plausible that its attraction is not exhausted even in an obviously capitalist society such as the USA, provided that it is a society in which the legend of social banditry is part of popular culture. This was the case in the USA of the 1930s. The premier outlaws of the 1930s, writes Saretan, were well aware that they belonged to a tradition, they were weaned on it and influenced by it, they paid obeisance to it in word and deed, and the trajectory of their brief spectacular careers was ultimately defined by it. In the minds of such as Alvin Karpis, Bonnie Parker, and Clyde Barrow, Robin Hood and Jesse James were alive and well and moving across the plains in automobiles. None of this changes the fact that in a fully capitalist society the conditions in which social banditry on the old model can persist or revive are exceptional. They will remain exceptional, even when there is far more scope for brigandage than for centuries, in a millennium that begins with the weakening or even the disintegration of modern state power, and the general availability of portable, but highly lethal, means of destruction to unofficial groups of armed men. In fact, to no one's surprise, in most developed countries, even in their most traditionalist rural areas, Robin Hood is by now extinct, for practical purposes. The analysis of my book was more concerned to explain the end of this age-old and widespread phenomenon than to define the possible conditions for its occasional revival and survival. However, something needs to be said about the survival and modification of social banditry in plainly capitalist rural societies. The transition to a capitalist agriculture is complicated and lengthy, and since much of this agriculture continues to be conducted by family farmers who are really, technology apart, not all that different from the old-style peasants from whom many of them are descended, there is plenty of overlap, certainly culturally, between the old and the new rural worlds. Even when these new worlds are found beyond the ocean. Farming, after all, remains an industry of small enterprise compared to the scale of operations of industry and finance, not least in terms of workers employed per firm. Moreover, the ancient hostility of country to city, of countrymen to outsiders, visibly persists in the form of conflicts between the interests of farmers as a business group and the rest, as witness the problem of the European economic community. In the countryside the advance of the capitalist economy therefore provided some scope, for how long is a matter of argument, for a certain modernization of social banditry. It created novel targets for popular discontents, including that of capitalist farmers, and consequently new enemies of the people against whom bandits could champion the people. Brazilian and U.S. rural society did not share the city enthusiasm for railroads, partly because it wanted to keep out government and strangers, partly because it regarded railroad companies as exploiters. Brazilian cangaceiros opposed railroad construction, and Governor Crittenden of Missouri hailed the killing of Jesse James as the relief of the state from a great hindrance to its prosperity and as likely to give an important stimulus to real estate speculation, to railroad enterprise and foreign immigration. However, much the most obvious of the new plagues which beset agriculturalists were banks and mortgages. As we have seen, Australian selectors, Argentinian and U.S. frontier farmers were acutely conscious of these. Ned Kelly's bushrangers did not practice highway robbery at all, but concentrated on bank raids. The James brothers notoriously specialized in banks and railroads. As we have also seen, there was probably no redneck in the Southwest and few prairie farmers anywhere in times of depression who would not have regarded this as natural and just. The chief reason why Mate Cocido did not rob Argentine banks, an equally natural target, was that local farmers recognized an even more devilish agent of impersonal capital than native finance, namely foreign finance. While the admirers of Janot Seek and Mussolino knew about debt, it is only in an essentially capitalist economy that bank credits, mortgages, and the like become central features of what farmers or peasants see as their exploitation and, incidentally, features which link the discontent of country people to that of other classes such as artisans and small traders. To this extent the period which turns institutions like banks into quintessential public villains and bank robbery into the most readily understood form of robbing the rich marks the adaptation of social banditry to capitalism. It could only be a partial and temporary adaptation, even though it is clear that the favorable image of the country or small town boy, and, with Bonnie and Clyde, girl, as a sort of social bandit survived in the USA deep into the Depression of the 1930s. It has been shown to color the image of figures like Dillinger and Pretty Boy Floyd, which was perhaps one powerful reason why these rather minor and marginal figures on the scene of American crime were singled out as public enemies. Unlike the mob, they represented a challenge to the all-American values of free enterprise, though they believed in it. Yet, as has been pointed out in the case of the James brothers, by the time they flourished, Grangerism and populism were a more coherent response to the problems facing the rural Midwest than robbery. As politics, it was by now anachronistic. The social scope for banditry was contracting, and, while the Jameses continued to enjoy the ancient reputation of Robin Hoods, which their popular reputation and to some extent their career reproduce, a closer look at them shows them to be a variety of rural entrepreneurs, though keeping most of the habits and prejudices of their class intact. They certainly did not belong to the poor, but, like most of the Confederate guerrillas of Jackson County, Missouri, who gave birth to the James Gang, were the elder sons of well-to-do slave-holding farmers fighting against loss of property and status. 21. The impact of a modern capitalist economy on a far more traditional type of banditry, that of the Sardinian highlands, has been dramatized recently by the evident transformation of shepherd bandits into systematic kidnappers extorting enormous ransom payments. Kidnapping had until the 1960s been rather sporadic, and for revenge as often as for ransom. The new kidnapping wave was the direct consequence of the sudden and massive economic development of that decade in the Sardinian lowlands and coastlands. In some way it can be seen as part of the resistance of a traditional society against modernization, of lean and poor highlanders, bypassed by the great boom, against the new fat cats, local and foreign, of the coast. And certainly it kept some of the characteristics of the ancient shepherd banditry, harsh but with its own ethical rules. But it is clear that the new technique was now increasingly a means, if not for the actual shepherd kidnappers then for the principales and other highland entrepreneurs who instigated and employed them, to acquire large capital sums quickly in order themselves to invest in the now valuable coastal real estate. Banditry merged into mafia. 22 Social protest disappeared behind criminal enterprise. So, in its final historical stages, and few people really believe that Robin Hood is not on the way to permanent extinction, the role of the rural social bandit is transformed, insofar as it is played on a new stage, that of a modern capitalist/industrial society, amid new social, economic and technological scenery, and possibly by new actors, who can no longer be adequately described as traditional peasants, representatives of an old society struggling against the new, or champions of the rural poor. Little by little the rural bandit may even gently disentangle himself from the countryside and transfer to the city. The James Gang after 1873 visited their home base in western Missouri only occasionally and discovered, as Frank James pointed out, that safety lay in anonymity rather than support from rural admirers. The Jameses did not let themselves be photographed, few men knew them by sight even in Clay and Jackson counties, and they relied largely on kinsfolk rather than the community at large for support, though probably traditional bandits also preferred blood relatives. But anonymity was easier in the city, and that is where the Jameses appear to have gravitated. For it is the city which is the place of secrets, the country where, at least for its inhabitants, everything is immediately known. There are times, even today, when countrymen's knowledge is collectively withheld from outsiders, as in North Wales, where a consensus of silence protects those who burn the second homes of Englishmen against police inquiries. But perhaps today such rural omerta, as the Sicilians would call it, rests on forms of ideology, such as modern nationalism, on which traditional social bandits were not yet, or only incidentally, able to call. The bandit myth also survives in the modern urbanized world as a sort of folk memory injected with new life periodically by the public media and the private resentment of the weak. Everyone has personal experience of being unjustly treated by individuals and institutions, and the poor, weak, and helpless have it a lot of the time. And insofar as the myth of the bandit represents not only freedom, heroism, and the dream of a general justice, but more especially personal insurgence against personal injustice, the righting of my individual wrongs, the idea of the individual justicer survives, particularly among those who lack the collective organizations which are the main line of defense against such wrongs. There are plenty of people on the underside of modern urban society who feel this. Perhaps, as the state becomes more remote and such bodies as unions contract into sectional self-defense organizations, as happens in some countries, the appeal of such dreams of private insurgence and private justice will grow. I doubt whether in our society's bandit figures are the main ways of giving imagined expression to it. Jesse James and even John Wayne can no longer compete with Batman and his like. Survivals of the classical bandit dream in the big city need not therefore detain us long. However, in the 1960s and 1970s a curious postscript to the history of traditional social banditry developed when its strategies and in some ways its ethos and ideals were transferred to a new social constituency, essentially of small bodies of middle-class youth who formed the core of neo-revolutionary groups, found a mass resonance from time to time on the enormously swollen university campuses of these decades, and attempted to bypass the old working classes and labor movements, of whatever political color, by appealing directly to the unorganized poor and especially the alienated marginal and underclasses of society. Similarities with the Russian Narodnik intellectuals have been suggested. A good deal of the new youthful cultural and political dissidence has been described as a kind of primitive rebellion, notably by the French sociologist Alain Touraine. Some of it may actually have considered itself in this light. And some examples of such neo-primitivism, swathed in the ideological costume of the period, come to mind. The Symbionese Liberation Army, 1973-4, an otherwise negligible episode on the wilder fringes of Californian alienation, may be compared with old-style private insurgency just because it insisted so clearly on at least one public act of robbing the rich, William Randolph Hearst, Jr., in order to give to the poor, by blackmailing him into distributing food to them. It was similar to traditional social banditry not only in treating such redistribution as symbolic and in concentrating primarily on individual wrong-righting, freeing individuals from jail appeals to political strong-arm groups, but in the brevity of its career. Other such activist groups, emerging out of the ashes of the worldwide student ferment of the late 60s, have also demonstrated a taste for operations which Jesse James would have understood, notably expropriation, see Chapter 9, which therefore reached epidemic proportions in the 1970s and 1980s. However, unlike other such plunges into political outlawry, the SLA was unattached to any wider revolutionary organization, strategy, theory, or movement, and the neo-primitivism of its homegrown thoughts and actions is therefore more obvious. Traditional bandits were based on kin, neighborhood and community. The Symbionese were unattached individuals by origin, none of whom had known or heard of each other until they met in the subcultural ghetto of the East Bay, as pebbles meet on a lowland sandbank, having been swept downstream along some complicated river system. Though most of the 11 chief members of the group belonged to a sort of student intelligentsia, they were not in fact united by that common catalyst of revolutionary groups emerging from student life, the bonds which link contemporaries studying in the same university or faculty. Berkeley Oakland was simply a place they gravitated to, wherever they had originally studied. They lived less in a community, except in the purely geographical sense, than in an ambience of escape from bourgeois values, a Latin Quarter or Montmartre, brought together by the informal shifting sociability of street, lodging, demo, or party, by the common lifestyle of a bohème, by the common rhetoric of a dissident subculture which saw itself as revolutionary, and by sexual attraction, probably the strongest single factor bringing together this particular group of people. Hence women, usually irrelevant to or disruptive of traditional bandit units, were the essential, hetero or homo, cement of this one. The only model of a genuine mini-community, apart from memories of the bourgeois family, was the commune and the small, tight, intense groups of revolutionary activists, of which several developed, by fission rather than combination, on the margins of campus mobilization. The political phraseology of the SLA came mainly from these. Again, traditional primitive rebels are united by a common and inherited set of values and beliefs about society so strong as hardly to need, or to be capable of, formal articulation. They only needed to be applied. But except for the vocabulary of the Declaration of Independence, which still echoes through the manifestos of the group, these neo-primitives had no such common stock of ideas. They had to translate their personal experience of alienation into a formalized ideology, or rather rhetoric, made up of a confused selection of phrases from the revolutionary dictionary of the New Left and Californian Orientalism and psychobabble. It took the form of shadowy exercises in manifesto oratory, coming close to practice only in a few negative demands: the abolition of prisons, the abolition of the rent system of exploitation in houses and apartments, and the call for a system that will neither force people into nor force them to stay in personal relationships that they do not wish to be in. It was a cry of lost people against a cruel and atomized society, but it provided them only with a justification for symbolic gestures of violence, an assertion of their existence as people to whom attention should be paid through their reflection in the magnifying mirror of the media, and a legitimation for the lifestyle of the small illegal activist group which was their substitute for community and society. The members were personally reborn in the group, chose new names, and evolved a private symbolism. Illegality as free personal choice, illegal acts abstracted from social and political reality, these, therefore, distinguish the traditional social bandit from his latter-day imitators or equivalents. Most people in this book did not choose outlawry, except, where banditry was an established way of earning a living, as a professional career. They were forced into it by what neither they nor their society regarded as a criminal act, and the rest followed. The most that one might argue is that tough kids who were unlikely to take injustice or offense lying down, were also more than likely to get into this sort of trouble. That links the traditional social bandits to people like the black prisoners, who certainly were among the inspirations and models of groups like the SLA, though the society which brands a large proportion of its black subproletariat with the mark of jail and jail experience has very little in common with that which produced its small fringe of Cangaceros or Haydukes. Nevertheless, though the SLA and no doubt other similar and politically more serious groups may contain a few people of this kind, and may indeed, in their search for popular roots and ideological legitimation, make great efforts to include the token blacks, Chicanos, or proletarians, the bulk of their members are drawn from an entirely different social constituency. They are the sons and daughters of the middle classes, however locally defined, and often, though hardly in the case of the SLA, of the upper middle classes. The institutions in Argentina decimated by the terrorism with which the military destroyed the armed insurrectionaries were the upper forms of the elite high schools. Such activists have freely chosen outlawry. The most that one can say is that in the 1960s and 1970s, for reasons which are not the concern of this book, this free choice was more likely to be made by sons and daughters of the middle classes and elites. They did not have to any more than the young Friedrich Engels had to become a communist. Again, the traditional social bandit's actions, whether professional or political, are part of the fabric of his society and, in a sense, derive logically from it. Much of this book has been devoted to showing how this is so. Indeed, as I have argued, they are so enmeshed in that fabric that they are not, in fact, revolutionaries, though they may become so in certain circumstances. Their actions may have symbolic value, but they are not directed against symbols but against specific and, as it were, organic, targets, not the system but the Sheriff of Nottingham. There are, especially among highly sophisticated and politically informed terrorist groups, occasional coups against specific victims from which specific results are expected, such as the killing of Carrero Blanco by the Basque EDA or the kidnapping and murder of Aldo Moro by the Italian Red Brigades. In such cases the very sophistication of the political calculations behind the coups, implying as it does a very high degree of information about top-level national politics, removes the perpetrators far from the sphere in which social banditry, old or new, operates. On the other hand, in most cases the lists of possible victims sometimes discovered in the papers of captured neo-Robin Hoods, including the SLA, are arbitrary, except insofar as they pursue that private cops and robbers war, concerned primarily with the defense, protection, and liberation of arrested and imprisoned comrades, by which, for psychological reasons, the activities of such groups tend to be increasingly monopolized. They have only an increasingly indirect relation to the ostensible political objects of the groups. Otherwise, since they are essentially symbols of the system, other possible victims could be easily substituted for those actually chosen, another banker for the late Ponto, another industrialist for the late Schleyer, victims of the Red Army fraction. Moreover, in the case of such symbolic victims, no specific political consequence is expected to follow the action other than a public assertion of the presence and power of the revolutionaries, and the presence of their cause. At this point there is a similarity between the old bandits and the new activists, though it underlines the fundamental difference in their social contexts. In both cases the myth is a primary object of the action. For the classical bandit it is its own reward. For the neo-bandits its value lies in the supposed propagandist consequences, and in any case, by the nature of such illegal groups, it has to be a collective myth, the individuals usually remaining anonymous. Yet in both cases what we would today call publicity is of the essence. Without it, bandits or groups would have no public existence. Yet the nature of public existence is fundamentally changed by the appearance of the mass media. The classical bandits established their reputation by direct contact with their constituency and the grapevine of an oral society. They entered the primitive equivalent of the mass media, ballads, chapbooks, and the like, only once they had established it. Some of those discussed in this book have never made the transition from face-to-face and oral reputation to the wider myth, e.g., so far as one can tell, made cocido in the Argentine Chaco. There is a late stage in the history of social banditry when something like modern mass media already catch and diffuse the bandit myth, probably in the Australia of Ned Kelly, the USA of Jesse James, possibly in 20th century Sardinia, though the celebrated bandits of the region like Pascal Tantedu, in spite of their penchant for publicity, acquired fame outside their region only through and among intellectuals, certainly in the era of Bonnie and Clyde. Still, celebrity in the media remained, by and large, an additional bonus on top of the just reward of bandit fame. Today the media are overwhelmingly the dominant, perhaps the only, creators of the myth. Moreover, they have the power to give instant and, in the right circumstances, worldwide exposure such as no previous era of history could possess. Warhol's utopia of a moment's celebrity for every citizen could not have been formulated in a non-media world. The media-created myth may have the drawback of built-in impermanence, being the creation of an economy geared to disposable souls as well as to disposable beer cans, but this can be offset by repeating the actions which ensure media exposure. In this respect the traditional bandit tortoise may actually beat the electric hair of his successors. Nobody ever asks whatever happened to Jesse James. Many, even today, have to be reminded who Patty Hearst was. Nevertheless, the Symbionese Liberation Army established its brief celebrity with a speed and on a scale which, while it lasted, far surpassed that of the live Jesse James. The political image and effectiveness of neo-Robin Hoods is therefore achieved not through their actions as such, but through their success in making headlines, and they are planned primarily to achieve this object. Hence the paradox that some of the actions by which the classical bandit would expect to build his myth are those which his successors prefer not to advertise, because they would create the wrong image, e.g. that of the criminal as distinct from the political militant. The bulk of the ransom kidnappings and bank robberies by which militants accumulate the often very substantial funds for their, under present circumstances, often very expensive mode of operation, almost certainly remain anonymous and indistinguishable from any other professional robberies or kidnappings, in spite of the publicity value of attacks on the rich. Few expropriations are advertised as the work of such groups, unless specific political points can be made by doing so, e.g. the revelation of shady dealings by prominent depositors. The Tupamaros in Uruguay were skilled in thus politicizing bank raids while distracting attention from the actual content of the action, which was robbery. Conversely, such actions don't acquire publicity because they are directed against targets accepted by the general public as enemies of the people, though political activists often choose them on those grounds. The name of William Randolph Hearst, a target of the slaw, may still produce a frisson among an older generation of U.S. radicals and perhaps intellectual movie buffs, but the fact that Ponto was a prominent banker and Schleyer a representative spokesman of industrial capital almost certainly did not gain the Red Army fraction any sympathy in West Germany except among the very restricted circles who already sympathized with such small group armed action. Perhaps the attacks on policemen may still achieve some such effect. However, headlines may equally well be achieved by attacks on entirely neutral or uninvolved persons, athletes during the Munich Olympics of 1972 or drinkers at English pubs killed by IRA bombs, or against persons who, while regarded as suitable targets for esoteric group purposes, e.g. police informers, are merely John Does for the remainder of the population. And to the extent that the actual targets of action thus become incidental and arbitrary casualties in someone else's war, the similarity between old and new social banditry is attenuated. All that remains is the demonstration that small groups of nameless outlaws, known only by abstract or meaningless titles or initials, are challenging the official structures of power and law. It is not part of the purpose of this book to consider the political effectiveness or to assess the theoretical and other justifications which have been put forward for the current revival of individual and small group armed actions. My object here is simply to note the similarities and differences between them and social banditry and their relation to its tradition, heritage, and mode of action. There is some relation, though only one or two of the groups of this kind, in general, except the neo-anarchist, those furthest removed from the most influential orthodoxies of revolutionary ideology, strategy, and organization, show any marked characteristics of neo-primitivism. For the purposes of this study of classical social banditry, the relation is marginal, perhaps tangential. The exploration of these phenomena may be left to students of capitalist society in the late 20th century. On the other hand, the direct continuation of the myths and traditions of classical social banditry in the modern industrial world is relevant to the purpose of this book. In some ways, it is still alive. In the late 1970s, an enthusiastic and militant Mexican reader of this author's Primitive Rebels, whose chapter on banditry has been expanded into the present book, encouraged the activists of a peasant movement in the northeast of that country to read that work. I refrain from speculating what his object was. The militants of the Campamento Tierra y Libertad thought, perhaps not unnaturally, that the book was hard-going. They did not understand much of it, and they could not see the point of much of what they read. But there was one part of it they did understand and that made sense to them, the part about social bandits. I mention this tribute from an unexpected and unintended public not only because it is the sort of experience which makes an author feel good, but because the inhabitants of the Huasteca Potosina region may be regarded as a qualified, competent, and no doubt, in the past, an experienced body of critics and commentators on the subject. It does not prove that the analysis put forward in Bandits is right. But it may give readers of the book some confidence that it is more than an exercise in antiquarianism or in academic speculation. Robin Hood, even in his most traditional forms, still means something in today's world, to people like these Mexican peasants. There are many of them. And they should know.